der Livestream der Nürburgring Langstrecken Serie, präsentiert von Falkenreifen.
A very warm welcome, everybody, to the Radio Show Limited Network and to RS1 for the latest coverage of the Nürburgring Endurance Series. This is the penultimate round of the championship and the 53rd edition, no less, of the ADAC Barbarossapreis. Delighted that you can be with us for all of the build-up. And remember, the race starts on the next hour, depending on where you are around Europe or around the UK. Remember that it is a midday start, beautiful blue sky above the racetrack, and that's actually in stark contrast to the weather that presented everybody heading to the Nürburgring part of Germany a little earlier on today, because it was incredibly foggy. But the castle is easily picked out in the distance, and thankfully in the lower portions of the Nordschleife, which is where the wetter, the mistier weather tends to gather, even that has started to clear now as well. It's less to do with visibility from a driver's perspective, more to do with being able to see from Marshall Point to Marshall Point, because of course our beloved marshals, without their services, as we always say, we would not be able to put on an event like this. They are looking after everybody racing, and if they can't see the next incident point, then it really isn't worth starting. It's not safe to start, but thankfully the weather has cleared up very swiftly indeed. A man to my right who has experience of pretty bad weather, particularly at the start of the year. Years potentially are rolling into others when I recall this, but did you not have at least one race in this series cancelled earlier in the year, or at least curtailed?
We did, Johnny. It was NLS 1, didn't happen. I was on board with Bruce Jones for that one, and we saw snowmen being built in the pit lane, and Rod's been doing the same sort of show intro now, and we were sitting there looking at the snowmen and the teams that had been very artistic in doing that. And as that happened, it was by the way, it's cancelled, and it was for exactly that reason, as you say. Marshall's post, couldn't see it, certainly out on the Nordschleife in the woods there. But something you just said, Johnny, that's actually shocked me already. I can't believe you shocked me so soon as well. But the penultimate round of NLS already. It doesn't seem like yesterday that we were talking about doing this COVID and not having fans, and then we've got fans back in, and we've got people in the pit lane, and we had grid walks last time, and this is it, as you say, the penultimate round already. How's that happened? It'll be Christmas before we know it.
Well, it will. I mean, where are we now? 25th of September. I've done a particularly bad job at introducing either of us, by the way. My name's Johnny Palmer, if you didn't know, and that was Peter Snowden just speaking then as well. And yeah, we're looking forward to the 8th race of the season, or at least as it is billed as the 8th race, but as we've mentioned, not all of them have happened. And the Barbarossapreis, Barbarossa, what do you know about Barbarossa?
Redbeard.
Correct.
Yeah.
A former king of Germany in something like the 11th century. And
you can make me check that now. I can tell that look was like, your mission is, should you choose to accept.
Well, I have certainly covered a Barbarossapreis a couple of years ago, and remember vividly the podium where when the winners come onto the podium, a lot of them are wearing fake red beards, which is fabulous to see. The Nürburgring Langstrecken Series podiums are always identified per event, because they are put on by lots of different organising bodies and completely separate from the Nürburgring 24 hours, for instance, completely separate from the 6-hour qualifying race, and therefore 9 different organising bodies get to put on the race. Highlights of this morning's qualifying, with a difficulty for the 633 car. I'm going to rephrase that actually. I think these are highlights of possibly the previous race, Snowy, which happened on the 11th of September.
Yes, it is. That's a bit of Kevin Estre doing his pass on the grass almost around the outside on the docking her up to Tiergarten, is the trademark pass, as it were.
So the KUS, the KUS sponsored Porsche in the Grello colours from Manthey Racing, the yellow and the green, round the outside of a couple of Audis, the BMW from Valkenhorst. Car ID is going to be a little bit off for me, at least for the first few laps of this race, just purely because, as you say, this has been Bruce Jones and Snowy's domain through much of the year. But BMW heading across the line, being lapped, I reckon, by Kevin Estre, down towards the first corner. It's not the same circuit either that runs for the 24 hours, so the Mercedes Arena section is in use. This time you turn right and you loop all the way around rather than taking the quick right-left hook, which is in use during the 24-hour race. But you don't go all the way down to the Dunlop curve at the bottom of the hill and to the hairpin bend there. Instead, you take the cut through that the trucks use as well on their big meeting in July normally. So the shorter version of the Grand Prix circuit. 30 car, which has qualified well today. The Fricadelli Racing Porsche with the green door mirrors. We'll talk about qualifying in a moment or two, but not before we've heard about Frederick I. Barbarossa.
Indeed, Frederick I, King of Germany, elected in 1152. And
So slightly out.
So you went far out.
12th century, in fact. Yeah, I think I said the 11th.
I think we'll allow that, because that's 1152, 12th century. I think at the start of the show, it isn't meant to be a history lesson. It's meant to be the Nordschleife. So I think that's a pretty good effort, actually, John.
I always think we're still in the 20th century now because it starts with the 20. You have to make a slight adjustment.
I was looking at your clothes and thought exactly the same. But that's the first points of the show awarded to you, JP. 21, which is the century we're in, is the car from Aston Martin, which is grabbing all sorts of headlines this week. There is finally a GT3 Vantage back on the grid for the first time in something like 3 years, I think. It is 2018, last time I was out, yeah.
And two drivers that are obviously still on the books at Aston Martin, even though there is no factory initiative right now, certainly not at the World Endurance Championship level. But drivers well recognised at driving Aston Martins in recent years. Maxime Martin and a certain Nicky Team, who was qualifying it earlier on. So certainly Aston have not lost any of their crucial contacts, because that car is going to go incredibly well, you sense, Peter?
I would sense so, yes. I mean, obviously there's reliability and all the other issues that come into there. The multi-layers we talk about of NLS, and then the multi-classes as well, of course. Never mind the weather possibility of this. But all things being equal, you'd be absolutely stunned if that number 21 Aston Martin wasn't up at the pointy end, wouldn't you? It's going to be there. Certainly with that strong driver lineup. GT3, the sort of new, nice to them out again. Of course, Aston Martin have withdrawn from sports car racing officially. They're focusing on the brand in Formula One, very much there with Lawrence Stroll, new factory, etc., etc. They've just signed the two current Formula One drivers for the following season. Very much what they're looking at in that element. And to get Aston Martin back to the front of us. Well, I say the front of Formula One. They never were really back when they developed the DBR4 back in 1959. It was a front-engined Grand Prix car. We saw a couple out at Goodwood in the UK, the Goodwood Revival last weekend. Nice to see one out, but it was a car that was developed too late. So it's good to see Aston Martin doing Formula One and promoting the brand there. But in terms of sports car racing, we've withdrawn factory support there, but they are still supporting customers.
Yeah, I was going to say.
That's what's really key about this is, though, it's nice to see a non-customer, of their own car, factory car back in there, in the Aston Racing Green. Notice they've changed the colour to just like the Formula One cars.
Yes.
Like that. Along with, did you notice, I don't know if it's still on the week or not, but you could have now, you can buy a Recreation DB5 now.
Really?
Yes, you can't run it on the road.
Right.
It's not road legal because it's based on 1965 rules.
Fair enough.
But if you may remember, you're probably too young for this, Johnny, but in the UK you had Corgi and Dinky toys, model cars.
Yeah.
Kid.
I don't remember them when they were first out.
The way it's presented now, of course, I do. The way it's presented is now you get a full-size DB5 in a Corgi box. It's a full, so it arrives in that, you get it in the box. They're 2.75 million a piece, 25 of them made, pre-sold a lot, funnily enough. And you can go out and buy a replica DB5 with, I believe it has machine guns and stuff, etc., etc. I believe they're not armed.
Let's hope not.
I don't think you could sell that probably to the general public.
No.
What customers choose to go and do, I don't know. I'm trusting that the.
You sense there might be slightly better options in weaponry, in fairness.
Well, yes, I'm just sensing, hoping that the 21 car of Nicky Team and Maxime Martin isn't armed. They can't get things. When they press the flasher button on the lights, it does flash the lights and nothing more sinister.
It takes out a couple of Porsches out front, Mario Kart style.
Of course, ties in with the weekend of the new Bond film, No Time to Die, released this weekend. So
yes.
Big Aston Martin weekend.
Very clever. Of course, in the Corgi and Dinky times, there are collectors who bought them when they were first out and never took them out of the boxes, and they're still in the original packaging. So are we going to get that with a full-size one? I hope not, because they are built to be driven at the end of the day. Some interesting quotes, though, from David King, and I'm indebted to Sportscar 365 for these quotes. Despite our various successes at the Nürburgring, for one reason or another, Aston Martin has never had a sustained presence in the top class of NLS or at the 24 hours of the Nürburgring. The time is right for change now that we have a world-class GT3 contender in the Vantage. So we'll be going there this weekend. They're here today with the intent to show that the car is capable for potential customers and partners, and of course to try and notch up another win for the Vantage GT3. So you've mentioned about the customer program still very much being a going concern for Aston Martin. This is an attempt to say, hey, everybody else on the grid, we've been away for a little while, but you will see how well, fingers crossed, this car goes, and you very, very much an option to get a Vantage for next year's running in the NLS.
Absolutely. And these things change. There's a change of focus. When Aston Martin came back in mid-noughties and brought a car here, it was the AM Vantage, the road car.
Yeah.
And they brought it here, and it was just before Aston Martin Lagonda was sold to the consortium with Dave Richards when he had it at ProDrive. And ProDrive had the deal to build the racing Aston Martins, so Aston Martin factory built their own car, brought it here, took a road car, famously and affectionately known as Kermit because of its colour, brought it here, put the safety equipment on it, brought it to the Nürburgring 24 hours, and I think it won its class, and very high up the order. Somebody will tell us exactly where it was, I'm sure we can look it up, but it as a road car, it impressed. So they decided to build a GT4 compliant race car.
Yeah.
And the initial ones, I remember this because we had one and ran it, was called the N24 after the Nürburgring 24. That then evolved into the GT4 car. So you had that based on the AM Vantage, then you had the DBRS9, which is based on the DB9 GT3 car. So Aston sort of shifted, they focused on GT4 quite a lot for the custom and the amateur lineup. Mm-hmm. Pro-Am was more your DBRS9 going to Aston. There was a stillborn GT2 program that never really got off the ground. There's a couple of those about still. In fact, I knew there's one coming out later this year to race in something at Brands Hatch. Great to see one of those. In fact, touring car ace Jake Hill's going to be driving that a bit later on in the year at the Formula Ford Festival support race. So great to see one of those out. But you said they've gone back to now the GT3 car, because this has come from the GTE, the Endurance, the ACO car. This is now down to GT3 spec. So it's a big day for Aston Martin. Obviously, you can never guess that I've got Aston Martin through the DNA, so we need to say at this point, don't we, John, that other brands are available and in this event. There are 123 cars in this event, apart from the 122 other cars from the one Aston I'm talking about, so
yes.
forgive me.
Well, you and I are British.
I've got my Aston quota in already, haven't I? All 4 hours of it in
I think
about
you
4
might have
minutes.
done. We can't mention that car ever again. You and I are British, so obviously we're flying the flag, the Union flag, but looking at qualifying, it is German machinery throughout the top 7, basically. And let's just talk about BMWs for a moment or two, because Valkenhorst Motorsport have qualified in 7th position, and car 35 was Jörg Müller doing the time. Just ahead of that, the Lion Speed by Car Collection Audi R8, which is number 24 for... Now, who qualified that? Mr. Wiebahn, Jörg Wiebahn, in car 24, which will start from 6th place. And then north of that on the grid, it's all about Porsches and BMW. So Uber Motorsports Porsche, Nico Menzel in car 25, qualified that in 5th place. The 44 car, which is the BMW Junior Team M6 GT3, with Dan Harper qualifying it. He did he did a just over a 7:56. Haven't got exact time, but I'll give you that in a moment or two. But it was very tight, actually, between Harper and Michael Ammermuller by only 9,000ths of a second. The 911 numbered Porsche shaded the British driver. 911 has Michael Ammermuller and Michael Christensen driving that Porsche, but Ammermuller did the time. David Pittard put the 34 Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW on the front row, car number 34, and that was actually 3.4 seconds off the time set by Julian Andlauer in his Porsche. So he must have got a bit of a break courtesy of traffic there. A 7:53.542 is mightily impressive from the Frenchman in car number 30. He shares that with Klaus Abelin, the Fricadelli Racing Team Porsche in the red and white colours with the green door mirrors. And Julian Andlauer is 3.4 seconds clear of the field. I mean, that is quite some statements, Noe.
It is, but it's a 4-hour race, and it's the Nordschleife. I mean, 3.5 seconds by most people's standards, or any normal racing or motorsport, is significant. In tighter formula like Formula 1, that would be extraordinary. It just wouldn't happen. You'd think something very strange had happened. But it's something that's, I know you know this anyway, Johnny, because you just haven't done many NLS rounds this year. It's something that Bruce and I always refer to. It's multi-class, multi-layer, and it changes. And it's, I think one of Bruce's favourite phrases is about the Nordschleife is, it giveth and it taketh. And when you think you've suddenly got 3.5 second advantage, it can be taken away so quickly with a little bit of traffic or whatever that happens.
Well, and the thing that gets me is the code 60s that you get because of an incident. You're never going to get a safety car here, and you're never going to get a full course caution because it's too long. So you get very localized slow zones or speed limits. And when you get into a code 120, which then leads into a code 60, those are the speed limited areas. The variation for me is the yellow flag before it, because yellow flag simply means no overtaking. Doesn't mean you can't close up on the car in front. And if the GT3 battle suddenly finds, for instance, a Renault Clio, which can't go anywhere near as quickly, and you're all into a yellow flag, then the leader can't overtake the Clio, and the guy in second in GT3 buys back 5 seconds. And that's how it can fluctuate.
And hopefully it doesn't buy more than 5 seconds, because that's the point you say, that the lead car's got to slow up for a TCR car or whatever class, and you think, well, it's slowing down because it's got to, and the car behind, maybe unsighted, can't see it.
Well, yes.
And it's not like there are any blind brows or any sort of odd parts of the Nürburgring, because it's all flat and open and you can see it. Not. That is the whole point. The topography of the place is quite extraordinary. It's 170 corners and 25 kilometre lap. And we say it every time that it never ceases to amaze me. You look at another European circuit, Barcelona, Silverstone, Monza, wherever it may be. You're used to, let's say, a dozen corners at best, and a 1 minute something lap, say a 1 minute 30, 1 minute 50. This place, you've got, let's face it, 10-minute laps roughly. That's obviously a bit less than qualifying, but in race we're looking at not many go under 8 minutes. Depending on fuel loads and whatever. And that's where the strategy comes in, because they can only do 6, 7, 8 laps on a fuel load, which doesn't sound a lot, but of course it's nearly half an hour. It's every time. So everything can just change so fundamentally. And there's obviously a very strict set of rules as to how the drivers get their licenses and allowed to run this. And we've said it again many a time, but you can't help reiterate as to how well they organise this, ADAC. Is that Lewis Hamilton, 7-time Formula 1 world champion, cannot come and take part in one of these races. He can't do it because he hasn't got what they call the ring license, and he has to go through that process. You have to start in lower classes. We saw that earlier in the year with some of the BMW junior team guys. I think it was Ben Tuck. They popped him into an M2. He's normally in an M6. They popped him in an M2 because different things were moving around. But it was great experience. And if you think about that, it wasn't just great race experience. It gave him experience of being in a different speed category class. I'm not going to say a lesser class, I don't mean it derogatory, but a different speed, to have an understanding what it's like having GT3 cars, SB9 as we call them here, around him. And it gives you a greater understanding. And it's just more data, more information that's going to help in these things. And it's 123 cars take part in this race, Johnny. 19 in the top GT3 SB9 category. That's a lot of traffic. And they get one clear lap at the start, really. That's about the only bit. It's only about after a lap, because we haven't mentioned, of course, that the cars start in 3 different batches with slight intervals. So the SB9 cars go, then we get another batch. So because of that slight delay in the way we start to make sure the running order of the 3 groups goes out evenly and fairly, they get one flying lap. And they do start racing at the beginning. You'd think it was a 4-hour race and all that thing, all that mentality, psychology of sitting there, that it's qualifying. We don't need to worry about being on front row of the grid. Well, nobody tells this lot when it gets down to turn 1, turn 2, turn 3 into the arena part of the circuit on the Grand Prix circuit, because there's lots of runoff there. So they've got much more advantage, much more opportunity on that opening lap to do something before they go through the newly named at the last round, NLS 7, Sabine Schmidt's curve, where it comes off the arena circuit onto the Nordschleife, which is actually one of the narrowest parts of the circuit. And it really is a pinch point and a hairpin round over a brow. It's very bumpy, and it is a very physical warning of you are now about to start the daunting Nordschleife. And it is nothing like the F1 FIA licensed circuit you've just driven. It is totally different. And it's that first bit off through Hatzenbach is an absolute roller coaster. And obviously, we'll get to expand more on that during the 4 hours we've got of racing. But it's 2 circuits in one. There's the little Grand Prix circuit. They held the German Grand Prix here last year, for heaven's sake. So it's a full F1 level circuit. And then you got that bit, the Nordschleife, the green hell.
I hadn't realised that this is the race, the first race, where the fans are allowed back, in fact. So for the first time in a year and a half, all spectators. Now, you had to be either vaccinated, presumably double vaccinated, or single if you're using, was it the Johnson & Johnson one that is available as just a single dose?
Other brands are available.
Well, yes, but not if you want a single dose, interestingly. You can have been tested, so I suppose bring along a PCR test and that'll get you in, or recovered, because there is a theory that if you've had it once, then you won't get it for a period of time afterwards. So if you can show evidence of that, then you're in. And therefore, the crowds have literally flooded out not literally, but they've flooded the pit lane, kind of swamping the cars there and able to see the full metal racing up close for the first time for a year and a half. So it is a joy to witness all of these fans that have been desperate, I'm sure, to get onto the asphalt and enjoy this race build-up. They've regained access to the paddock, including the pit and the grid walk, as I've mentioned. Grandstands at turn 3 and 4 are open, so that would be Mercedes Arena sort of area, and overlooking that run into the braking area for the cut-through. And it also gives you exclusive parking permits for Hatzenbach and for the Brunchen and Pflanzgarten section. So we're going to have spectators elsewhere around the circuit, not just on the start line. And for me, I mean, as I say, I've not covered any of the first 7 NLS races prior to this, but naturally, Snowy, we're going to get more atmosphere because all of a sudden there's a crowd watching.
Yeah, it's fantastic. And we've worked extremely well. And the ADAC last year, they really gave motorsport, I would say, perhaps even Formula One to an extent, and I don't think it's an exaggeration, but they gave us a template how to go racing again on the biggest, most awesome circuit in the world. And they devised a system where we called it jokingly the shopping mall, where they came into the pit lane and they went through the first garages, turned right and went down the back, and we called it a shopping mall. Some of the GT3 cars, for social distancing, what they did with the SB9 GT3 cars, they went into the first into the first bit there, round into what we call the shopping mall, through a roundabout, a carousel, back into the pit lane again, and then refueled there. Other cars were fueled and serviced in the paddock, so they had measured out socially distancing acceptable spaces for each team, so the crew could set out and about, obviously with masks and stuff on, whatever. But they really gave us a blueprint of, do you know what? It is different, but we can do this.
Yes.
We've got the space, so let's use it accordingly. And it was brilliant to see. Unfortunately, the one thing it was lacking was, say, spectators, the public, and that means the atmosphere. And you can't beat that. And it was, the pit lane became, a little bit soulless. Cars came in, they had their work, it was very functional, out they went again. But it got us racing, and that was the thing. And it was really, really good to see. So much better now, sights of the pit lane now pre-race, pit walk time, and you say the public allowed to mingle in and go around and see the cars. And again, very different to many other formulas where you can't get any access, you can't see the cars, you can't see the drivers. In this, you can. You can go and see them, whether it's a TCR Golf that you like, or the famous Foxtail, the Opel Manta, that I'm not sure it's on the entry list today or not. I haven't seen it yet, but I'm sure it'll be around there somewhere. The ring taxis, whatever, and the top GT3 cars. But you can get in there and get amongst them and be part of this. And it's so good to see spectators back at motorsport events and here at the Nordschleife. My only regret is, with slight sadness, is that it's the penultimate race already.
Yes.
I want another 10 of these now. Just keep going. It's just brilliant. I just want to keep talking about it.
So do the fans, of course, and they're going to have to wait until March next year for round 1 of the 2022 season. Another returnee, and a very interesting one for me, because I hadn't realised it'd been so long, at least to the SP9 category, so therefore to GT3, is Black Falcon. And I've been away for 2 years, pretty much, but entering in the SP Pro category, car number 19, the Black Falcon Team Identica Porsche 911 GT3R for Noah Nagelsdijk, Florian Naumann and Hendrik von Danwitz, who did the qualifying time. Now, it's a little bit away from the top 10, but that doesn't matter because Black Falcon have such great pedigree here through the years, particularly at the 24 hours, and then therefore the VLN races, as they were then, leading into the 24-hour races where everyone's trying to get their license ticks, they're trying to get their qualifying laps in, they're trying to get a number of races done so that they are eligible to take the position on the grid come the 24 hours. But Black Falcon have won the 24 hours in the past, but have been away from the GT3 part of it for a little while. So making its debut with the Porsche 911 GT3R this weekend. And the SP9 car will have the three drivers that I've mentioned, so Nagelsdijk, Naumann, von Danwitz, and I understand that they had a decent 6-hour race, or was that actually planned? No, they were planned, I think, to come out for that race and then didn't take part, but Black Falcon with good form in SP7 as well. We will talk about that in a moment or two and also run through the grid as well, or at least the front part of it, Snowy.
Just good to see that Black Falcon car back for the last 2 rounds as well, not just a one-off. It is here for the last 2 rounds, which is great to see. Yes,
so that, that trio of drivers have switched from SP7, in fact, to the new category. And the defending champions just rounding the Grand Prix lap, I notice, as well. So the grid walk continues. And actually, we have got a moment or two to chat about Black Falcon for a little bit longer. So, I mean, people like Bernd Schneider have driven for Black Falcon in the past. I'm thinking about Manuel Metzger and Adam Christodoulou. You know, there are some big names in recent days that Black Falcon have used for their drivers. It's interesting that they've very much targeted youth, though, for these three, and you sense that
Sean Edwards a few years ago as well.
Well,
yeah, very much part of it.
In the SLS days,
the SLS, I can say with the butterfly doors or the gull wing car.
That's right.
Butterfly doors, if you're in America, gull wing in Europe, apparently is the difference.
No, they're different types of doors, those. It depends where they're hinged. Butterflies are at the bottom of the A-pillar where it comes into the front wing and go up like that, like a McLaren has butterfly doors.
Check you out.
And then you've got scissor doors, which stay straight and move up. I mean, it doesn't work on radio.
On our point scoring system, you see, I was trying to get that past you, and I thought this early in the show wouldn't be quite awake enough. I'll get that one past you, but I think Mr. Farmer's left with a nice door up now. What was that?
Yes, we were talking about the difference of... I'm going to move on from doors because it's not a very interesting topic, frankly. We will get back to the rest of the entry. I don't know whether it is, because this is an annually awarded prize in the name of the 12th century
king. Zwei Familien. 40 Jahre Firmengeschichte. Unsere Produkte entstehen zu 100% in Deutschland. Mit Herzblut und Hingabe. Wir schaffen den Technologietransfer von der Rennstrecke auf die Straße. Handwerkskunst, Erfahrung für diesen einen Moment. Das ist die Nürburgring Langstrecken Serie. Das ist H&R. Performance made in Germany.
Sicher ans Ziel. Auf allen Straßen, bei jedem Wetter. Mit den zuverlässigen Sommerreifen von Falken. Jetzt Falkenreifen kaufen und Tankgutschein sichern. Weitere Informationen auf tankgutschein.falkenreifen.de. Falkenreifen.
The 8th race of the season is the 53rd edition of the ADAC Barbarossapreis. You're tuned to RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, and the cars are already on their green flag lap to form up in the 3 separate grids at the end of this. And it takes the best part of 20 minutes to get them all the way around, down the Dottinger Hohe, and into the final sequence of S-bends, into the final approach to the Grand Prix lap. So we'll give everyone obviously the chance to assess the conditions, because this morning has been rather concertinaed with a delay to qualifying and then a quick turnaround off the back of the qualifying session straight into now race build-up. But we are going to be starting on time, which is every credit to the organisers and the marshals, of course, for looking after any incident that might have affected qualifying. But really, the question was just waiting the weather out, and then we were able to get underway. Lots of interest as far as starting drivers are concerned, whether you use your qualifying driver in this first segment, because the GT3 cars, well, generally you're looking at 4 stints because they can comfortably do an hour, but sometimes there is the option for GT3 cars to come in after only 5 or 6 laps. You're going to be hard pushed to do 8 on the opening stint because the fuel is required even at slow speed for this rolling lap. So first stint might be 7 laps, and then you can do it on 8 laps after that. I've been looking at the race distances completed so far, actually, and I realised that the one exception was the last time out, which was a 6-hour race, so you can kind of forget the 40 laps that were completed. But race 2 of the year, when race 1 didn't happen, I'll remind you, race 2 ran to 29 laps. The 3rd race on the 1st of May was 28. The 4th race was 28. And the 5th race in July was 28. But interestingly, then the very next day, which was round 6, so you had a double header on the 10th and the 11th of July. That was a lap longer. And it really depends on where the race leader is compared to where the finish line is and where the checkered flag, because the checkered flag will wait for the race leader, unlike the finish in the Nürburgring 24 hours, where they just stick the checkered flag out and it picks up whoever comes across the line next, and those positions start to be locked in from that point. These races are run slightly more conventionally, as that's interesting. Some cars that have done a Grand Prix lap are now turning right after the connecting loop and actually using part of the ring ride section, or when you pay for a tourist lap, the connecting road between the end of the Nordschleife and the Hatzenbach run is used, and some of the cars are going in the opposite direction now to get back to the grid, Snowy.
Yeah, they're just following up the grid. I mentioned, I think it was 45 minute delay. It's actually a 30-minute delay, so our race will start at 12:30 Central European time, 11:30 UK, and those cars are going to the grid now. So I think that's why they're using that little bit there. The now should be in Schmidt's curve, turning, I think that's the batch 2 cars around, the GT3 cars, SB9s, making their way round, and just to save time. Normally they tend to do a whole bit of the Nordschleife to go all the way around. Well, the weather's dry, the circuit hasn't really changed that much because of qualifying, because it was so much sooner.
Yes.
So they can afford not to do the whole Nordschleife and get the schedule a little bit back up into speed, no pun intended. So a 30-minute delay, 12:30 is our race start. Round 8 of 9. Quite extraordinary that we're at that point already. 123 cars we mentioned, Johnny, which is... unbelievably, that's quite a low number for NLS. 140, 150. I can remember back in the day when I did the 24-hour here, I think it was 240 cars started it.
Easily.
In those days, it's not the done thing these days, but it certainly kept you busy, put it that way, for the next 24 hours.
So my apologies, we're not starting on time. We're starting 30 minutes after the scheduled midday starts, local. Very intrigued by the Uwe Alsen and Marco Holzer Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car. The 51 is in the camouflage livery, and that looks like it is a new shape Porsche Cup car. Some of the domestic championships have that available already. Some, like the British Championship, do not yet, and the new car will be offered to customers from 2022. But I certainly know that the Benelux Championship has the new car, and also the German Championship has the brand new Cup car as well. So I'm not quite sure why that's running in camouflage colours, because it's available now to customers.
Yeah, talking of cars that will be available to customers in 2022, we haven't mentioned the new BMW M4 GT3 car, which is running in the SPX category. Had its debut finally at the last round and finished on track on the road, a very creditable 5th position. With Augusto Farfus and Philipp Eng at the wheel. But Bruce and I noticed as it came into the pit lane, it seemed to roll to a halt. We weren't quite sure, didn't want to say, but it was classified, sorry, it looked like it was going to be classified 10th, and it wasn't. It actually classified, I think it was 17th in the end, or it finished 10th on the road, because it ran out of fuel in the pit lane. Now, they say that the car ran like clockwork. BMW Motorsport head Mike Crack said that the car did run like clockwork, and part of running it dry was absolutely part of their process to measuring data, etc., etc. I think the idea was that it must be quite galling. I'm second guessing here, so careful to speculate, but they want to see how much fuel they can get it to the end and get it into the pit lane. Obviously there's normally a little bit left in there, so it's obviously just slightly short, but how close was that to get it into the pit lane but not get it to its garage? Because it was completely obvious. It was sitting there on the right just going, hang on, it's just finished, but why would you park it there?
Yes.
It's got no fuel.
Couldn't go
quite topical in the UK at the moment, no fuel, so BMW once again ahead of us a few weeks ago. But that car is out again. Great to see it out. It's a number 55 car, and this is going to be, say it's in the X category because it's not yet homologated, but it is going to be the 2022 customer car. And it's going to replace the current M6. Now, the M6, Valkenhorst doing that, and the BMW Junior team, Dan Harper and those in the BMW Junior team. The M6, it's almost hard to justify replacing that car because it's an extraordinarily successful car. It's still out there at the front, but the differences between the two cars are the platform. M4, M6. The M6 is a massive footprint. It's a very big car. An M6 on the road is a big car. It's a big GT Tourer, long distance European, Euro travel car. On track, it's massive. The M4, they've gone a different route with that, and I can see that selling like hotcakes. And it's going to be very, very popular. I mean, BMW. I say most of the German brands don't tend to get it wrong, do they? BMW, Porsche, BMW, Audi, Mercedes. They all make pretty efficient GT3 cars, and others, and road cars for that matter.
I've got a little bit more information on the Porsche that I was just talking about for Uwe Altzen and Marco Holzer, because this is it's the new Porsche Cup model, and one of the headlines I've caught from the internet suggests that Uwe Altzen is testing the new Porsche Cup model, but it's the 992 iteration of the Cup car, which, as I say, is available in the Porsche Carrera Cup Deutschland at the moment, and the Benelux Championship, which tours Belgium and Luxembourg, and the Netherlands. Anyway, Uwe Altzen, fantastic to have one of the most successful drivers in recent years behind the wheel of this Porsche. 13 overall victories, 44 class wins, and he'll be putting the new model through its paces in an endurance race with Marco Holzer. So that's exciting. The 51 car in the camouflage livery and running in SPX, because at the moment it is not eligible for SP7, which is where we find some of the older, not current, but older Porsche Cup cars for people like Bill and Jim Cameron in their 58 car, Georg Goder and Martin Schlüter for 9 und 11 racing team, and the Klick Versicherung team with Robin Cherzanowski, Kirsten Jodexnis and Peter Schmarmach as well in the SP7 run. But the point is, and this is a little bit like Creventic 24H series racing, there is no class yet for the new Porsche Cup car. So that's the reason why it's been put into SPX. Likewise, the 55 BMW, the M4 GT3, very exciting to see that. And Philipp Eng and Augusto Farfus will be at the wheel of that as well. This is the thing I love about the Nürburgring and the various NLS races. New cars can actually, the fact that they've been run in this race out of class, that fact can often go beneath the radar And Snowy, you have to sort of drill down into the entry list to say, oh, I hadn't actually spotted that car way down on page 6 and 7, which is, a brand new GT3 car, not yet homologated, but they're trying to get some running under its wheels in readiness for next season.
Yeah, and Augustus Farfus said that he'd be more than happy to start a 24-hour race in that car, that he was that confident in it. So let's see what it did there. And it got up into the order. It was comfortably inside the top 10. I think it was 5th or 7th thereabouts in the 6-hour race we had the last round. It did. I know it wasn't classified 10th, it was something, but it did finish. There was a reason for that, but it did really finish 10th. So that's where its benchmark is. It's in the top 10. It's in the pointy end. That car coming to the grid now. Very, very distinctive new shaped grille on these BMWs. Very deep grille on it. And I think Bruce and I commented last time that you'd be hard pressed to have a more intimidating grille than the Mercedes GT3 car.
Yes.
Behind you in your mirrors, that big black grille, like a mouth, almost like a lion roaring coming up behind you. BMW managed to take it one that there's a totally different technique, and again, it's art, it's their brand, it's the kidney grille, but it's there, and it's two big kidney grills like, we're here. They're black with a white background. It's like, we're here, and it's like, oh, that'll be the new BMW then.
Yeah, striking.
Very striking is the word.
So the 6-hour race that was held 2 weeks ago on the 11th of September was won by a Manthey Racing Porsche. We were talking about Kevin Estre scything his way through traffic, as we recall various moments of that a couple of minutes ago. He shared the 911 Porsche with Lars Kern, who is very much a track specialist here, testing all sorts of machinery around the Nordschleife, and Michael Christensen. So Christensen and Estre, the former WEC teammates, partnering up again for Manthey Racing, and they won by just under 20 seconds, which is not a great deal of time when you consider they've been racing for 6 hours, and the natural concertina effect sometimes when you're going through caution areas. But it was a true fight between two different brands, because the BMW junior team, by the looks of things, ran them very close, of Dan Harper, Max Hesse and Neil Verhagen.
They certainly did, but it was the Frenchman Estre that cemented that on the first lap. I said they get that opportunity on that first lap, but they get the clear lap, and they don't hang around. They don't go, oh, it's 4 hours, we'll take it steady off to you, Claude.
Or 6 hours.
6 hours in that case, yes. They got on with it, and Estre went from, I think he was 6th on the grid up to 2nd place. Yes, he was 6th, with behind Matteo Drudi in the Audi R8. And the other great starter was David Pittard, who went from, I think he went from about 17th, and that car had a bit of an issue in, yes, because that qualifying was cut short, that was right, so some of the cars didn't have a very good qualifying time, not representative lap times in the 6 hour, it was cut short. And Pittard went from 17th to 2nd and got caught up on the Dottinger Hoa at the end of the first lap. Unfortunately, just tagged one of the cars, I think it was a Porsche in front, and didn't do any damage to the Porsche, but it did a little bit of damage to the BMW, where it then unfortunately faded for the rest of the race, and they just never quite recovered. They had to pit for a puncture and a few things. It just never quite got itself back into its rhythm. But no such problems for David Pittard this time in the number 34 Valkenhorst BMW. I think he's possibly starting it. Ben Tuck and Christian Krones with him. It's a pro lineup in that car, unsurprising. This is still the outgoing M6 GT3 version.
Yes.
And we have referred to him in the past as Pitbull Pittard, that he doesn't mind getting his elbows out, certainly on that first lap, but nor does Kevin Estre. Hence the phrase, pass on the grass. It's for a genuine reason.
Yeah. I think
it was 2 or 3 rounds ago. He went for the lead on the Dottinger Hoa, going up to the Tiergarten at the end of the first lap, and there wasn't room. Totally legit. The leading car was placed it appropriately, and Kevin just went, well, I'll have 2 wheels on the grass and go by. And it was just like, okay, it's fairly distinct being Grello, that car, you can't really miss it. And it was like, you've got to understand that parts of this circuit, Hatzenbach, etc., down there, but certainly the Dottinger Hoa, it's the fastest part of the circuit. It drops down, rises up into Tiergarten, which is incredibly fast. It's like a roller coaster landing sort of on a plateau. But the runoff area, it isn't a runoff area. It's a ribbon of green at the top. I think they call it grass.
Yes.
But it's so, I'm not sure. It's so narrow. So to be putting 2 wheels onto that, and I mean, I don't just mean a little bit of tyre kicking up dust. We're talking 2 full wheels on to overtake for the lead at the end of the first lap of a 4-hour race.
petard cutting his teeth a number of years ago now, although it feels much closer, in Ginetta GT4 Super Cup racing. Actually, he did challenge in 2013 and then was a privateer 2 years later in 15 in the GT4 Super Cup. So you really can't afford to be wasting any time and you need your elbows out. It was a BRDC Rising Star in 15 and 16 as well. And I think, you know, the talent was emerging in those days and has very much come to the fore now, as demonstrated by the start in the 6-hour race that Peter was describing. Mercedes-AMG GT3 going to be on the grid with HWA Race Lab, and this is a drive for Thomas Jaeger, Patrick Assenheimer and Marcel Markovits. So they'll be have been successful in GT4, but now moving into GT3. And Luco Sandro Treps, who normally drives for the Land Motorsport Audi R8 LMS crew in ADAC GT Masters, also moving into GT3 as well. So some interesting changes, and generally these last 2 races in the season can be used, if you're not in a championship battle, they can be used as sort of an audition process for an opportunity in the new year. So that's the reason why I see a bit of chopping and changing of drivers moving up the classes, perhaps from a lower GT category to the top division, because that's drivers and customers working out whether that is the route that they want to go in the new year. But it's also factory teams taking these last couple of races as an opportunity to work out who they want to take on board as their next batch of junior drivers, effectively. And you know, you want it to be as less of a conveyor belt as possible, with people falling off the other end. You know, these drivers are looking ideally for a 10, 15, 20-year career, but it's always important, I think, Snowy, to be focusing on the youth and the talent coming in, because if you get them nice and early and tied up to your manufacturer, you can then cling on to them for several years too.
Well, say, look at the BMW Junior team. Yeah, those guys, you know, they're teenagers. I think one's 20 already, and that's about it.
Yes,
and they're on the way through, and they will be keeping an eye on that M4,
of course,
thinking, oh, you know, fancy a bit of that. Thank you very much. Can you just put a bit more fuel in it next time, though? I jest, but you know, obviously BMW know what they're doing on that front. But that's the point. Where there's so many opportunities, and there's a race here that we talk about all the time that's not part of NLS, which is the 24-hour.
Yeah,
but it is. It isn't officially, but it is very much part of it. And
it's the same track.
Exactly, but it's the one that everybody wants to win. And you've won an NLS round, you've won 2 or 3 NLS rounds. You're not going to be champion in NLS because that's a different category. We've seen that car, we saw the champion going around the BMW 3 Series going around. That's a different category there for the VLN Cup. But a lot of this is, we do see certain teams coming out for this, and they'll do the 6-hour, we call it the qualification race for the N24. It isn't a qualification, it doesn't set a grid or anything like that, but it is the race that people use to say, we're going to win the big one. They all want to win the big one. There's Le Mans, yes, but here people want to win this, the 24-hour race here. I had one this year, of course, and lots of foreshortened weather later in the year, different times for things, bits of rain. Unfortunately, we had some shortened versions. It'd be great. Hopefully next year, they say we're getting much more back to normal. It'd be absolutely fantastic to have a full 24-hour race around here, and that is just awesome. And the idea of driving around the Nordschleife in the dark, brilliant, brilliant. 10 minutes to go, Johnny.
To the formation lap, yep. Yes, but 26 minutes to go before we are racing. This is RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. It's Peter Snowden and Johnny Palmer bringing you coverage of the 8th race of the season in the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series. And by all means, get in touch at RSL_studio on Twitter for questions and queries about this race today, some of which we may be able to answer. Others might take a bit of a team effort as part of the collective, but hopefully we'll get to some resolution by the end of the afternoon, because this race was scheduled to run through till 4 o'clock local time. It's actually going to be 4:30 now by the time that the checkered flag is thinking about coming out. It might wait a couple of extra minutes, of course, for the leader to emerge out of the final sequence of corners. Car Collection bringing a couple of cars to the start of this race for the first time this year, I understand. Now, Car Collection are well recognised in other GT3 competition, like the 24H series, of course, but Nico Muller along with Patrick Cole and Patrick Niederhauser, will be in the number 23 car. That's the Pro lineup, and then there is a Pro-Am for Patrick Kolb again, Jörg Wiebahn, who set the qualifying time, Milan Doncha, and a man that Peter Snowden always enjoys giving the full name to, because he's down on my entry list as Lorenzo Rocca, but I'm missing the crucial middle name there.
De Torrepadula.
De Torrepadula. Yes.
Torrepadula.
I'm going to leave that one
Lorenzo
to you.
Rocca de Torrepadula.
See, I can do...
Bruce would be so proud of me.
I think he would. I think he would. I can do Intrafufasak. Vutakorn Intrafufasak,
You get a
I think
free
is
for
his
that, can't you?
full name. You probably can. But the Intrafufasaks are great drivers, particularly Junior, who is in single-seaters at the moment. But I don't think either of the Thai drivers have quite raced here at the Nürburgring yet. But I wouldn't necessarily say that that's out of the equation in future years, particularly for the 24 hours.
Grid being cleared.
Okay.
And the Reggie, I said a few minutes ago, 10 minutes ago, you're quite right. You said 10 minutes to the formation lap, 26 minutes to the race. We've already established this is a very long circuit, and that lap times are 10 minutes, 9 minutes, a bit less sometimes. Let's not set the bar at the moment, but you get the idea. That's part of the problem. Is you've got to get the formation lap, because they do the whole Nordschleife for the formation lap. So they're not doing it at race pace. So it's going to be something like a 12, 13-minute formation lap, which is quite extraordinary. They set off and they go, got time to go and have a cup of tea while it goes in the pit wall. The team can do this and read a book and update Twitter and Facebook and social media, and here we are, and we're going to start racing.
Well, yeah,
Is a rolling start, remember?
Assuming your car comes around, of course, because that's the other thing. I mean, coverage of this track is okay as far as the GPS is concerned. So they're all running with GPS trackers, and you can follow it round. You can also follow it through is it 9 splits around here, or 7? Anyway, it's a lot, more than 3, which is the conventional amount of sectors on a Grand Prix lap, for instance. So you're kind of calling it through there as well. But unlike the television coverage that the N24 gets with the chopper and the local cameras, you're really throwing your car out into the wilderness and just hoping that it comes back. And that's the case for the race as well.
Absolutely, and it's got to be a nightmare for the team in the pits there, because their pride and joy, their car developed at X gazillion dollars, francs, euros, Deutschmark, whatever currency you want to use, old term money, new money, whatever. You do the worst thing possible. You give it to a driver. And send it out into the woods and hope to go every 10 minutes, roughly, you hope it comes back again in the same shape it's just gone past.
Yes.
They always say the most easily changed components in a racing car is the driver, or the loose nut behind the wheel, but it's true. It is. That's what they are. But I often feel for that it's that rhythm, as you say, for the teams here. Normally the cars come by every less than 2 minutes, roughly 1.5 to 2 minutes, roughly. So there's a rhythm. It's metronomic. It's still,
and if it's a big meeting, you can watch the screen in your garage and go, we're fine, we're still in the race, he's having a good battle, but at least all the panels are still straight. Whereas this, particularly if you had an incident in qualifying, you fix the car in the interval between quali and the race, and then you're throwing it out for the formation lap. That's where the test, you're testing the water there, because have we done everything we needed to do in a very hurried time, or all of the screws and the bolts back in the right positions?
It's when you've got that box of bits left over and there's 3 or 4 5.
Yeah, where did that go again?
Well, they came off. They must go back somewhere, and just hide it. Don't tell the driver. It's fine.
Can't be that important.
Exactly. Yeah.
Battle for the championship certainly is intensifying as well. Daniel Blickel, which is a very satisfying name to say, Tim Shearbath and Max Kronberg from WNS Motorsport, winning 4 times in their Cup 3 Porsche 718 Cayman. And that trio just, I love the points in the NLS. Their championship lead is 0.17 of a point.
It's very precise, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, talk about Formula One, being close because there's a couple of points difference, 1 point difference. Well, this is 0.17 of a point separating the championship leaders from everybody else. So they are behind, or rather, they're behind the championship leaders, Danny Brink and Philip Lyson, who are no strangers to running with the number 1 on the side of their car, because once again, that blue and orange BMW, which runs as car 1 in today's race, are defending champions, and they're currently leading the championship with Adrenaline Motorsport, Team Altsner Automotive, and they drive with Chris Rink but I assume Rink has not done all the races that Danny and Philip have, so therefore they're slightly ahead on the points. So Danny and Philip, Brink and Lyson, have already won 6 times in 2021 with their BMW 325i. That runs in class V4, by the way. And it's normally pretty well populated V4. There are 9 cars on the entry today. They've adopted car number 1 because they're the champions, but they would normally be running with a number that starts with a 7 and is 3 digits, because everybody else in their class, 727, 734, all the way up to 749. But set for a good dice, I think, in V4, which we will try and cover. Another countdown board is displayed to everybody in the starting Gruppe 1, or Startergruppe 1. But it definitely seems to be, in the championship overall, a duel between Adrenaline Motorsport Team Altsner Automotive with Danny Brink and Philip Lyson, and then the WNS Motorsport crew of Daniel Blickel, Tom Scheerbart and Max Kronberg. Although Daniel Zils and Philip Stahlschmidt are sort of waiting in the wings, and they are back again today in a V2T car. And in the 6-hour race, those 2 drivers, along with Christopher Rink, finished second, but lost points to their nearest rivals. And remember, the classes, or rather the points, are delivered out as to where you finish in each of the classes. And there are so many classes. We've talked a lot about SP9, but further down the order, you've got V6 for production cars with a 3-litre engine, or over a 3-litre engine up to 3.5. V5 is for 2.5 litre to 3 litre. V23, which is for cars slightly smaller with turbochargers. H2, which is for cars that are essentially Renault Clios, 4 Clios in H2. There's an all BMW class for the M240i's. And there must be 20 odd different classes, and you get your points depending on where you finish within each class. So even if you might be 101st overall, you might still have won your class. The cars are now on their green flag lap, so this is a chance to get familiarised again with the racetrack. The conditions, as Snowy was mentioning, haven't actually changed from qualifying, so less of an issue there. But an indication on the times. Now that's interesting, because a 7:53.5, I mentioned it was about a 3.5 second gap between the first 2 times, but it's not. It's actually much, much closer than that. And the number 5 car will be starting alongside the number 30 machine. So a slight adjustment. I wonder whether there may have been some confusion as to some deleted times, maybe. But it does look like the front row is a Porsche from Fricadelli Racing, alongside, in actual fact, the 5 Phoenix Racing Audi, yes, of Vincent Kolb and Frank Stippler. And it's much tighter, tenths of seconds between the qualifying times from the front 2 cars.
I mean, must remember, whilst the cars are on the formation out there, there's one other class we haven't mentioned, of course, is the Commentators' Cup.
Oh, yes.
And we have a new entry for this 8th round, which is your good self, JP. So you come in with 0 success ballast. I've got some ballast on that one. It does get reset each round, but at this point, I think starting this particular race, we had Nick Damon on one that's doing the Creventic round, who just became arbitrary, rude, and just wiped points out, and I think he just took charge, went to his head a bit.
Yeah,
bit of power went to his head. So I think we'll start again for this one, Johnny. I think we're 1 point each there, so you definitely get one for Barbarossa.
Thank you.
I think you definitely get a point for that.
Yeah, I might have lost one though for giving you incorrect qualifying times, but I've got them now, so I'm going to get that point back straight away.
I think we can call that a rookie error in NLS. That's fine. Given
just a couple of wheels on the grass.
Yeah, exactly. You're not experienced with this series, so you've done other stuff. But so I think we'll just sort of glaze over that one. But I think it's 1 point each this before we start the race. That's a nice a point each in qualifying. 4 hours to go, and we'll keep you updated on the Twitter feed as to what the Commentators' Cup is. That's not a good start with number 6, Mercedes on the grass on the outlap. That's the Haupt Racing entry. I'm not sure whether Hubert Haupt is at the wheel that or Manuel Metzger in that car to start with, but it's had a little spin at the end of the Vidal. Is it the Vidal chicane now? Is it just
yes.
Onto the well, certainly I didn't know if there was any tyre marks or anything like that, but it was on the grass facing the wrong way, so not what you want to be doing on the outlap. That said, if you're going to do it anywhere, do it on the Grand Prix circuit where there's plenty of runoff.
Well, that's true.
2 corners later would have been Sabine Schmidt's curve, and we've already identified that. There is no runoff there. There is literally no runoff. It's a barrier. And if ever there were, I think a pinch point is a complete undersell of what that corner is now. It's a focus that you're about to get onto this bit. So a little indiscretion there for the Haupt Mercedes number 6 on the formation lap. So all facing the right way now, no damage done, and rejoin, so should be able to retake his position. But I would love to be a fly on the wall for the radio conversations in that entry.
It's Hubert Haupt, Manuel Metzger, Patrick Assenheimer. They qualified in 10th in SP Pro, well, overall, and a little higher, therefore, in SP Pro, because there are 2 Pro-Am cars ahead of that machine, one of which is the pole-sitting car. That's actually Pro-Am, but Julian Andlauer is so fast, he's outpaced everybody, but the actual difference in time between the 753.5 and the 753.7 is a massive 0.198 of a second, so 0.2 of a second, not the 3.5 that I was suggesting earlier on. Your point about being able to resume position should be just about valid. What I don't know is if you fall to the back of your starting group, does that mean you can't then retake your position? But he wasn't anywhere close to doing that, so should be fine. I have to say that's quite a delicate thing to be doing, though, on the Nordschleife itself, because you talked about how narrow the track is. When you're trying to pick up places to get back to 10th, you want to make sure that the guys that you're overtaking know that you're there and know what you're doing, because the chance of some contact is very, very high indeed. The second batch of cars, no, the third batch of cars, will be headed by the BMW M2 CS racing machines, topped by 875, which is the FK Performance Motorsport M2 for Marc Eret, Moritz Oberheim and Nico Otto. I wonder whether I can give you... No, not easily. I can give you the qualifying driver for that, but the time was an 8:47.152 nevertheless. And second in Cup 5 will be a little further down for the 870 Adrenaline Motorsport Team Alzner automotive car for Francesco Merlini, Yannick Fubrich and David Griesner. But the front end of the first group will have Julian Andlauer and Klaus Abelin in the Fricadelli Racing Team. We can give you starting drivers just as soon as they begin their first run to the first corner, basically. But the starting drivers aren't being triggered on our timing system quite yet, which is a little annoying, but there we are. We can live with it for the formation lap. Phoenix Racing is qualifying in second, as I say, 0.2 of a second shy of Julian Andlauer's time. That will have been Frank Stippler, and he shares that car with Vincent Kolb. That's an SP9 Pro car. Then the BMW Junior team of Daniel Harper, Max Hesse, Neil Verhagen in their M6 GT3. Car 44 did a 754.7. Fourth place, the 35 Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW, a 756.9 for Jörg Müller, sharing with Dennis Fetzer and Thomas Neubauer. Another Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW, number 34, did a 757.0 for Christian Krognes, David Pittard, Ben Tuck. 25 is a Pro-Am car for Achim Tyson and Nico Menzel. Their Uber Motorsport Porsche starts 6th. Then the first of the Car Collection Motorsport Audis, the Lion Speed by Car Collection, number 23, Patrick Kolb, Nico Müller, Patrick Niederhauser. 8th place for the Aston Martin, number 21, the Aston Martin Vantage GT3, and a first factory appearance in the top class for 3 years. And it's Niki Team and Maxime Martin driving that. Manthey Racing's Porsche for Michael Ammermuller and Michael Christensen, 911. That car won the 6 hours 2 weeks ago and starts 9th, so they might be a bit disappointed by the qualifying time there, 757.557. And in 10th position will be the Haupt Racing Team Bilstein Mercedes that had the slight spin at the Vidal chicane a moment or two ago. Hubert Haupt, Manuel Metzger and Patrick Assenheimer to start from 10th position, Snowy.
Yeah, just looking at the rules there, thank you to Time Certain Clock. It's always very helpful with things. He's checking the rules out for us on the Twitter feed. Thank you, RSL @_studio. you have until a certain part of the lap to marshal's post on the formation lap to get back to your position, i.e. the grid needs to be formed up and set in that particular batch, whether it be 1, 2 or 3 at a certain point. Where that exact post is, I will tell you in a moment. So if you talk amongst yourselves, it's marshal post 198, i.e. the Dottinger Hohe, as I thought it would be.
Right.
Yeah, so basically, I think 198 is the beginning of the Dottinger Hohe. So if you're not back in position by there, you have to maintain where you are, because that's when they want everything on the Dottinger Hohe. Largely because if you think about it, we described it before, it's probably the straightest part of the Nordschleife.
Yes.
But it's also where they do the last bit of heavy weaving to get the heat into the tyres and the brakes, etc., before they go. So you don't want people coming through in that order there. So basically, by the time you get to the Dottinger Hohe, marshal post 198, beginning there, the cars are ready to start the race. That's the sequence. There should be no changes then. So you've got to get on with it and get it done by then. But I'm sure that'll be done. But thank you, Time Certain Clock, for clarifying that for us. It saved us looking at it, and you can do things like read a rule book. I mean, fancy trying to ask a racing driver to read a rule book.
Yeah, you're fighting a losing battle there.
I think you've got more chance of getting fuel in the UK.
That's a very good point. Yeah, Time Certain Clock, thank you for all of the tweetage. Keep it coming, because there's bound to be stuff that we've missed. As the cars in the first starting group are they're beyond the Vauxhall now, I reckon, and heading into one of the lower portions of the track, uphill at Bergwerk and towards Kesselchen. So about halfway round-ish.
Yep. You're spot on.
With the carousel a couple of corners away. So they'll go through Kesselchen, they'll go through the left-hand kink, so it's more of a kink actually, there's that definite braking area, and turning through Klostertal, and then heavily on the brakes.
It is at race speed, for sure.
Yeah.
That Kesselchen bit is just it's squeaky fast, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, but I mean, do you think in a GT3 car you actually do hit the brake at Klostertal? Or are you so reliant on, or so confident in the aero, that you can just be there flat? Maybe a lift.
I would suggest it's possibly a left foot blend.
Okay, just to balance the car.
Yeah, just to balance. Just keep the weight on the nose, and just a confidence blend.
Yeah.
Possibly not a lift, because that costs time, but just keep that nose down, because it is mighty quick up that bit.
Kesselchen's easily flat. Klostertal, I'm not sure about that.
I thought you were going to say Kesselchen's easy then.
No, it's not
easily flat. I was going to say, okay, that's a brave statement.
The one thing that you've got in your favour is it's uphill, so you've already got some resistance. You know, there's no way you can go as fast as you might be able to through, where's it go really bonkers? Brunchen and Flansgarten. I mean, Flansgarten's ridiculous.
Have you ever sat in the office seat of a GT3 car?
No. No, I'm quite happy in my...
arranged during the winter, I can tell.
I'm quite happy in my commentary box seat, thank you, watching everybody else make mistakes, and I can pick them up on them then.
Me included.
Oh, I wouldn't have done that
me making mistakes, yes.
No mistakes from me, apart from the fact that I got all the times wrong from qualifying, but we've forgotten about that.
See, I wasn't going to mention that again. I'd moved on for your benefit, your professionalism. I'd just moved on from that, but I don't think there's any.
This is just noise in my ears now from you. I can't compute. SPX, not many cars in that, as mentioned, 2 in fact, and the Philipp Eng and Augusto Farfus BMW will start from 12th position, the BMW M4 GT3. The Manthey Racing Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car for Uwe Altzen and Marco Holzer in the camouflage livery, car 51, will start from 20th position. And I'm looking for then class leaders in the first group. Cup X. Not sure whether we get Cup X in the first start group or the second start group, but on overall times, the Teichmann Racing KTM Crossbow qualified in 18th position, which is a spectacular effort from Daniel Bohr, Reinhard Koffler and Timo Mulisch. So their Cup X 910 car, 18th fastest from the 920, also a Teichmann Racing entered KTM for Hendrik Still, Konstantin Scholl and Jeroen Bleekemolen in the 920. That's going to go well once the Dutchman takes over, and you sense that maybe Jeroen will be installed for the final stint and a bit, quite possibly. I'm interested that Janine Schaffner in the number 9 car entered as a solo driver. So there is no Moritz Krantz, according to the information from qualifying this morning. So Janine in for a very busy afternoon, doing all of the driving. I suppose that takes some confusion away in that you don't have to worry about driver changes. But there is, and drive time, no, won't come into it because it's only a 4-hour race. So the Get Speed Mercedes, driven entirely by the American. SP5, SP6, SP7, has that all now become basically one class? Because I noticed that Snow, you might be able to help me out with this. SP5 plus SP6 plus SP7, are they just now lumping all of those classes into one division? Because that's how it's listed on my screen.
I believe you are correct in that, yes. Yep.
Because, okay, so SP7, even though we've got only one SP5 and one SP6 for a Subaru, the SP5 car is a Subaru BRZ RR, and the 211 Hoffa Racing car is a BMW M3, and that gets lumped in with the Porsche Cup cars. There's even a Cayman in there as well, I noticed, an SP7 Cayman GT4 CS. So that's a sort of come one, come all type class now within SP7.
Yeah, and different. So we've got our different starter groups we mentioned. Three of those, 1, 2, and 3, unsurprisingly, but red, yellow, and black, as in the German flag. Starter group 1 has 40 cars in, so that's the first group to go, and that has our SP4T, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, SP10, SPX, SP Pro, and ATG. Second group to go, 44 cars with SP3T, VT2, TCR, Cup 3, and Cup X. Highest number there being the Cup 3 cars, 17. I forgot to say that in the SP9's got the highest number of entries, 18. I thought it was 19 on the entries, but 18 starting. And starter group 3 is the V5, V4, V6, SP4, VT3, H2, and Cup 5, and the BMW M240i's. That has fairly low numbers in that. There's 39 cars in total, but most of them are sort of, the highest number is V4 category with 9 cars starting in that one. We're not far off the start of our penultimate VLN of 2021, which I find really hard to believe actually that we've already reached that stage, but we are there. 4 hours of racing to go. Lots to play for. New Aston Martin, I think, will be up there in the mix. It did qualify 8th off the top of my head. I think it is the 8th Nicky team in that car to start with. They're on the Dottinger Hoa now, so they'll be back in the field up, as it were, getting ready to come out through the Tiergarten and a rolling start, and then we get onto the GP circuit. One of the amazing runs that Dottinger Hoa is, as the cars, all their headlights are blazing, weaving out, getting that final bit of heat into the sidewalls of those tyres, into the discs, etc., getting the cars ready to start this 4 hours of racing.
And the one thing that stands out to me in the domestic rounds is that we are yet to see an Audi take a win this year. The first 2 races, being NLS 2 and 3, were Porsches. 911 won the first race, which was race 2, remember, but 911 won the first race for Kevin Estre, Lars Kerr, Michael Christensen. Then it was Earl Bamber and Mathieu Jaminet for round 3 in a Porsche. Then 3 BMW wins on the bounce for Dan Harper, Max Hesse, Neil Verhagen, who went on to win the next race as well. But a change in driver lineup for the 3rd BMW win on the bounce, which was Christian Krognes, David Pittard and Ben Tuck. And then the 6-hour race was won by a Porsche again, Christensen, Estre and Kern, who had won the opening round. But that Audi for Phoenix Racing is the first GT3 Pro car, SP9 Pro car on the grid, because remember, Fricadelli, even though Julien Anlau is an incredible race driver, I'm expecting the Fricadelli Porsche to fade because it's a Pro-Am entry. Klaus Abelin will be doing half the driving. Their focus is winning the Pro-Am division in car number 30. So effectively, in the SP9 Pro cars, it is an Audi on pole. And this is a great chance for Phoenix Racing to put things right. Pole position-wise, we have had an Audi out front when Patrick Kolb and Patrick Niederhauser put their Audi R8 on pole position for NLS 4. So we know that Audi R8s do have good speed at times. It's a question of hooking it all up for the next 4 hours.
A mere 4 hours, we said casually. Yes.
Exactly, and there is so much for these drivers to encounter through the course of the next 240 minutes, probably 3 pit stops, unless something fairly chaotic kicks off. When will the first runners make their stop? The pace is now dictated by Julian Andlauer. It's quite an untidy start with still red lights on the starting gantry because they've already started racing. But the red lights are out now, and a good getaway then from Julian Andlauer. You'll be able to confirm starting drivers as they head into the first couple of corners. The full Mercedes arena is in use today, as with all NLS races, and the BMW that started in third position looks to me to have bagged second, at least initially. Audi dropping to third, but now back up to, well, dropping to fourth actually, but back up to third position for Frank Stippler as the Aston Martin tries to muscle its way further up the order. Good to see that the Bilstein-sponsored Mercedes did retake its position for Hubert Howard, Manuel Metzger and Patrick Assenheimer. So that yellow and blue Mercedes started in 10th. But the leader is Julian Andlauer for Fricadelli Racing from, in second position, a BMW, and I think it's the 44 Junior team car, with in third spot Frank Stippler for Phoenix in the all-blue number 5 Audi. Snowy.
Yeah, an extraordinary start there. We didn't think the Fricadelli Porsche would hold. I know you said it might well fade, but I didn't think it would even. I thought the Audi was the big loser there. I think it is indeed. Maybe it was pit op, but I think you're right. It could be the BMW Junior team, the car that started P3 back into second place already. And that's the Daniel Harper, Max Hesse and Neil Verhagen car, which has had some stunning runs earlier in the season. In the outgoing M6, for heaven's sake. Let's remember that the new M4 is behind this at the moment. The outgoing M6, it's not going down without a fight, is it?
No. Well, the balance of performance will be helping it, of course, because that is marginally adjusted through the course of the year. Even though it's an older car, it's definitely given a good platform in order to fight newer cars like the Porsche 911 GT3. So starting Group 2, now arriving into the chicane at the end of the lap into Tiergarten, and those cars are about to get started officially. KTM's at the front of the field. The two Teichmann Racing entered KTM crossbows in their own class, remember, and they qualified quite a way apart. I was surprised by the difference in times for the two, essentially track day cars.
I think one of them had an issue in qualifying. It was parked at the side of the track during qualifying.
Well, 9.10 should have the inside line, gets the slightly better getaway with 9.20 up alongside. And then a load of Porsche Caymans as well, turning right too. Everybody safely through the first couple of corners. So the Caymans will be, I reckon, Cup 3, and starting at the head of the order in Cup 3, the Mühlner Motorsport Porsche Cayman. Well, that's the right colours for Mühlner Motorsport, the blue and the white for Torsten Young and Oscar Sandberg, with the G-Tech Competition 718 Cayman GT4 Club Sport not very far away for Jan-Jaap van Roon, Patrick Gruter and Fabio Grossa are the three drivers in that Class A Cup 3 car. And then the Schmickler Performance, powered by Ravenol Cayman GT4 Club Sport for Horst Baumann, Kai Riemer and Moritz Wiskirchen, who start number 75. The KTM's really getting into their stride. There's no competition for them regarding everybody else in starting Group 2. So they have jetted off into the distance and leave the Mühlner Motorsport Porsche Cayman out front from... Is that another Cayman just behind? Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Not Cayman, KTM rather.
KTM, yeah.
So the third KTM in the batch might be another Teichmann Racing car. Yes, it is, for Georg Griesemann, Mike Runefart and Yves Volter. So that 930 Teichmann Racing car, which might have been the one that had the problem actually, so qualified slightly out of position, is now working its way up the order. As starting Group 3 now arrives at Tiergarten, still trying to keep a close eye on what's going on, of course, at the head of the order. I don't think many people are going to be able to get past Julian Andlauer, considering his qualifying pace on this opening lap. And Frank Stippler had already lost a position down to third in the Phoenix Racing Audi with the BMW Junior team. We think plugging the gap between the two front row starters, as now principally a BMW 240i Benefit gets going in the starting Group 3. So quite a number of 240i's qualifying at the sharp end.
6 of them at the front. Yeah.
652 best qualifier for Jake Dennis, and Nicholas Cruton, with Michael Schrei, Michael Fisher and Marcus Fisher trying to hang on to the coattails in car number 700. But I always enjoy what was the M235i battle, and probably 2 years ago became the 240i's, but it's just as close, Snowy, and these cars can stay as close as this 9 times out of 10 for the full 4 hours. So they're charging their way now into the right-hander. You're looking at Jake Dennis. Well, I know him as a DTM driver for Aston Martin, for our Motorsport,
Bathurst, etc.
Exactly.
Again, proving that though, driving a different category car, go and learn the Nordschleife. It's all data. It's all information there in the bank. He's a gold-rated driver. He's 26 years old as well, so he could almost be in a junior team, couldn't he? Sickening.
Annoying. And Nicholas Cruton is a bit of a talent as well. Nicholas is in the Michelin Road to Le Mans, the Le Mans Cup, I'm pretty sure. Certainly part of ELMS weekends. Or is he? No, I think he's actually in LMP3 in the European Le Mans Series, and doing very well in the championship. So that's an interesting couple of drivers to get on board your BMW 240i. Not surprising to see that qualifying so well, and currently leading the field as the Adrenaline Motorsport liveried BMW, car number 1, who are defending champions and very close to taking another title, heads through onto the hats and back. And there is a course vehicle, a circuit vehicle, being called already in the direction of hats and back. And that is not normal procedure unless there has been some sort of incident. So we'll try and get you more word on that, unless, of course...
Another one appearing as well, coming up to the Vidal chicane. Another one, the Audi Q SUVs coming over at a fair pace. We'll just see where that goes to, but not quite sure what's caused that. Just this gap we're saying, these starting groups 1, 2 and 3. The race started 4.5 minutes ago before the third group started their race. So the GT3 cars are 4.5 minutes down the road, virtually half a lap through already. We say that's what we mean about getting their lap in while they can.
So the 30 car leads the way from the number 34 BMW. So you were quite right that it is the Valkenhorst Motorsport car, and quite possibly David Pittard with another one of his electric starts, getting away really well. It is Frickadelli from Valkenhorst, from the chasing Phoenix Audi of Frank Stidler, I'm going to say, that he's been put in for the opening stint. So we've got one of each of the 3 big manufacturers represented in this race in the top 3 already. Porsche from BMW, from Audi, as the Aston Martin is just nerfed out of a position to fight into Tiergarten by the BMW that is part of the junior team, I'm going to say. Try and catch the number. That is that car that started so well on the grid, car 44, but has lost time on this opening lap for whatever reason, running now in 5th position as they cross the line, Snowy.
Well, Pittard done one of his ordinary, normal laps. It's de rigueur, almost what he does. So I think I'll get a point towards the commentator's cut for that one.
Very good. Get him in the bag early.
You're not disagreeing. I'm stunned.
No, it's fine.
I did that to see how you disagree, but you didn't. I'm not sure about this. I think our executive producer, Kerry Cobb, will have a final say on that, as to whether we're allowed these points on. But it's 2-1 so far. That's quite impressive. The Aston Martin running in 6th. You say it's up 2 places already. Did start 8th, so it's up in 6th place now. So that's a nice start. Or was that the 2? I'm looking at something else. I think it's 6th. I'm sure it was 6th.
6th place for
21, am I right? Have I credited 2 places there?
You may have done.
I'm
I'm counting them through now on our tracker.
If it is, that'll be my Aston bias kicking in without me realising.
It's behind the 44 car, which has not started too well and is in 5th. So yes, it is in 6th place.
Yes, it has made 2 places then.
Yeah, gained 2 from the starting grid, indeed. You're not supposed to have favourites, Snowy.
I said bias, I didn't say favourite.
Yeah, but you went, that's a good start.
Well,
8th to 6th. Do that again. Be in the top 4.
Well, it's the brand I've raced the most, and my apologies. It's in the DNA.
I think I might have to take a point away for that.
Oh, here we go. It's starting already. Yeah.
So they're on to the hats and back again, and Julian Anlauer is not for catching, as suspected. The 23 car pursuing the Aston Martin onto hats and back. and giving it no reason or no way of kind of letting up. There's just chucked into the face now of the Lion Speed by car collection Audi R8. You can hear the screaming 5.2 litre V10 that is in the middle of this car in the background. So being stressed to within an inch of its life. But these engines now are so well built and so well designed that they can comfortably do 24 hours, let alone 4. This is a mere walk in the park for these cars as they head now onto the really fast stuff through Flutplatz, Schwedenkreuz, and down towards Arenberg, which is a definite hard stop. The right-hander, so tricky to get right. Well, there's plenty of overtaking opportunity, though, into that part of the circuit. This time, though, the 23 car collection Audi isn't quite close enough. On its tail is the number 6 Mercedes, I reckon, which had its moment on the formation lap. So that's tucked in behind car 27. Heading down into the foxhole with maybe a little bit of ground made up that time by the number 34 BMW with David Pittard, we think, at the wheel. And there's now been an incident, though, early on in the lap. We were sort of preempting this, to be honest, when that course vehicle was called, or it looked like it was called after starting Group 3 went through, because there is now a code 120 on the left-hand kink onto the Hatzenbach. So after the road bridge, the 2 left-handers, one to take you off the Grand Prix circuit and one to get you onto the Hatzenbach properly. And the 120 is in place for that second turn with a green flag immediately after it.
That's the car 180, the Team VSL Rennsport M4 with Stefan Bayer, Helke Eichenberg and Torsten Kratz. Not quite sure who started that, which one of the 3, but it's a number 180 car there. Anglo-Belgian and French entry. I think it's just stopped.
Maybe.
Rather than actually gone off, or when it's no barrier repairs and whatever. It is our first code of the race already. It's just a matter of minutes in. It is a 120 at the moment, so not a full 160, just a 120.
Yeah, I mean, it's fairly slow speed anyway. So, and as you say, with the car likely off the road, then as long as everyone is heeding the warnings on the approach, probably doesn't need to be much slower than a 120, and that's down to marshal discretion and, of course, command from race control as well. We're not going to be very far away from the race leaders catching up with traffic, with 621 going at its normal pace. 621 will be in one of the V classes. No, it's an H2 car, I beg your pardon, a Renault Clio for Moritz Omer and David Novakovsky. And 621 going to have to pay attention to the door mirrors very, very shortly, because Julian Andlauer, together with David Pittard in the number 34 car, will be homing in as the 120 speed limit gets slightly longer this time. So extends back to the previous left-hander as well. But the race leaders, there's something else happened at Uhr Act as well, with a yellow flag being displayed. And that is the area of the track where the leaders are heading to very shortly. Might be an opportunity, perhaps, for the 34 BMW to close up a bit of time for Valkenhorst Motorsport. Only marginally. And if anything, looks like the Phoenix Racing Audi, number 5, is just losing a little bit of ground here in the early stages. Perhaps again showing why Porsche and BMW have been so strong in the results to date, and that Audi, having started from the front row, slipped to third, and to me, don't seem to be able to carry the speed quite as well as the 2 cars up ahead. However, having said that, interestingly, on my tracker, the 34 car looks to have lost a bit of ground now. I'm not sure whether that's what's happened in reality. No, it's catching that time back up again now. So maybe just a slight error with the GPS. It is still there in second position for car 34, the Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW, and very much in touch with Julian Andlauer. And when you think about, as I was mentioning, the Fricadelli Racing Porsche is a Pro-Am entry because Klaus Aberlin is bronze rated. So once Klaus gets on board, he won't be able to produce the same sort of times as Julian Andlauer. And let's face it, not a lot of people can. He is, by so many measurements, the class of a lot of entry lists, Julian Andlauer, and I wasn't surprised to see his name at the sharp end after qualifying today. So that car is naturally going to fade just as soon as Aberlin does some driving, and that will leave the 34 BMW out front, which is a full pro lineup.
Yeah, I mean, it's no disgrace not to match those times, to say the very least. I know you mentioned that the balance of performance would be helping that outgoing M6 BMW, but it is still mighty that it's right up there still. And of course, the junior car. We're not quite sure why that one dropped down the orders, but those M6s there, you kind of expect the new car to come along and it's an evolution, and it's just move the benchmark along. I remember years ago when the 550 Ferrari came out and it did its first race, and we all just looked at it and just went, it's Ferrari o'clock, as in that's the car to have. And that was the 550. The 575 moved it up again. Same with this, the M6, they use a different platform, the M4. You expect the M4 to come out and just blitz it. Well, it hasn't quite yet. And the M6 it's still saying, do you know what? I'm not quite ready to be retired yet. And it's where else can we race these cars afterwards? And wouldn't it be great to see those cars out in different series and rather than just retired and put it to one side? But fantastic job. Audi's just never thought I'd say this, but just haven't quite hooked it all up in a race this year yet. And that's, I think it's just one of those things. It's almost the perfect storm. It just hasn't happened. Really surprising. Normally Audi right up there. You say front row, just right under third. But good to see the Fricadelli Porsche right out at the front, the local car. The meatball Porsche, number 30, leading.
Yeah, and Julian Andlauer doing a real strikingly good job at the front of the order with the green detailing. So green rear wing end plates, door mirrors, highlights around the lights as well, with running in second position the BMW from Valkenhorst Motorsport. And I just wonder whether other times just starting to favour the BMW a little bit. Very impressive to be matching Julian Andlauer's opening run, at least, as now they head up the hill towards the Vidal chicane, where that moment for the number 6 Mercedes happened. And Hubert Haupt and Manuel Metzger, joined by a third driver this weekend. There was a difficult moment to witness a couple of seconds ago when there was a Renault Clio that got completely swamped by a Ferrari and an unidentified GT car down the left-hand side, but it got swallowed up with the car left and right of it. Thankfully, the Clio just continued on minding its own business, breathe in and hope that all of the loud noises left and right fade or end in a moment or two. And thankfully, there was no contact there. So it is David Pittard as confirmed. We can now bring you starting drivers, which is a bit of information we were ferreting around for a little while there. Frank Stippler, as predicted, in the number 5 Phoenix Racing Audi, running in third. Nico Menzel running in fourth position in the number 25 car for Philipp Neufer and Achim Tyson. They will be joining the Uber Motorsport Porsche a little bit later on in that Pro-Am entry, but Nico Menzel, the qualifying driver, doing the opening stint. And then it is the 44 car which loses 3 places from where it qualified, of Neil Verhagen, with Dan Harper and Max Hesse still to come there, but that's an all-pro lineup as well. Maxime Martin wasting no time at all in overtaking a couple of cars on the opening lap, and the Aston Martin Vantage GT3, car 21, so qualified 8th, now running 6th, ahead of the number 23 of Car Collection, or Lion Speed by Car Collection to give it its full name. Car 23 was started by Patrick Niederhauser. Then it's Manuel Metzger who had the spin in the number 6 Haupt Racing Team Bilstein Mercedes. In 9th position is the 35 car for Thomas Neubauer, and then in 10th place it is the Pro-Am entry for car 39, driven by Mr. Shimkowiak, with Amar Muller, Treps moving up to GT3 from GT4, and Philipp Eng in the 55 SPX car 11th, 12th and 13th. Can't be too far away from welcoming the starting group number 1 cars back to the end of their second lap, but they are very much in traffic now on this second run through Exmulus. They're about halfway around lap 3 now. And yeah, good getaway from Andlauer, but the key thing is that David Pittard is keeping the Frenchman very much honest, Snowy. And actually, it was a better lap last time around for David Pittard. That was the first of the flying laps, a 7:54.1 for Andlauer, a 7:53.2 for Pittard. So my sensation on the visual side of things was that the BMW closed up a touch, and that's proven on the timing screen as well.
It certainly is. We were saying about these lap times. I mean, they're doing, sub 8 minutes already. What are we talking? It's a 7:54 for our leading car. Fastest lap of the race says 7:53.2 already for the second place car. That's the Pittard. I said he was Pitbull Pittard, didn't I, at the start of this? He has a bit of a habit of this. Getting that Valkenhorst number 34 entry, the M6, the outgoing M6, and it's fastest lap of the race so far. By comparison, it's contemporary. The replacement car is in with Thomas Eng at the wheel, is running in 13th at the moment, and that's it's an 8:02.
But that'll have more weight on it, won't it?
Absolutely. I mean, and it's an experimental car. It's not sorted yet. This is about data collection and proving it works. Because it'll be higher than that at the end. I'm almost certain of that. There's my first prediction of the day.
I mean, Valkenhorst Motorsport are a customer team to BMW, aren't they? They're paying BMW for the cars to say, right, we will drum up our, the sponsorship and the money from the family, Valkenhorst family, to go racing. And BMW don't want to upset them, and other customers too. They've got the junior team, of course, which have strong ties to the factory team. But when you turn up with a brand new car, which isn't even legal yet in terms of competition, the last thing you want to be doing is then outpacing the current car with the new machine when they're just really here for testing. So that's the reason why the SPX car might flirt with the lower order of the top 10, but shouldn't go any quicker than that. And that's no reflection on the two drivers that they've chosen, because Philippe Eng and Augusto Farfus are BMW through and through. Although if you go back far enough, Augusto Farfus was definitely an alpha man in his touring car days, and then moved on into BMWs after that. The 55 car then is the new M4, and is that the better of the two SPX cars? Yes, because the Porsche that is being driven by Uwe Altzen and Marco Holzer, a brand new 911 GT3 Cup car, the 992 iteration, car 51, is running in 22nd place right now. Class leaders, well, when you put together SP5, 6 and 7 together, it is the 69 car that leads that for Robin Czersanowski. He'll be joined by Kirsten Jodexnis and Peter Schmarmach later on in the race. And in second position in that class is the Peter Bonk and Marco van Ramshorst car, but it is Bonk currently driving that, and second in class, 26th overall. Very busy at the Kleiner Carousel with the yellow and blue Bilstein sponsored Mercedes trying to get through some slower traffic, and the Audi ahead is that the 35 car collection Audi? No, it's because that's a Valkenhorst BMW, so I'm struggling to identify the Audi that is just right in front of it. It'll be the 23 Lion Speed by Car Collection Motorsport Audi for
Patrick Niederhauser.
So Niederhauser and Metzger are getting very close to one another, and they're now on the Dottinger Hohe. 6 is close enough to 23 for Metzger to be picking up that toe now and maybe helping the overtake to happen.
Don't think he's quite close enough to do it on this lap. Of course, I'll be proven wrong when they pop out of Tiergarten now to our side. The Mercedes ahead, but I don't think it was quite close enough now. But into the thick of the back markers now. Back markers always seems a wrong way of saying it, but the different cars starting group 3, probably starting group 2 now already. So this is where it gets really, really busy for the Freisinger Porsche. Now, interestingly, a stop and go penalty for a jump start. For which car, Johnny? The leading car, number 30, the Freisinger. I keep saying Freisinger, I've got this in my head now. It's a Fricadelli Porsche, and I keep wanting to say Freisinger. I'm going back to my days, aren't I? Is that points away? I'll say it now, I'll just take the points away now.
If you hadn't drawn attention to it, I wouldn't have even considered.
Well,
But, I mean, I did comment on that at the time. I wondered what Julian Andlauer was quite up to, because he was already racing coming out of Tiergarten, even though the lights on the gantry were red. And you've got to maintain... Oh, nearly the 23 has its nose cut off there, and that will enable the number 6 Mercedes of Metzger to get through. Was that the Audi or not?
No, that was the Ferrari.
It's a... Well,
Sure.
no, it's a car that's on a similar pace. Is there a Nissan in this race that maybe the Mercedes was catching? You know, it's a BMW. It's a BMW. I've just seen it now from the lower angle. Tricky to tell the cars apart from the helicopter shot, I have to say, with all the sponsorship on the top. But it is an M6 BMW, so quite possibly the 39 that was trying to get through.
Yeah, but it was the Racing 139 Ferrari 488 that slowed all that process up and got caught around the back markers, and that allowed the Mercedes just to get in the way, to caught the BMW out. They're now together, and that Ferrari struggling with rear grip there, going onto the Nordschleife, going out through the double left of Sabine Schmetzger. The Mercedes all over the back of them. Whether that was just getting the power down too soon, he can't surely have had rear tyre issues already at this stage of the race. We're only, we're not even 30 minutes in. We're 27 minutes into the race. I'll be very surprised if that Patch 1 Ferrari has got issues. That was a car that shone a little bit last year, but again, it's just faded. This is the 39 car AM lineup, a 488 GT3 car. It's the previous generation car. Christian Kohlhaas, I believe, is at the wheel of that car at the moment, I believe.
They've had a look at the starts for the other two groups, and certainly I've just seen a message for starting Group 3, which requires no further action. But the start of starting Group 1 was questionable for me, because you're supposed to maintain the speed set by the pace car, hence its name. And even though you're the pole sitter, you don't just go. You have to wait for the red lights to be extinguished before, and that's the signal for the start of the race, before you can then start going at race speed. And for me, Andlauer, who should have been level with, or allowing Frank Stippler to be level with him, did not. He just shot off like the proverbial rat up a drainpipe and disappeared into the distance. So has been pinged for that, I'm afraid to say. And a car that I thought was going to fade anyway, because it's in the Pro-Am category, is definitely going to be taken out of the equation now. And that will leave David Pittard out front with a sizable lead, actually, over Frank Stippler in the number 5 Audi and Nico Menzel in car 25.
But talking to David Pittard, it's team car. Thomas Neubauer is in the pit already in the number 35 Valkenhorst BMW. That's already in the pit, and that's not scheduled. So I don't know what's happened, why that car has had to pit. We'll keep an eye out and get some updates on that one for us. But it's out again. Obviously, no driver change at this point. It's lapping at a good time. Pittard is still the fastest lap of the race so far. 7:53.2 for number 34 David Pittard. Unsurprisingly set on his first lap. 3 laps completed, all the way down to 35th place. Is now completed 3 laps equally. The battle between this Ferrari and Mercedes is intriguing me, Johnny. This is the number 39 car, and
bit of a squeeze for the 911 Porsche. Had to get between 2 Clios there, and there's a BMW. The M4 is tucked in behind as well.
New car, yeah,
brand new car.
To add now.
They don't want to add any dents to that quite yet, but that's a tough place to be squeezing through. They're down at the lowest point of the circuit, aren't they? At I think it's round at Exmuller, actually.
No, it was over Adenauer Bridge and into Adenauer Falls. That was just down there, I'm sure.
Okay. Why am I feeling? Yeah, okay. Well, it's the run down the hill to the lower portion of the circuit. So they're maybe at Versifen, and now stretching their legs into the fast bit. They've just gone through Bergwerk, and they're now heading up through Kesselchen with the BMW M4 staying onto the coattails of Michael Ammermuller's 911 Grello livery Porsche. But that was the last thing that everybody wanted in that battle, to have to squeeze through a couple of slower hatchbacks. And don't get me wrong, the guys in the H2 class driving those Renault Clios are racing them on their door handles. They could not really be going much faster, but it really did slow down the SP9 battle.
Well, Grello now being
2 Familien. 40 Jahre Firmengeschichte. Unsere Produkte entstehen zu 100% in Deutschland. Mit Herzblut und Hingabe. Wir schaffen den Technologietransfer von der Rennstrecke auf die Straße. Handwerkskunst, Erfahrung für diesen einen Moment. Das ist die Nürburgring Langstrecken Serie. Das ist H&R. Performance made in Germany.
Sicher ans Ziel. Auf allen Straßen, bei jedem Wetter. Mit den zuverlässigen Sommerreifen von Falken. Jetzt Falkenreifen kaufen und Tankgutschein sichern. Weitere Informationen auf tankgutschein.falkenreifen.de. Falkenreifen.
This is RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. You are tuned to the 8th race of 9 of the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series, the NLS, around the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Peter Snowden and me, Johnny Palmer, keeping you company for a very intriguing race, at least from the opening exchanges. We've had 4 and a bit laps of it, with a race leader who will not be the race leader in the next couple of minutes, because Julian Andlauer's Fricadelli Racing Porsche has been pinged for a jump start, which happened 30 minutes later than originally scheduled, remember, because of fog this morning. We couldn't get qualifying underway at the correct time. That ran about 40 minutes late, and eventually the race started 30 minutes late because of the knock-on effect. So we'll be running through till 4:30 local, which will be absolutely fine in terms of daylight hours. Later on in the year might have posed a slight issue, but also noise restrictions don't kick in either, to prevent us from running, I think, through to at least 5 o'clock if necessary, but 4:30 will do it, or just slightly afterwards. And there's a very intriguing fight at the moment between a Ferrari and a Mercedes down at Arenberg corner, which is headed by the Halle Padgett Racing 1 Ferrari, and then the Mann-Filter Mercedes that chases it, which is the 39 entry for team... No, sorry, the Ferrari is the 39. The 6 car is the chasing Haupt Racing Team Bilstein AMG GT3. And that has Manuel Metzger at the wheel. And Metzger, I'd say, of the 2 cars, is marginally quicker. The problem for Metzger is, though, he's tucked in behind the Ferrari 488. with no way through currently. These cars very differently designed. The Mercedes with the big lump out front, which is the 6.2 litre V8, normally aspirated. Ferrari these days, the 488, running as a turbocharged car with a 3.9 litre V8, making a very different noise, and that sits right behind the firewall from the driver's cockpit. So differently designed cars, very different types of performance on the road, but brought beautifully together courtesy of balance of performance. And you have to say, the balance of performance clerk who decides all of this looks to have got things just about bang on, because the Ferrari's finding time in different places from the Mercedes. The Mercedes can catch up a little bit, maybe on the straighter sections. We were concerned, Peter Snowden, about the Ferrari's rear tyres maybe, but that looks to have settled down now, and the car is a lot less wayward.
Yeah, and just notice we've got another pit stop. We've had two already, which is the 27 Patrick Assenheimer Mercedes, and of course the Valkenhorst car is also pitted. That's at the 36 entry. Those two have pitted already, which is a bit early. We've got to serve this drive-through for this penalty, haven't we, for number 30, our race-leading car. Was it a time added at the end, or was it a stop-go?
No, it was labelled on the screen as a stop-go penalty. Yeah.
So they've got to serve that within 3 laps, I think, normally. Now, obviously, 3 laps anywhere else is very different to 3 laps on the Nordschleife. So I'm not sure whether that rule applies exactly the same here as it would do. I think most series it is within 3 laps of the penalty being issued. You need to serve that. But that's because we've got normally a 2-minute lap. 3 laps here could be nearly half an hour. So
yeah,
you could do it in the right way. So we'll do it to your advantage. So the leading car, you say Andlauer, you did mention it, and you called it absolutely spot on, Johnny, that it just looked like he was going with red lights on still, and he had got that. So unfortunately the officials haven't seen it. This battle though for the Ferrari stroke Mercedes honours still rages. This is for 8th place between 39 and 6. Manuel Metzger keeps catching, but he keeps getting caught out by traffic, and we've said this time and time again. We said it earlier, didn't we, that the Nordschleife, it giveth and it taketh, and there's a little bit of traffic. We've got so many classes here, and you suddenly come upon a Clio, and as you say, driving it on its door handle, I think was your phrase. Every right to do that. And this is where the other, the champions come from, these different classes. But you've got these GT3 cars out here, and they've got to keep out of the way. And it's always the faster car's responsibility to get around the slower car on a track, whether it's here, anywhere else. That's what it's got to do. We've got a car slowing on the Dottinger Hohe. I think that looks like a B4 category BMW. I think that's a early and brave call to suggest that at this stage, but
I'm going to suggest it's the 34 BMW that was running in second position, because that is now way down the order. It looks like it's got a big rear wing on it, so it is a GT3 car.
Right rear puncture.
Yeah, so is that Pittard with the pit bull nature maybe pushing a bit too hard? But then again, I wouldn't necessarily expect the rear right to let go first, considering there are far more right-handers around this place. So the stress is down the left-hand side of the car. But whatever the issue, or whatever's caused it, the net result is the same. Is that the race leader?
I think it is.
About to lap the 34 car as
already.
well.
Yeah.
So Fricadelli, Julian Andlauer, surely about to come into the pits to serve the stop-go penalty. Man, I can see why Fricadelli have taken the decision to keep that car out, because Andlauer is finding so much time compared to Frank Stippler. Something was churned up into the air there, just away outside of our camera frame, so I can't tell you exactly what it was. Maybe just some bit of debris, plastic bag perhaps, that was picked up by Julian Andlauer, chucked into the air. Won't have slowed him down at all. And the car driven by Julian Andlauer now comes into the pits. Now Snowy says this is quite early at the end of lap 5 to be making a scheduled pit stop. This for me is more likely to be the stop-go that is going to be served. And remember, you cannot do a pit stop at the same time. So pitting at the end of lap 5, it depends when they wanted to pit the Porsche. Because the other thing is, of course, if you're not allowed to do a standard pit stop, you've got to wait another 25 kilometres before you come in and do a proper fuel stop. It's not like a normal Grand Prix track. And Andlauer's already back out again. That was way too fast for a scheduled pit stop, so that was definitely the stop-go. And there'll be a bit more fuel left in the tank, but probably only to do 2 more laps at the most. So that's rather forced their hand, I would say, at Fricadelli, to say, right, well, we'll do our penalty on at the end of lap 5, and then we can pit on either lap 6 or lap 7. But you won't be able to do many more than 7 laps, considering fuel was required for the formation lap as well.
Manuel Metzger bringing the number 6 Mercedes into the pits as well. That was the one that was having the titanic battle with the 39 Ferrari, blue octane car that stayed out there. So that's battle's seat for the moment. And also 24 into the pits, which is Patrick Cole at the wheel of the Audi R8.
You might be wondering why these cars aren't going all the way into their potential fuel window, because, as I say, the GT3 tank will give you 8 laps in a normal race stint. But that's because as the 34 car arrives on the scene, this is the car that was running in second with David Pittard at the wheel after a really good getaway. And fuel is going in first of all. Then they will pay close attention to the tyres, but they cannot do... I was about to say you cannot do the two together, but I'm getting my ACO rules mixed up with Nürburgring. It's only because the wheel gun wasn't offered to the wheel straight away. But maybe they were making sure that all the equipment was in the right place. That tyre is torn to bits, Snowy.
Yeah, it looks like a complete tyre failure, as opposed to any body contact with anything else. There's nothing peripheral to it. There's a lot of tyre rubber on the bodywork, but that's because of that tyre flailing. It looks like an inner wall has failed on that. I believe there's a driver change as well. This is the 34 car we're talking about, the pro entry from Valkenhorst Motorsport that had David Pittard at the wheel, so I think there's going to be a driver change. I'm sure I witnessed Pittard get out of that car, our British driver, and it's going to be either obviously Ben Tuck, another British driver, or our Norwegian Christian Krohns that will take over the wheel of that. Our race leader has indeed served its penalty for a jump start. Stippler it is that's in second place currently in the number 5 Phoenix Racing Audi. Good to see Audi's back up there. Metzger out, the number 6 entry back out again. Manuel Metzger pitted early and has stayed in Mercedes. Rejoined, he's back out on track. Kolb it is that's still in the pits. He came in, he's currently 12th. This is our 24 entry, which is the line speed by Car Collection R8. And I'm hoping, of course, it's going to hand over to Lorenzo Rocca de Toro Patrick.
Yes, purely because you enjoy saying his name so much.
More to the point that I can say his name.
Well, yeah, that's right.
He's taken a whole winter of practicing that, as I tell you.
Very good. Well, all of it has been worthwhile.
How those winter nights fly by in the Snowden household.
I was about to say that the advantage of pitting earlier is that your stop in the pit can be shorter, because they're all done to minimum reference pit stop times. And if you come in after only, let's say, 4 laps, your pit stop can be half the length compared to coming in at 8 laps. So as long as you can do all the work within the required time, you buy back a bit of time because of that. The problem is the next pit stop will have to be probably after 8 laps, and then you'll lose a bit more time. And then when you get towards the end, the final 70 minutes, if your pit stop is within the final 70 minutes, which everybody will be, then the minimum reference time is referenced to how much of the race there is still to go, rather than the stint you've just completed. So the pendulum swings to completely the reverse. Therefore, if you need to stop with, let's say, a lap to go, I mean, that stop can be lightning fast if necessary. And these rules are all cleverly planned out to make the race as close as possible by the organisers. So those that have pitted after just 5 laps will have been able to do a quicker pit stop than those that pit after 7. And we'll keep you in tune with where we are on the strategy. But Julian Anlauer, we must remember, of course, has now done a pit stop, but it was not for fuel. So he'll end up with, at the end of the race, with an extra stop.
Sure, and just to clarify that, it was the pit stop there, the penalty. Was it a stop and go or a 10-second stationary as well? I think it was just stop and go.
I think it was stop and go.
I think it was stop and go, yes.
10 seconds would be very draconian for a jump start.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. Yeah, I'm sure it was just a stop and go.
Somebody will put me right on the collective at RSL_studio if you think it was 10 seconds, but I have a memory of it being just a simple stop-go penalty. And to be honest, Anlauer reappeared back on the track too quickly for it to have been for a kind of prolonged stop and go. Two BMWs, nose to tail, which started from starting group 3. So this, I reckon, is the scrap at the head of the order in the 240i division, with the 700 Martin Fischer driven car and 653, which has Set Sass at the wheel. Now, interesting, 653 Set Sass not on my entry list. So I have to beaver away now to get you full details on driver Set Sass, who has been brought in relatively late on. But having a good dice nevertheless. It's Sindra Set Sass driving with Menzel Rodriguez, not his real name because it's in inverted commas, and likewise for Shell Jakub. So pseudonym names for those two, but Sindra Set Sass is the name the Norwegian was given at birth. 653 being the BMW that qualified in 3rd position in 240i and is now running in 2nd. I was mentioning a little earlier, Snowy, that these BMW 240i battles tend to live all the way through the race pretty much. It's one of those categories that you really struggle to get a big lead.
Yeah, it's incredibly tight. It's almost like one-make racing, isn't it?
Well, it is pretty much, yeah.
And it's, but in the middle of a GT3 race.
That's the thing.
On the Nordschleife.
I mean, I've often said before that, this race is a bit like combining, let's say, a British GT meeting and all of the support categories all in one race. Just lob them all in.
It's a very good way of putting it. Yes, a whole race card in one go. Just have it there, yeah. It's a very good description, that. Nothing if not busy.
Exactly. And particularly now for the 911 Porsche, which isn't quite on the same level as when it was winning races earlier on in the year. It won the 6 hours. It won the first race of the year, in fact. The noticeable absentee for me is Kevin Estre, though, not driving the 911. And therefore, I'm almost a bit reserved in referring to the 911 car because it's down in 9th position, and I'm well used to that being punching for top threes all the time.
Yeah, so I'm not sure why Kevin Estre isn't on duty this weekend.
He'll be racing somewhere.
Exactly, he'll be racing something else somewhere, but it does leave it to the two Michaels in that car, Michael Christensen and Michael Ammenmuller. Would you say that, no disrespect to them, but you say normally Kevin Estre would tend to start this car and sort of do a bit of a pitard. He and Estre and pitard tend to do pretty similar strategies on the first lap. And go for it. There's a little bit of a coming ready or not approach. Usually it pays off. It hasn't appeared to have paid. It didn't pay off in the 6-hour race for David Pittard, which was the last round. And I'm not suggesting it hasn't on this occasion, but he did do a great start. But unfortunately, that Vulcan horse BMW number 34 has picked up a right rear puncture. 7th place car is into the pit. That's our number 55 entry, which is the new M4 from BMW. It's a GT3 car, but running in the SPX category. Thomas Enger at the wheel of that car, because it is yet to be homologated, so the balance of performance will be sorted out as it shows its hand. But that car currently in the pit from 7th. Very credible times, 8:01. Bear in mind that we're sort of doing 7:58s, 8:01s thereabouts at the moment. It's the range across the top, it's about 3 seconds across the top. Number 70 into the pits as well. That's the Mercedes. Now that is being turned, and I think it's not being turned just for fueling. I think that's going into its garage, or is it just being turned for fueling? There is some work going on there with the number 70 car. Now, this was the car that was duking it out with the 39 Ferrari for lap after, well, corner after corner. I can say lap after lap. It isn't here, is it? It can be 10 minutes, but it's only one lap. But they had a good old battle. Staying in that car. So Trev in the staying in. I thought it was being turned into the garage, but it's not. It's just on the jacks having tyres and fuel. Taking their time. Obviously, fresh slicks to go out onto that. I'm still intrigued as to why the 34 Vulcan horse BMW picked up a puncture. It can just be, I guess it can just be a carcass failure, but it's not normal at this level. Tyres tend to survive well here. And as you said, it's an odd tyre to to go a right rear, even around here.
Picked up some debris, I think, is the likelihood.
Potentially, yeah.
We didn't mention that there are very much different tyre manufacturers in this race, and that BMW is on Yokohama's, whereas, for instance, the Bilstein liveried Mercedes, I reckon's on Michelin's by the look of the stickers on the front and the rear of the car. Yes, confirmed the French rubber for Mercedes number 6. There's also been in the past some Goodyear shod tyres as well. If you don't know much about Luca Sandro Treffs, or Lucy Treffs as he's more familiarly known, he's only 19, from Hustenrot in Germany, so born in 2002, which just boggles my mind. Is that even possible to be born after the year 2000? Lippert Motorsports champion previously in the GT4 European Championship. That was 2 years ago in 19, and he's also run with Allied Racing in the GT4 equivalent category, which is SP10 here, as part of the Nürburgring 24 Hours. So Lucy Treffs moving from GT4 to GT3 for the first time this weekend, and was doing battle a moment or two ago with a certain Michael Ammermuller, who has lots more experience, lots more championships under his belt, but it doesn't seem to matter once the helmet goes on, and the focus is very much doing well in this opening stint. They were on a level playing field, Porsche versus Mercedes. Frank Stippler now leads the motor race. In second position, I think, is still Julian Andlauer by calling them through the splits. And Stippler has not pitted. Andlauer, in a sense, has not pitted, for fuel at least, yet. But the car has come down pit lane for its stop-and-go penalty. And interestingly, in the final column of iTiming, there is not a pit stop labelled yet, so that's actually going to help us out, because we will know when Andlauer has made his official fuel stop in a moment or two's time. There's no separating the two KTM crossbows from Teichmann Racing with, well, from a long way off, it looks like they're in identical liveries. Much closer, and there's significant differences, actually, not least from the rear, with a big Dayglow strip on the 920 on the back of the car, and that is absent on the 910. So different versions of the Teichmann livery, and the KTM class is led by 930 from the 920 car, and that is, sorry, 910 from the 920 car, and that is pretty much the order that they qualified in. So that's Reinhard Koffler, I reckon, in the 910, being chased by Scholl, heading through the cut through now. Yeah, so Reinhard Koffler sharing with Daniel Boer and Timo Mührlich. Within second position, it is Konstantin Scholl, with Hendrik still to come. And Hendrik in previous times has driven Ferraris, I remember, with the Wochenspiegel Team Monschau team. So making a move to KTM, which is interesting. Now having to do battle around the outside of an H2 Renault Clio. So using the slightly more unconventional line off the Grand Prix circuit and onto the hats and back. It is hard work to change tyres on some of these cars, including the Treble 4, Snowy.
Yeah, with the use of a standard hydraulic jack, as you'd find in your home or Halfords or ordinary garage. Never mind air jacks, just get the jack on there. And it's only just going under, because of course it's a race car, so it's fairly low. But the Treble 4, it's a Cayman, isn't it? That's into the pits.
Yes, it is. The Adrenaline Motorsport team Altsner automotive car for 3 Korns. So the Korn family, represented by Ulrich, Tobias and Daniel, who hail from Buchholz, and they are running in the V5 category.
This is the adrenaline car, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, and such is the nature of these cars being road-based. They can't use air tools as that. They can have an electric-powered or battery-powered drill, but they've still got to use the 5 studs. It's not a centre lock wheel on it, so they're having to use 5 studs. So you've got to undo the 5 nuts, take the wheel off, put the wheel back on again, having used an ordinary DIY, if you like, obviously a proper one, a trolley jack, either side of the car. You say it just slows the whole process down, but it keeps the car much more production based. It's a car that you can relate to on the road. It hasn't got this fancy air jack system you've got on an SB9 category car that you plug it in and all 4 jacks come down and fire it up in the air.
Yeah. And
an air drill taking it all off, and the windy guns, as they're known, taking them off. But they're here with stuff that you'd have in your garage at home. I've only got the one trolley jack, mind.
Yeah,
It didn't look as smart as that one, did it? Mine's a bit older than that.
Okay, well, I mean, they're obviously well rehearsed, those pit stops, even though it's less user-friendly equipment, I suppose you could say. But everything has to run to a budget, clearly, and a lot of these teams, are running all of the NLSs through the year, so you have to sort of scrimp and save, find some backing, find some sponsorship in order to do that, and it is nothing compared to the powerhouses like Phoenix Racing, like the BMW Junior team, for instance, like Aston Martin Racing, fresh from the factory. But it is fantastic that this race caters for all different wage sizes and also race abilities as well, race experience, I suppose you could say. Come one, come all. Here comes the race leader after only
6 laps.
Is it 6? No, it's 7 just completed, won't it?
Yes,
well, that's as far as you can go. And Julian Andlau has come in as well in the Fricadelli Racing Porsche. So he stopped a little while, the previous lap.
I think we've got everybody into the pit. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
It has to be, I think.
5th place car is number 21, is the Aston Martin of Martin.
Indeed. But
It works that, doesn't it?
It does.
Just thought I'd take a bit at the front end. It's 5th. Just thought I'd mention it.
So not the Aston Martin for Maxime Martin. I've
Correct.
got to say it the right way round.
Correct.
But yes, he's got the right surname, certainly. And all of the cars are
Top
coming
6,
in. Yeah, as I say, because you can't, I mean, you'd run out of fuel on the 8th lap because of the formation lap. They'll be doing 8 laps from this point on, but at 7 is the only possible distance this early on in the race. Fuel going into the top of the nose for the Avalon sponsored Fricadelli Racing Team Porsche, and also in is now interestingly Vincent Kolb is labelled all of a sudden as the driver. Has there been a change already? Yes, there has.
Yes, there has.
It was Stipler that brought it in, there wasn't it?
Stipper's outside the car now.
Yeah, but I'm not used to the driver name changing whilst the car sits in the pit lane. That doesn't normally happen.
This is NLS, it's different.
It's clever stuff.
So Frank Stipler there, putting Kolb into that, plugging him in and doing the radio connections and the water bottles and everything and the net, as is the outgoing driver's duty. And I suspect will be handing over to Avalon. Now, I'd have thought that probably how they'll stint it and do 7. Wouldn't be at all surprised. This is where strategy starts getting interesting. 7 laps, you say, is what you can do here with the formation lap. But this next stint, they can do 8 laps.
They can, yes. And that begs the question as to how we got to, because 8, 16, 24... Oh, we've had 28 and 29 lap races to this point, haven't we? So that would fit. But yes, I probably agree with you that it'll be Klaus Avalon in for this stint and probably the next one, and then leave Julian Andlauer for the final stint to the line, because you want to put your quickest driver in of the Pro-Am combination, put him in for the final stint where possible. That's interesting. They've put some apparatus into the rear of the Audi there, into the 2 tailpipes. And I'm not sure what that did. Cooling? No, that's the wrong pipes to be attaching those devices to. But
that was very strange, because it was almost like an additional silencer, which obviously won't be mid-race, but it's definitely a device that went over the end of the tailpipes, twin tailpipes on the Audi being a V engine, handles to hold, put them on there for a few minutes, but I can't imagine what that would be. Why you'd want to cool tailpipes, add anything, what you could do. It's an exhaust.
Yes.
It's an exit. Why would you want to add anything into it?
Is it sucking any unburnt fuel from the system maybe to make it nice and clean for the next run? I've never seen that before. Somebody will know at RSL_studio. As the Audi stopped, one guy's job during the pit stop was to literally plug some apparatus into each of the tailpipes, sit there for a while during the duration of the pit stop, and then just before the car was released, he unplugged them, took them away again.
Nicky Team in the number 21 Aston Martin, straight out behind the number 44. That's the junior entry, is it not? 44 car. And yet again, Nicky Team showing his class, works Aston Martin driver. Go out, fresh tyres, settle in. Now it's Nicky Team who does it his own way. He's giving that BMW grief immediately on the Grand Prix circuit. One of the other Mercedes, this is a GT3 car. That's the number 27. Just gone past as well, so I think that's a lap down at the moment, or sorry, a lap ahead, because these 2 cars have just pitted. But Nicky Team will be very keen to get this new GT3 Aston Martin up and ahead of the junior BMW. which of course in turn will be very keen to make sure it doesn't come by. So that was Neil Verhagen in the junior BMW to start with, and he has handed over to Harper, Dan Harper, now at the wheel of the number 44 BMW.
Yeah, so Vincent Cole now driving the 5. Andlauer stays at the wheel of the 30, and it is the 25 car in third position of Achim Tyson. But Tyson, must have stopped, because you can't get much further unless you do 7 laps. So the Uber Motorsport Porsche, a bit of a winner here, but that might be just down to where it came into the pits and where the start line is, where the timing loop is in the pit lane, to offer a slightly jumbled up order. You'll get that confirmed just as soon as they head through sector 2.
It looks like Julian Andlauer stayed at the wheel of the leading Fricadelli car, which I am quite surprised at. I've double taped to read that. So really has stayed at the wheel of that?
Yeah.
So get a second stint in it?
I just wonder whether they're trying to get the lead back again to be able to then hand the car over to Klaus Aberlin. And almost Julian Andlauer is saying, well, I've made the mistake at the start. I've lost the time. Give me another stint to try and get that back again. Because I'm actually impressed by the rule set here, and also Andlauer's speed to open up something like an 18-second gap on everybody else. But the rule set for a stop-go looks to be about right, because really they just demoted Andlauer 1 position. And that's worked perfectly. That's really all he gained, I would have said. From pole position, he stretched out about a car length from Frank Stippler at the start, illegally, because it was before the red lights had been extinguished, and therefore they've just reverted the positions courtesy of that stop-go penalty. And he now has about 8 seconds to make up on Vincent Cole, which is potentially doable. Cole is a fully pro driver, but I think a silver, whereas Andlauer is, well, at least gold by the FIA ratings, and possibly platinum these days. Vincent Kolb is silver, the 26-year-old, and Andlauer is a gold-rated driver at 22 years old, the Frenchman. He's a former Porsche Carrera Cup Deutschland champion. So maybe that's the idea, as there's now a code 60 out on the circuit, not, of course, for the whole lap. They've just done locally here, and it is a drama, I think, Snowy, for car 396.
Does look like it at Flansgarten, doesn't it? Yes, and that's 396 is one of the Porsche Caymans. That's one of the Adrenaline Motorsport cars. Johnny Lutz Ruhl, Christian Bullersbach, Danny Brink, and Andreas Schettler. That's the 396 car, which is driven by Adrenaline Motorsport. I'm trying to find who's driving it.
396 has... It's leading its class, actually, leading V6 with Lutz Ruhl driving it. So the first driver listed on the entry. And yes, it was leading. V6 is not that populated as a class. So they may not lose... Well, they'll only lose 1 position because there's only 2 cars in the class. And depending on how serious the issue is, maybe they can still win. I just wonder whether that problem is fixable on site or whether at Flansgarten, that's a very fast part of the circuit. Let's hope not too much damage has been done if the car has left the road and potentially clattered the barriers on driver's left by the look of the tracker, but I don't know how reliable its positioning, the car's positioning is on left and right of circuit, if you know what I mean.
Johnny, you mentioned earlier about tweeting at RSL_studio, Studio, Alan Prosser, one of our regulars at Lanzarote Camel, has updated us on the tubes put over the tailpipes of the Phoenix Audi. It's very simply put there to, because they're cooler, the pipes extend out to the back and they're hot. Any spilt fuel gets on the hot part of the exhaust. Not a good idea. Hot metal surfaces and fuel mixed together, they're just put there to protect the tailpipes while they do that. So
I see.
We said, how could we put anything in there? Now we know. So thanks, Lanzarote Camel, for the update.
Yeah, that's a clever bit of kit there, or clever bit of thinking, and presumably built by Audi, so it comes with the car rather than fashioned by the customer, and say, we'll bring these parts come with the car to make sure that you are maintaining it during the race, which is so important to make sure that you get a race finish. So Code 60 still out at Flansgarten to deal with the Porsche Cayman 396, former class leader in V6. Now a pit stop for what was timed as the race leader, which is the Ferrari. And I can say the Ferrari because there's only one in the race, the 488 GT3 from Hella Pagid Racing 1. And Jules Shimkoviak has brought that car in, number 39, for its pit stop, which will leave Vincent Kolb as the race leader from Julian Andlauer. And then the 25 car, which has driving it Achim Tyson with Nico Menzel still to come. BMW will cross the start-finish line and not come into the pit lane. That is the M240. No, it's a lower class, isn't it? Maybe a 325i V4 car. But there will be a Porsche Cayman that peels off into the pits for another, or the first of its stops. And the race leader in relation to the Code 60 has just gone through it, in fact. So Phoenix Racing's number 5 out front from the chasing 30 car. But I fancy Julian Andlauer he definitely is, finding time on Vincent Kolb. And that's got to be the target for me, for Fricadelli Racing, to get back to the race lead at the point that Julian Andlauer hands the car over to Klaus Aberlin. He's really not very far away. The 5 and the 30 practically nose to tail now, heading down the Dottinger Hohe. And we'll get an indication of just how close they are in a moment or two. Well over the hour mark now, by the way, 2 hours and 52 minutes still to go as BMW 252 heads through the Michael Schumacher S.
Well, I say a Ferrari into the pits. The 34 Valkenhorst car is way off the running at the moment. Then we had that puncture with it earlier. I'm not sure if it hasn't retired. Can't see it on our screen anywhere at the moment, Johnny, unless I'm completely misreading it, my apologies. Misreading, mispronouncing, misreading.
Quite possibly so. Has there been a lead change? Yes, there has. Julian Andlauer's got ahead of Vincent Kolb. Well, I told you it was going to be close. And Andlauer, despite a stop-go penalty, gets back to the summit. Incredible driving from the 22-year-old Frenchman. And Andlauer tippy-toeing his way into the third portion of the Mercedes arena, now leading the number 5 car then of Vincent Kolb. They changed the drivers, remember, during the stop. Now, across the line that time around, 2 pit stoppers. And Manuel Metzger is timed ahead of them on the road. Now, he did do an earlier stop, in fairness, so his pit stop could be quicker, and he's ended up actually further ahead of them on the road, hasn't he? So, although this might become the race lead, I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself because the 6 Mercedes actually leads the motor race with Manuel Metzger at the wheel, courtesy of that stop, which they did after 5 laps, and that meant that the Mercedes could spend a shorter amount of time in the pits, and that has meant that they have leapfrogged the Porsche from Fricadelli and the blue Audi from Phoenix. A nice bit of strategy there, if it works out, for Haupt Racing team Bilstein, Snowy.
Yeah, indeed, and the 34 Valkenhorst BMW is out on track with Ben Tuck at the wheel of that now, having taken over from David Pittard. But I was right in terms of having a nearly retirement. It's way down in 59th, but it is just out. It is just coming off the GP, so just going on to the Nordschleife now. So they've got an afternoon's work ahead of them, to say the least, with 2 hours 50 of the race to go. So they've got plenty of time to catch up, although it's a huge arse. But 59th isn't respected there, but clearly more damage than just that the right rear puncture there, which was odd because there wasn't that much. There was no bodywork damage to that car when it came in. It was a tyre, as you say, utterly shredded. But from the inside wall, looked like a failure that had come out and done its good thing, flow around the bodywork. But the only thing it had done to the bodywork that I could witness was leaving debris, rubber marks. It hadn't actually taken bodywork away, or aero, or vents, or ducts, or anything like that, but you never know what it's done underneath. So a great shame for the second race in a row. David Pittard having a fantastic start, but it's all to no avail as that car's had to pit. Ben Tuck at the wheel of it now, but 59th, and that's why it was why I couldn't see it, because it was so far down the order.
Well, they'll keep going because this is useful information for the future. One more race to go in the 2021 NLS, remember, as the Hella Pagid Racing 1 Ferrari returns to the track after its first stop, and that will have let's just have a look. Ferrari has Nick Foster driving it, the Australian version of Nick Foster, rather than the former British Touring Car Championship racer. And Nick has driven Porsches before at World Endurance Championship level. Now in a Ferrari from Hella Magid Racing 1. And he is into stint number 2 then for that team, the man from Brisbane. Meanwhile, what about this dice at the head of the order? Because all of a sudden, Haupt Racing are back in the running, I would say, after it looked very, very bleak for Manuel Metzger, spinning on the green flag lap at the Vidal chicane. And that car is now up to, well, the lead of the race. Now, admittedly, it's not going to have quite as much fuel as those cars chasing it. But the car has basically been given track position in favour of the amount of fuel they put into it. It will have to pit, I think, 3 laps before those chasing. But a lot of the time, you know, if you can buy back some time, that could put you in a better position when the traffic is concerned. And all of a sudden, what have we got between those two? 5-second gap might actually swing in your favour and become a 25-second gap.
Yeah, we said, because we mentioned, didn't we, pre-show, that it was great to see how this got back out again, and just that opening lap, get it out of the way, it was done. You never know, it might yet just surprise us. The Code 6 we had, we mentioned at Flansgarten, still there for the 396 Cayman. That's the Adrenaline Motorsport car with Lutz Rule at the wheel of that. There is an intervention vehicle on the way out to that at the moment, so whether that's gone off and connected to some barriers, the reason I mentioned the intervention vehicle is perhaps it's going to recover it, or if it's collected the barriers, there's some barrier repair. We had this at the 6-hour race at Kesselchen. Lots and lots of time spent with a Code 60 through Kesselchen, with barrier repairs there. At that part of the circuit, it's a single layer. Sometimes it's 2 or 3 layers, but that part it's a single layer. So all the more imperative that you have it there, obviously. So we'll just we'll keep an eye on what's going on with that at Flansgarten as to why it's taken a little while there, but it might just be a recovery there, and it could be quite simple, like just a broken drive shaft, something in the car stuck and they can't move it.
Yes.
And it's, can't even roll it, so they'll get picked up. But we're sure we'll find out, and we'll be sure to update you as soon as we know. But a great shame to see the Adrenaline Motorsport, one of the great supporters of this series, Adrenaline Motorsport, in various classes and makes and models and brands and forms and iterations of cars. But great shame to see them out there. Code 60 at the moment for that, but it does clear immediately after that.
One of the 4 VW Golfs in the race, heading through Tiergarten and back onto the start-finish line. Race leaders, Metzger, Kolb and Lauer are all together on the racetrack currently, and I'm waiting to see them through Sector 4 shortly to see if there's been any difference in the order. We know, at least when they left the Grand Prix track, that Lauer had squeezed into 2nd position on the road. If you're watching live timing somewhere on the internet, remember that Nick Foster is behind the race leaders, as is now the 50 car, which is the twin Busch car of Arno Klassen and current driver Michael Heimrich. So Heimrich and Foster no longer 1st and 2nd. Best car is Manuel Metzger in the Haupt Racing Team Bilstein Mercedes, from Andlauer in the Porsche and Vincent Kolb in his Audi. As now down the hill on the Grand Prix track goes the all-blue Porsche with the red door mirrors. Let me just identify exactly which car this is as it gets a little closer to me. It's the 80 car, which is running in the SP5, SP6, SP7 division from Uber Motorsport, another Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car. And its drivers are Hans Wehrmann and Alex Mies. So this is RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, with NLS 8 for 2021.
Familien. 40 Jahre Firmengeschichte. Unsere Produkte entstehen zu 100% in Deutschland. Mit Herzblut und Hingabe. Wir schaffen den Technologietransfer von der Rennstrecke auf die Straße. Handwerkskunst, Erfahrung für diesen einen Moment. Das ist die Nürburgring Langstrecken Serie. Das ist H&R. Performance made in Germany.
Sicher ans Ziel. Auf allen Straßen, bei jedem Wetter. Mit den zuverlässigen Sommerreifen von Falken. Jetzt Falkenreifen kaufen und Tankgutschein sichern. Weitere Informationen auf tankgutschein.falkenreifen.de. Falkenreifen.
Car off at the start of the Dottinger Uhr, but I don't think fully off. It's just kicked up a massive amount of dust at the start of the very long straight. There are thankfully no yellow flags being displayed. But here, as part of the Radio Show Limited network, it's live coverage of NLS 8 from the Nürburgring Nordschleife, with a couple of local yellows just briefly shown at Marshal Post 44 and 45, so fairly early on in the lap, but they have subsequently cleared. At Jaguar corner, interestingly, I've not heard that one before, but Jaguar is labelled the scene for MP Marshal Post 44 and 45. The Dottinger Uhr is now clear of incident as well. And what we're being treated to here, Peter Snowden, is an incredible fight at the head of the order from a recovering Julian Anlauer after he was a naughty boy at the start of the race and jumped the start. But he now leads the race, I think. If not, he's probably overlapping Manuel Metzger's Mercedes. Those two could not be any closer on this, the 10th lap.
Well, you were spot on with Anlauer staying in that car. We thought there was going to be a driver change and put Klaus Abelin in, but as you said, he'd served the penalty. I've been the naughty boy, I'll take it, and he's got us back today. So basically it's all negated now, it's all worked out, they are where they are, it's all legit, there's no penalty to serve, there's nothing in the bank to worry about, it's all there, and that's job done. So the Fricadella car, I got it right.
Very good.
I know, I'm getting good at this, isn't it? Just with your coaching, it's helping, thanks ever so much. The fact that you've written it down in letters 4 foot high in front of me does help.
Yeah. You'll have to remember that tattoo can be removed, by the way, exactly. Later in the day.
It's only henna.
Correct.
Was that another team?
Might be.
Let's not get into that. No, but I mean,
have you ever had a fricadelle, by the way, for lunch at the Nürburgring? Because as soon as you taste one of those things, you will not forget their name ever again. It's good stuff. It's very good stuff.
I was beaten by a Freisinger at Spa, genuinely once.
That's why Freisinger
that is absolutely genuine.
That's why Freisinger is so forefront in your mind.
Absolutely. Well, it was because it was an NGT car that beat us in the 24-hour in an NGT category in the days when GT1 cars should have been winning.
But he's not bitter, folks.
2003. No, it's just one of those sort of things that it can be done. It was quite an eye opener.
Yes.
Not at all bitter. It was like wow. And it was quite a lineup in that car as well.
Was that a bit like Nick Tandy in his GT Porsche winning Petit Le Mans, which really should be being won by prototypes,
Yes.
but because it rained, the GT car was so much better with its mechanical grip.
Yeah, it was exactly that, and I think you're probably dead right there. That's why that alternative name to Fricadella is always in my mind. I always get the two together, and it's Porsche. It's like, it did what?
Yeah.
In an NGT car in the rain.
Yeah. One of those days that you couldn't quite believe would happen, but eventually did. Now, the Mercedes is still listed, interestingly, ahead. But that's on the distances at the start of the lap, and things have changed at least once or twice since then. The two leaders are somewhere in Sector 4, and I'm waiting for those cars to complete Sector 4, which is quite a long part of the lap, actually, with then the short run to the line being only 45 odd seconds. But let's just go back to the tracker. Again, the 30 car is ahead on my tracker. They're about to complete Sector 4. And which time are we going to get? First of all, it's Andlauer ahead of Metzger. And by about a second, I reckon, as they head down the Dottinger Hohe. So the Porsche now should start to gain a bit of ground on the Mercedes now that it's got track position. What I mean is extend its lead into the next stint. Confirmation that the red and white Porsche with the Fricadelli and Avalanche sponsorship is in front of the Bilstein-sponsored Mercedes. So rear-engined and very much rear-engined in the GT3 Porsche, remember, unlike the WEC car, where they put the engine these days in the middle. A mid-engine Porsche, which never sounds right. It is hanging over the rear axle for Julian Andlauer compared to the front-engine Mercedes with a much bigger lump, 6.2-litre V8 compared to the flat 6 for the 4-litre flat 6 in the Porsche. Over the line they go, and the real difference is 3 seconds then in the favour of Andlauer. He's gone from the leader in the race, well, pole sitter, to leader, judged to be there then from an illegal jump start incorrectly, so he had to come in and serve a stop go penalty, but he's got that car back to the front in overtaking both the Phoenix Racing Audi and the Haupt Racing Mercedes. Awesome driving.
You said, didn't you, before the race on sort of pre-show and the build-up, Johnny, that he's of a certain quality, of a certain level, unquestionable, incontestable. However, he's just proven it again. You said that, no disrespect to Klaus Appelin not being able to match Andlauer's time. It was no discredit, but he's just showing it there. As you say, I think you're absolutely right on that strategy thing of, I'm going to stay in it. I've made the mistake. I'll pay the price. Let me reverse that to the team. Get off the naughty step and get back into the right point. The team manager, well, you did that, so pay it back. But now doing it with such a plumb 0.6 of a second behind as they crossed the line last time. I know a lap here is so much longer, however it was 0.6 of a second behind. You said he just managed to grab the lead onto the on the GP circuit and now put it out at, as you say, 3 seconds now. So superb job cementing there. It will be interesting to see. We're 10 laps into the race, so we said that they could do 7 laps on the first, so he's 3 laps into his stint. He's got a possibility of another 4 or 5 laps on this fuel, and then I think Klaus Appelin will be in that number 30 leading car. But what a great car to see out there at the front, the Fricadelli Porsche out at the front, and I think it still carries Sabine Schmidt's name on the roof as a memory, as an homage, if you like, to the co-owner of the team, of course, a 2-time winner of the Spartan at Spa, the Nürburgring 24-hour, going back to Spa again, back to 2003. But the 2-time winner of the 24-hour here, and of course, in the days, a VLN champion as well, in her own right.
That's right.
So, and born, lived just down the road, the team based just down the road. So very fitting if they could. They haven't quite had the luck this year, but you still can't discount an Audi at any point on these circuits. On the circuit, when I say the circuit, the NLS. And somebody I would say that to keep an eye on as well is young, I'm going to say young because he's in the junior team, young Dan Harper in the number 44 BMW M6. They've had some outstanding performances across the season in this NLS series of 2021. Currently in 4th position. I know I've had a little bit of help, but a little bit lower. So the Volkenhorst cars have not had the fall of the dice, if you like, this way, this particular race. Yet they will come back up the order, but they're going to be lucky to getting into the top 20, aren't they? To be honest, both the cars. We've got Neubauer 35 car is in the top 15 already, but the 34 car that dropped down had that puncture. That's still a long way down. Not really Volkenhorst Day, but the other BMW junior team holding up the honours, and I wouldn't be at all surprised. Here's not a prediction, but here's a guesstimate, the best way of putting it. I wouldn't be at all surprised if that 44 car was on the podium at the end of the race.
Okay.
It's got the pace. They've done it before this season. They've won outright, but I just wouldn't be surprised. They certainly have the credentials to do it, put it that way.
Yeah, well, for all that Dan Bauer is doing, for me, I don't think that car will finish on the overall podium, just because it's a Pro-Am car and we haven't seen any Klaus Abelin yet. So that car will drop away as soon as Klaus gets on board. So then you're looking at Metzger in the Mercedes, but remember the Mercedes is going to have to pit earlier than Vincent Cole. So that then brings into the equation the Phoenix Audi, very much the BMW Junior Team M6, and potentially the Lion Speed by Car Collection Audi as well, but that depends on what fuel strategy that's on, which is the same as everybody else, actually. So Niederhauser pitted after 7 laps, and Muller took over, and now Nico Muller is driving it. It's still going very swiftly, running in 5th position currently, but the next pit stopper we will have will be Manuel Metzger in about 3 laps time. Yeah, so he's just completed 5 laps on his current stint. He did 5 and now 5 again. That'll take him to 13 laps. So at the end of this one, it'll be 11 completed. 2 more after that. We'll see Metzger in. He'll have to come in for fuel because the Mercedes won't be able to go any further. And remember, the track position was gained back for Manuel Metzger in the Haupt Racing team because they pitted earlier and therefore could spend less time in the pits during the minimum reference pit stop time. Car 75 is the Schmickler Performance Cup 3 Porsche Cayman GT4 CS, and this is for one of the Baumans, Horst Baumann in fact. We've only got one Baumann in the race. We have had in the past Austrian driver Dominik Baumann and a few other members of his family, I think. But Horst Baumann joined by Kai Riemer and Moritz Wieskerken in their Cup 3 Porsche Cayman. Cup 3 is all about Porsche Caymans, by the way, only eligible for that type of car. But a variety of different, Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 CSs to give it its full name. But on the entry list, some include the 718 bit and others don't. But I think they all have to be exactly the same spec of car to be entered into Cup 3. And the best qualifying one was the 969 Mullner Motorsport car that had a good start, I remember, from starting Group 2, trying to hang on to the coattails of the KTMs, but that was fighting a losing battle, really. And the priority of Torsten Young and Oscar Sandberg is obviously to win their individual class. Cup 3 up as high as 27th currently. But the race leaders are nearing the end of another lap, actually. It won't be too far away from seeing them on the Dottinger Ruhr again. We are certainly motoring through this race because we've already had an hour and a half of it, and it's developing a little bit into a 3-horse race. But as I say, in a moment or two, one of those will potentially drop away and bring maybe Dan Harper, maybe Nico Muller, maybe Nicky T in the Aston Martin that is running in 6th place and only 6.8 seconds away from the Lion Speed Audi R8.
You see, I wasn't going to mention that out of being accused of favouritism and talking about Aston Martins, etc. But I had noticed that. You've always said, Johnny, that, tell me what's going on further down the order. What I thought, well, the car I'm watching at the moment is the Aston Martin for various reasons. But it's there. It needs a good solid finish, like the 55 BMW M4 when it debuted. Don't forget that car had its should have debuted a bit earlier in the season, had a qualifying incident, did a lot of damage to the car, so they withdrew it from its intended debut in NLS. When it came back at the last round, the 6-hour race, they went straight into it. Top 10 finish on the road. We know it was out of fuel, so it was actually classified 17th, but it proved itself. Again, this Aston Martin, it's all about advertising this car to the customers.
Yeah,
that's what this is about for them. It's, this is what we can produce. This is what you can go and buy next year. This is what you can do. And they've withdrawn the full factory entries, but they're supporting customers with these cars. So that Aston Martin number 21 car with Nicky Thiem at the wheel, now with Maxime Martin that started the car, that just needs a good solid finish, ideally in the top 10. It doesn't need to be any higher than that. In fact, if anything, you almost don't want it any higher than that. You just want it there. It's going to have its balance performance sorted out, etc., etc. Good solid top 10 finish, and I think it's heading that way.
Yeah,
said the curse of the commentator.
I think that's what they
add that caveat now.
What they don't necessarily want is to be embroiled in a championship battle, a cut and thrust battle for the lead, when the guys that are alongside them don't quite care as much for the result necessarily, or not the result, but just the kind of condition for the car. They want to try and stay out of trouble, as you said, but still produce good lap times when they get some clear air, and make sure, I mean, the car's got to finish because they're trying to display it for customers. So running there in 6th position, which may very easily become 5th because of what's likely to happen with the Fricadelli Porsche later in the race, top 5 finish, great for the headlines.
Yeah, it's proving the product, isn't it, as you say, and it's that age-old adage of win on Sunday or finish well on Sunday, sell on Monday, and of course the next thing you're going to say, by the way, it's Saturday. So, just thought I'd say that before you went, it's Saturday.
What's good about that is that, the sort of race version of that phrase, win on Saturday, sell race cars for a Sunday meet, so that sort of works. I like that.
Do you work for marketing departments, or do you have some consultancy fee going on? Right? Yes. GT3 marketing guru Johnny Palmer. You heard it here first. In fact, I think Kerry. I think it's only fair that we actually award executive producer and responsible adult in the room for this show. I think Johnny deserves a point for that.
Kerry stood up from her desk and almost started knighting us there. So
I'm not sure what that said. Did that mean she agreed with me, or she was giving you 2 points? Oh, 2 points.
Very confusing. I'm completely lost by this, but as long as I win the competition, I don't care.
Exactly.
51 Porsche.
See, there is a latent driver in you there somewhere.
51 Porsche, which is tricky to pick out as a cup car, but it definitely is under its white and black camouflaged, blurry livery. It's interesting they painted it like that, making it look very special and kind of secret, even though you can race one of these cars already in a Porsche Championship around Europe. Not all of them. The 992 is definitely creeping in the big European Championships. Comes to the UK next year and is available in other markets from 2022. But Uwe Altzen and Marco Holzer are driving this car this weekend. What I don't know is who's in the 51 car right now.
No depth of experience in that team then.
Well, precisely.
SP7 category, just very quickly, Johnny. There's also the car number 78, the RPM racing entry of the 911 GT3 Cup there. That also had a stop-go penalty for not respecting a code 60. So it's all down the order, not just the race leader that gets a stop-go penalty. You don't, if anything else, jumping the starts almost. It's a bit naughty. You've kind of got a way that you've been seeing, go and save your penalty. Not respecting a code 60, very, very serious. I would suggest that is a very benevolent penalty for not respecting a code 60. So I imagine it was a very minor infringement, but it's just it's a warning. Don't do it again, especially if there's marshals, etc. on the track.
It is Uwe Altzen, by the way, driving the 51 Porsche. He won the 24 Hours of Nürburgring 11 years ago for BMW Motorsport in an E1 XP2 class car. I wonder what sort of beam that was. It was an M3 E92 in the 2010 running of the Nürburgring 24 Hours when he was joined by Jürg Müller, Augusto Farfus and Pedro Lamy. What a lineup that was 11 years ago. But he's taken so many DTM wins since then. I think it was 44 class wins that I read as well in VLN races in the past. Now 54, still retaining his gold rating from the FIA. But been a little while out of motorsport, actually. I mean, the last time I had him down driving at a big meeting such as this, 2019, when he was at the Gulf 12 Hours at the end of that year in a GT3 Pro-Am car, which was an Audi, interestingly, an Audi R8 LMS GT3 Evo around Yas Marina. So brilliant to have not only Uwe, but also Marco Holzer driving that 51 Porsche and putting some test mileage in, because I am sure that next year in the SP7 class, these brand new Cup cars will then be eligible.
You're saying about taking the drivers out of contemporary cars, but you can't take the racer out of a driver. We've nice little link here, but the 2003 Spa 24 Hours, it was said was won by an NGT category car. One of the drivers of that car was, in Singapore, was Romain Dumas, who nearly won the celebration race at Goodwood last weekend at the Revival in a Cobra. He's still up there at the front. In fact, if it wasn't for, would you believe, a short pit stop, they had to serve a 21-second penalty, they'd have won it.
Wow.
But all those years on, it's still up there in a Cobra. I mean, just like a Porsche, isn't it? Not. You couldn't get more diverse, could you?
No.
You say you can't take them out of it. And if you've seen any of the footage of that, it was quite extraordinary watching somebody of that caliber from the day. I'm talking nearly 20 years ago, 2003, 18 years ago. Winning 24-hour races and things like that, and obviously everything else he did. But to watch them in historic cars, and Jensen Button's out there, and others, Darren Turner, who happened to go and win the race as well. Aston driver. Yeah, thank you very much. I have a weekend off from driving Astons, and I'll go and drive a Cobra at Goodwood, because it's so similar. Probably about as much power, but a fraction of the grip, I would suggest.
I mean, I remember talking to Sam Bird when he first started driving. I think he had a stint in prototypes from the GTs, or the other way around. And I could tell when I was talking to Sam, he couldn't quite work out why I thought it might be difficult to move from a fully downforce car to a GT and vice versa. Because he says, well, you just drive it for about 2 laps, work out where it's generating its grip, and then adjust. Doesn't everybody do that? Well, I thought, no, they don't.
But it is a different mind, it's a different approach. And if you remember, last year, just coming up when we did, you and I did the Elms race around at Monza, and we had a chat with Edward Bradley in an LMP3 car.
Yeah.
But a week later, he was driving the family's 1920s Aston Martin, and I said exactly the same question to him of, how do you adjust from one to the other within a week and whatever and so and so. And the answer was absolutely illuminating to me. He said driving the LMP3 car helped drive the 1920s Aston.
Okay.
Because you had to be so precise in the LMP and disciplined, that was something you could carry over to a car that was nearly 100 years old, because it was so way. But if you brought the disciplined approach, it helped him drive it.
Yes.
And it was just an extraordinary insight into it. As you said, I just sat there and thought, there must be worlds apart. I thought, no, but the modern car helps the older car. It's quite extraordinary.
Yeah.
And he said also, he went on a little bit to say that the older car, in terms of sympathy and whatever, mechanical sympathy components, not most of it's 100 years old, but he said, drive lines, etc., they don't like doing standing starts because the gearboxes and back axles are so old. So they learn to drive them differently. But it could also transpose that to the modern car of just be that little bit more sympathetic, because you had an understanding, because you have that experience. It's not just a phrase, you had to go and do it. So, all levels of racing, always good to do.
Yeah, I remember this chat. It was sort of in the mid-2010s when he first got signed by AF Corsa for Le Mans in 2014. Sam Bird I'm talking about now, but he'd come from single-seaters, so GP2, Formula Renault 3.5, and a little bit of prototype racing as well. And then I thought, well, that's a significant shift. Not that he wouldn't be capable of it, but slower cars and cars that are reliant far more on mechanical grip. But these guys are almost superhuman in the fact that they really don't take very long at all to reacclimatise and then be happy in their new office space. And Julian Andlauer, who's very much a GT specialist, still leading the race And I reckon at the end of this next loop around the Nordschleife, he will have less company, actually, and therefore a bit less pressure or less of a distraction in the door mirrors, because Manuel Metzger is due for a pit stop at the end of this lap, and that is because the 6 Mercedes pitted way earlier than everybody else, pretty much, in order to jump some of the traffic, and it worked to a T, but it does mean that that car's going to now have to pit 3 laps earlier than, or 2 laps earlier than the majority of the top 10.
Just before we get to that, Johnny, we've had a full course green for quite a sustained period now, but we have just returned to a code 60, and it's at Flansgarten again, and you're not going to believe this, but it's for an Adrenaline Motorsport car again, but a different one. This is the 650 entry from the BMW M240i Racing Cup class. So they've got 3 cars in that category, where it's a 240, no, number 650 that's out. They've got 650, 652 and 653 in that category, and it is definitely a code 60 there for the moment. And whether it's going to get going again or not, I'm not sure what's happened to it.
Yeah, always difficult to judge from our distance, unfortunately. The Grand Prix track gets great coverage where we can really tell you about cars being recovered, but elsewhere out in the country, it's always a bit tough.
It is moving very slowly on the tracker.
Okay.
So I've just had a quick look at it. It is proceeding again, so it might be something mechanical or a puncture or something like that. But it's obviously not going to have a code 60 all the way around, but presumably that's just at Schwalbenschwanz now. It's you don't really want a slow car at that point, so there'll be yellow flags as that 650 Adrenaline M240i makes its way back to the pits, and as soon as we get an update on what's caused that car to travel quite so slowly. But it is still moving, it's still in the race, which will be much to the pleasure of Adrenaline. It might be dropped down the order a bit, but it's at least they can do something with it and get it back to the pits.
There were, by the way, a couple of race control messages not too long ago for, amongst others, the 150 machine that was given a stop-and-go penalty for 30 seconds because the Schnitzelarm Racing Mercedes for Peter Pozovac, Alex Kolb and Reinhard Renger, that car was judged to be over-speeding in the pit lane, so has been given a 30-second stop-and-go penalty, and no doubt that will have been served by now. The 633 alternatively fueled Porsche Cayman GT4 for the 4 Motors team, Marco Timbal, Simona Di Silvestro and Jackson Evans is in that Cayman. So some interesting names there. Di Silvestro, the former V8 supercar driver in Australia, although from Switzerland originally. Marco Timbal and Jackson Evans from Australia as well. Those drivers, actually, is Jackson Australian? I have a funny feeling he wasn't, but let me just look that up whilst you say this, Peter.
Yeah, very, very quick update and good news, Johnny, that we're back to a full course green, so that 650 Adrenaline Motorsport car that went off, caused the code 60, let's get it correct, at Flansgarten, that's now been withdrawn, so perhaps it was just something that a mechanical breakdown stopped there, they put a code 60 out and it's got itself going. We saw from the track that it was moving again, so we're back to full course green once again, which is good to see.
I'm pleased I looked that up, otherwise I would have had the 5 million or so people that live in New Zealand hunting me down on Twitter, because Jackson Evans is definitely a Kiwi, but the naughty people that put this entry list together at the Nürburgring for the NLS, they do it by licences. So Jackson is running on an Australian licence and is therefore labelled an Australian, which is sacrilege when you come from the North or the South Island of New Zealand. So Jackson Evans in the 633 car. That was a very roundabout point to get to the fact that that car's also been given a stop-and-go penalty. And you know how long for? Because of not respecting code 60 speeds, it's been given a 270-second penalty. So that is over 4 minutes. Is that 4.5 minutes? I think it is.
Yeah.
So, yeah, significant delay there for the 633. And also, the 78 car has been given a stop-and-go penalty of 150 seconds, also for not respecting the code 60 speeds. This is probably a sliding scale, depending on how fast you've gone through that area. And I can't find car 78. Let's just have a look. There it is, the SP5, SP6, SP7 entered car, actually in SP7, for RPM Racing, the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup, for Tracy Crone, and Niklas Jonsson. So I haven't seen the RPM Racing Porsche, but surely that is got to be running in Chrome Racing Green, as Tracy's cars have always done at places at Le Mans, like Le Mans, and in the World Endurance Championship as well. So great to have the American and the Swedish drivers, Tracy Krohn and Niklas Jonsson, represented on the grid too.
The 650 Adrenaline BMW has been towed by an intervention vehicle on its own wheels to the side of the track and into an escape road out of the way there. So I guess that's taking no further part in the race, but that's why we got rid of the code 60 quite so quickly. So that's out of the way. So it does rather hint at an electrical stroke mechanical. It stopped running under its own steam, as it were, but it's out of the way now.
What an intense fight it is currently, which involves the 23 car of Nico Müller in a Lion Speed by Car Collection car. He shares this with Patrick Cole and Patrick Niederhauser, who did the opening stint. Right ahead of him is Vincent Cole in the Phoenix Racing Audi, and Dan Harper's in this scrap as well, as they go past the scene where a car is being recovered. So that is, what am I talking about, car 23? Yes, so just gone through, about to arrive at Schwabenschwanz, and the stricken car is on the approach to there, a 60 kph limit, and the car that is stranded is 749, I reckon, which is in the barrier and pretty hard, it looks like, missing the front right corner. So that's the BMW 325i. As now we go three abreast. Dan Harper is in the middle, Vincent Kolb on the right, or left as I look at it, and on the right-hand side, driver's left, the 23 car. There's really not a lot between these three cars, two Audis in the BMW. When you think about balance of performance, they're getting a bit of side draft as well, and Daniel Harper is getting squeezed in the BMW with the shell on the roof. The Audis will just about take the advantage, and the 23 has gained 2 positions there after an incredible overtake and an opportunist driving from Nico Müller from 5th to 3rd down the Dottinger Ruhr.
And what a way to do it, and huge respect and professionalism to all three drivers there for keeping that out of trouble. Dan Harper
knew he was coming in.
Knew he was coming in, so but he didn't let it go. Didn't let it go until the very end when they were sort of approaching the rise, or the beginning of the rise for Tiergarten, at which point he's like, well, I am going to pit, but he did hold it out there to the junior team car into the pits. But what a scene, 3 abreast at 270, 280 Ks, as you say, side drafts. There's no room there, there's no runoff area. You don't want to be having any kind of contact there. A lot of that moving around is simply just the area of the car, so they get no choice. The drivers aren't trying to be clever or move the car around. They're trying to keep it in a straight line and keep it out of each other. How there weren't wing mirrors exchanged there, I just do not know. Quite extraordinary. I mean, a hats off and credit to all 3 drivers there. But one Audi from, say, the back of that 3-car train up to the front of it, from 5th to 3rd. And what a manoeuvre.
Yeah, Nico Müller, outstanding driving, because it's not as if the 2 that he was battling up against are either of them slouches, Vincent Kolb and Dan Harper. Harper, I think, just fading out of the throttle very slightly to allow the 2 Audis in front, knowing that he would have to pit, and actually to enable him to pull right and into the pit lane, because the last thing he wanted was an Audi blocking his way, or indeed 2 of them.
His pit window, exactly.
That's the thing, you know, do I shoot across the nose of the car I'm battling with, or is it better? It's almost like when you know your junction's coming up on the freeway, on the motorway, and you think, have I got time to overtake this car before I do so, or should I just ease back and pull behind this lorry beforehand? There's only one decision you will make there. Foot to the board.
Yeah, risk it for a biscuit. Yes.
There's always another junction. Have you missed that one?
My old teammate, Mr. Jamie Campbell-Walter, who you'll know only too well from GT Racing, he had a view: if in doubt, flat out. That was it.
Seems like a logical strategy to me.
Yes, he had a certain amount of talent allied to that to be able to carry that off as well. But Dan Harper there, very, very mature head on young shoulders. We say that's that junior team. I mean, they're only just out of being teenagers, the 3 of them. If I think 2 of them still are, I will go and check that.
Yeah, I think Harper's a little older. Yes, he is. Got a birthday in December, so he'll be 21 at the end of this year. But I certainly remember his first 2 years.
Oh, he's a veteran then. He's 21 in December, in 2 months' time. He's a veteran.
Well out of his teens.
Yeah, he should be the junior team, should he?
I certainly remember him with Douglas Motorsport for a couple of years in Ginetta Juniors in the mid-2010s, and then he went on to win the Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain title with Joe Tandy Racing 2 years ago. And then I saw him at Daytona in 2020 when, of course, the world was yet to be affected by a pandemic in January 2020, and exciting times that he couldn't tell me what the plans were for 2020. I remember at the awards ceremony for TOCA at the end of 19, but then the big reveal was really at Daytona when I saw him at that amazing facility in the BMW jacket, and he'd signed for Valkenhorst Motorsport and a campaign in NLS, and that continues on now with the BMW junior team. Just shows how much they rate Daniel Harper, and again a BRDC rising star for this year, and you can see why. Now gold rated, so been bumped up courtesy of that championship 2 years ago from originally a silver rating with the FIA.
So all three, they're not teenagers, all three are 20 years old. So
okay.
Collectively, the entire team, all three drivers, have 60 years between them.
Yep.
Across three drivers.
And you can discount at least 8 years, I would imagine, of the early part of their lives. So they've not been racing very long. I mean, Harper actually started with those Ginetta runs. I don't know whether he did any karting prior to that, but he's only 5 years into his racing career.
So between them, they've got maybe 30 years racing experience between all three of them. Yeah, and they're doing things like that on the Dottinghoe.
I know.
No,
but
I would say 120, but between nearly 300 clicks down there.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you very much.
And not only have you got one side of the brain effectively dealing with the car control, making sure that it is not buffeting around too much, not porpoising, and not running into the side of an Audi left and right. But you've also got to think, oh no, this is my in lap. So where do I need to put the car on the road so that my route into the pit lane is not obstructed? Probably dealing with one or two settings on the steering wheel as well if you're an outgoing driver. Yeah, there is just so much to compute along with controlling the car and doing the racing.
You said that's the point. It's so easy to get as a driver. This is what I'd absolute credit to Dan Harper there. Okay, he's the eldest of the three there. He's going to be heavens above. He's going to be 21 in a couple of months' time. Gosh. It's hard to imagine that, isn't it? But as you say, isn't it, not getting wrapped up in the moment. You say having that race, you've got an Audi either side, and the other, not the guy that got to the end of the front of there, they swap places because of drafting down there. All three of those cars at some point had led that little trio,
yes,
coming onto the Dottinghoe and through it, and because of the ebb and flow, that's what happened. But you said that he knows he's got to pit, not get wrapped up in the moment and just say position himself in the wrong place and get out of the throttle because he's still got to get into the pits. He's still thinking, I can't get across into the pit entrance. Not ideal. Yeah.
Indeed. Yeah, and it's about having to think about where the car needs to be in a couple of corners time. So you're not even dealing with everything in the moment. You're having to think so far ahead. And also, that was an in-lap and very much an in-lap for Daniel Harper in that he got out of the car and has handed over to his 20-year-old German teammate Max Hesse, himself a former champion, although not in Porsche Carrera Cup, actually in TCR Germany when he won that title with Hyundai Team Engstler after 4 wins and 9 podiums through the course of the season. Since then, moved away from TCR and into GT3 racing in NLS. First of all, well, by the looks of things, some action with a Cup 5 Valkenhorst BMW and in an SP8T car when he ran the M4 GT4 SP8T car.
Now, I hate to say it, Valkenhorst today still isn't going that well for them. One of their M2 CS racing entries, car 889 in the Cup 5 category, is sadly facing the wrong way on the Hatzenbach, which is why we have a code 60 in that area. So you're going to just come off the Grand Prix circuit, go through Jabin Smith's curve, the double left-hander, onto the Hatzenbach, and then very, very quickly you've got a BMW facing the wrong way, unfortunately. So that's the only M2 category cars there. Sorry, M2 model, Cup 5 category, Valkenhorst Motorsport entry.
Michelle and Mike Halder drive the SP3T Seat Cupra. Now it's on my entry list as a Seat Cupra, and I just want to see whether I can catch the badge on the front of these cars, because I think that is an older version. Cupra is its own brand these days, the sportier side of Seat, a bit like Abarth to Fiat, or there are other car companies that have done that as well. Lexus to what's Lexus? Nissan? Toyota, thank you. Lexus being the luxury brand, and Cupra being the sportier end of Seat. But I think these are straight Seat Cupras, two of them running pretty close to one another and up towards the hats and back. So 307 is, well, one of the Halders. I can't get much further than that, but it's either Michelle or Mike. My timing screen doesn't differentiate between the two. Very close indeed for the Mercedes that was earlier driven by Lucy Treps, and that's the 70 car, isn't it? Yes. Now may have Dirk Muller at the wheel. It's using one of the Porsches to draft along the Dottinger Hoor. The 70 car has at the wheel now. Still Treps, actually. Lucy Treps on for a second stint, and does deal with the slower Porsche on the run into Tiergarten, up the inside of a BMW, fairly bog standard production looking BMW, and into the pits comes Treps. Now, this was one of the earlier stoppers as well. By the way, we haven't mentioned the fact that the 6 Mercedes has done its second stop right on schedule, and that was taking Manuel Metzger out after a double, or sort of a stint and a half, after the first stint was 5 laps, and replacing Metzger with Hubert Haupt, and the Haupt Racing team, named after Hubert, of course. So that means the third driver to come in car 6 will be Patrick Assenheimer, a late addition to that team and not on the original entry list. So that car's done its second stop and has returned to the track in probably 4th. Klaus Aberlan has taken over the number 30 car as well. Now that feels like a shorter stint for the 30. How many laps did that car do? Only 6 with Julian Andlauer at the wheel. And now Klaus Aberlan has taken it over. So I wonder whether is that maybe a drive time concern, so that Aberlan is in for the required amount of hours. Remember, it's a Pro-Am car, so it has to have a bronze driving it for a certain period of time. And that car now running in a net 3rd position behind the race leader Nico Muller and behind Nicky Thiem in that Aston Martin that we're definitely not favouriting at all during this race, running in 2nd place now, Peter Snowden.
Indeed, but more actually also breaking news were the number 23 car, which is Lion Speed by Car Collection Motorsports with its full term, the Nico Muller Audi, is travelling very, very slowly around the circuit, and I believe they've had a collision with a different category car, 747. I do not mean a Boeing of that type, but it is car number 747, and that is currently at Hatzenbach, so the beginning of the Nordschleife. So not good for the Lion Speed car. That's a 23 entry with Nico Muller at the wheel. 747 being the 325i BMW from the V4 category of TM Racing, with Richard or Flip Grezek on board.
Yeah, so huge dramas there for, well, the race leader in this phase of the race, and after a spectacular overtake, 2 in 1 down the Dottinger Hoor, it's all going a little wrong now for Lion Speed by Car Collection. Side by side as the number 6 Mercedes that rejoined not too long ago with Frank Stippler, who is on an outlap, and Stippler's tyres may not be up to temperature as he's forcing the 6 car off the road there, making sure that the 6 did not have the inside line of the cut through, but Stippler's on the back foot because he's just been released from the pits, whereas the number 6 car of Hubert Haupt is on nice warm Michelin tyres, and they are going hard at it here on this lap around half of the Grand Prix circuit. Stippler deliberately positioning his Audi so that the Mercedes can't take advantage. That was on the verge, for me, Snowy, of being a little bit naughty from Frank Stippler.
I don't think it was intentional, but it was. I would certainly agree. It was very, very, very close. He didn't just shut the door. That was pull up the drawbridge, bolt it, double lock it, London bar, everything, wasn't it? Double glaze the lot, changed the whole thing. That was, and it wasn't just a question of putting it on the grass. He had to really avoid that issue. But I'm not sure it was quite deliberate by Frank Stewart. He's not normally his style, to be fair.
Agreed. No, that's agreed. And I suppose. Oh, now the Mercedes is off the road, and there's a problem there for the 6. Was it just a slowing down?
Slowing down, he had to slow
so
down.
He ended up on the grass because he was hitting the brake so hard.
Yeah, that's for the car that's off at Hatzenbach, and you say he went off there, just locked up a wheel, got it onto the grass, and it looked to me like he clattered the barriers a little bit, not particularly hard. It would have certainly, I think it'll polish out, but it looks like he definitely clattered the barriers there. But let's put an end to that for a minute. We'll find out in a few moments whether that is now affected it, but it is that's the Code 6 at Hatzenbach. Sorry, the Hatzenbach approach. It's just been upgraded at that point, so that would have been a yellow flag. That's why it is there. That's what's caught him out. It's just literally, as we've just talked about that, he's just been upgraded to a Code 60.
It was a peculiar moment because Hubert Haupt almost understeered off the road coming out of the left-hander that leads to Hatzenbach. And then once he got into the dirt, and particularly on the grass, couldn't gather the moment back again, but still managed to slow the car down sufficiently. And some of that will have been down to the fact that he was on the grass. But, I mean, I'd love to be able to describe that to you again, whether our TV directors can sort out a replay of exactly what happened for the Mercedes that was chasing the 5 Phoenix Racing Audi. Now, exactly on cue, it's almost as if our directors are listening to us. Did he catch the curb? He's caught something, because this is before the Audi's slowing down and then has to hit the brakes as he comes back to hard standing and finds the asphalt again. But it was a bizarre moment.
I think what he'd done, he's just caught the left-hand curb and skipped it across the road slightly, which has put him onto the outer curb, the dust, and then onto the grass. It's just cumulative effect. Unfortunately, just that little tiny curb hop there, and it's just unsettled the front of the car, taken away the front end, and given it a bit of understeer. And there he is. Suddenly, he's on the other side of the track, and I'd love to see the in-car footage on that one. That'd be something great to describe, because I think there'd be a fair amount of steered angle going in, shall we say, input.
Certainly so. And now that there is a worry about how hard the car hit the barrier, whether the wheel was turned at the time, so that has that...
It wasn't. No, I don't think it was. I think it's pretty parallel to it. I'm not 100% sure, but it hasn't gone in obliquely and hit the front end. They say done a toe link. It's hit it sideways.
If you know you're going to end up in the barrier, you're better off putting the wheel straight,
and slapping it.
Exactly, so that the punishment's taken by the bodywork and not then bending a steering arm or a toe link, as you say.
So I'm assured. I've never had any experience of this, but I understand that's what drivers do.
No, because you don't drive into walls. That's why.
You're so good. So not only are you going to be a marketing consultant, you can be my agent now. There's a whole new world opening up here.
There really is.
Oh,
this is an afternoon of opportunity.
Johnny Palmer, international man of motorsport.
I can't remember the first thing I said about it.
Take another point.
It was Aston Martin.
Have my points. There you go. They're all yours.
No, I couldn't possibly. No. I'm not a very good agent. Well, maybe I am a very good agent if I take all your points and all your cash, more importantly. Anyway.
I've got more points. Put it that way.
So that was
I did have
a real worrying moment for the 6, but let's assume Hubert Haupt has got away with that. I just remember back to Raffaele Marciello a couple of years ago at the Nürburgring 24 Hours, when during one of his stints he had some contact with the car, and then it wasn't until the next driver took over, Maxi Gertz took over that car, and then the steering issue manifested about an hour later, actually, and it was all because of some contact that had happened in the previous stint with the previous driver. So let's hope that the 6 car can make it to the finish, and Hubert Haupt will take very good care of that now to for the remaining, well, less than 2 hours, because there's an hour and 54 minutes still to go on the clock, and this is very much engaging as an NLS race, the penultimate event of the year, with the Aston Martin of Nicky T now at the 2nd place. Potential dramas, though, for the number 23 car of Nico Müller that we're still trying to get to the bottom of. Actually, lap times on this, sector times on this lap rather, are pretty good. And that car comes into the pits, actually, as the race leader. So the 23, whatever concerns we had about that, we can allay, because it has come into the pits for its latest pit stop, brings the Aston Martin with it, almost in sympathy, and they enter the pit lane 7.6 seconds apart. Muller and team in. Frank Stippler might be able to go a little further on the pit stop. Has just done one, of course. That was an outlet, wasn't it? So the Stippler car will retake the race lead, potentially, if the Muller and the team stops go to the full length, which of course they have to do. What I'm referring to there is how many laps have been completed. It's 8 for both. So these will be quite long stops for the 23 and the 21, and could potentially therefore put the 5 car back into the lead of the race. Very busy on Hatzenbach. Possibly, yes, there's the repair work, isn't it, that's taking place. No, it's further around the lap. So might be in the vicinity of... Is there still a drama on Hatzenbach? Yes, there is.
There is. I was going to look it up there.
Where's the 39 Ferrari? Because that's
just what I was going to do. I was going to do that for you, Johnny.
That's the easy one to pick out. The only
so it's
Ferrari
just going
in
up into Schwalbenschwanz now. So that would have been on the approach to that, which would have given us...
yeah, it wasn't quite ringing true for me that was Hatzenbach, so it was much further around the lap into the Schwalbenschwanz, the Swallow's Tail.
So it was actually more between on the exit of Pflanzgarten, running up to Schwalbenschwanz. They say there was it looked like an M4 that suddenly had to slow down, and they all nearly constantly ended up and caught one another again. The BMW at the front of that. They're now onto the Dottinger Höhe. Of course, the Schwalbenschwanz leading at double fast left, very fast left onto the Dottinger Höhe. Again, that concertina effect. You've got a code 60. You're very conscious no matter what class you're in. You've got to obey the rules. You've got to respect it. We've seen that. We've seen stop-go penalties earlier, which is pretty kind, benevolent for disrespecting a code 60.
Yes.
But that's it. So I thought, well, who's going to pit? Actually, they haven't. They stayed out there. The BMW and Mercedes. These the GT. What category cars these? They're not GT3s.
They're not 3s. They look like 4s. Certainly Mercedes does, with the smaller rear wing on the back. And yeah, the Focus is SP10.
So it's 181 and 165.
181 is the Valkenhorst Motorsport M4.
165 is the Schnitzelraum. Sorry, Schnitzelraum Racing GT4 Mercedes.
And Marek
just taking position.
Marek Bockman in the 165 does take the position. Yeah, nice little move off the Mercedes arena. Left-handers there, and as they reach the right-hander, the flick back to the Grand Prix circuit. 165 Marek Bockman making the place on the 181 BMW that is being driven by Jonathan Miller.
Well, Jonathan Miller there just had an absolute handful of oversteer coming out of there. The Mercedes had got the job done. I think he kept out of the way of it. I don't think he was expecting the Mercedes to pull off that manoeuvre completely fairly and neatly up the inside. He had to go a little bit wide with that runoff area, and he got it all sideways. And you could see armfuls of lock on them. It's been about 20 degrees of opposite lock on, which is... the man should have been driving a car at Goodwood.
Yes. Yeah.
You don't want to be doing that on slick-shod cars. It's not. It's entertaining, but it's not ideal.
It's not the fastest, and you're going to wear through your tyres rather more readily. Exactly right. So John Miller and Chandler Hull, the two Americans driving the Valkenhorst Motorsport prepared BMW M4, now down to second place and having been overtaken by that 165 Mercedes in SP10.
And they get to Hatzenbach and it closes up again. We get code 60. The BMW suddenly just has to break in it. What I thought was then going to concertina that gap up there, John. I thought he was going to get the opportunity on the Mercedes, and he didn't, because in fact he caught him out. He had to slow down so much. He didn't quite lock up. There wasn't a trace of smoke there, but he had to put it up not fair and square. He had to turn it left to avoid the Mercedes. Unfortunately, as they got clear of that zone, Mercedes could get back on the power and pull away, and he's now put a couple of back markers between them. And I think we've now got a potentially...
that's Max Hesse.
Yeah, I was just going to say. That's Hesse
in the
behind.
BMW, the junior team BMW. Oh, past a flatbed, which is recovering a stricken car. But all they're displaying is white flags. You don't need to go any slower. You just need to be aware that it's there.
Slow-moving vehicle on track. That's all the white flag means. But as you say, I wouldn't want to be in that instant vehicle with those cars going round.
No. But also, I think, trailer height compared to where the windscreen is.
Go. Move on.
No, I know, but these are all things taken into account, folks, because this is a very safe way of going racing, because the driver briefings are so informative and stipulate absolutely everything. They're very strict, but all the drivers are fully aware of what goes on in a race like this.
The circuit license process is the big bit. That's it. You can't. The driver briefings are absolutely right. They are, but that's just reinforcing what you've gone through to get here. We've said it before. We said it earlier in the show. Lewis Hamilton, 7-time Formula One world champion, cannot come and take part in this race. He said, tell you what, give me a Mercedes, good bit of brand awareness. I'll go and drive an AMG GT3 car around there, and Toto will just say no. Now, Toto will probably say no for different reasons. He's not in the contract and blah, blah, blah. But Lewis Hamilton cannot jump into a Mercedes and go and do this race. He's a 7-time Formula One world champion. Like, sorry, I'm not qualified.
Yeah.
I'd love to have that conversation, or be a journalist in the room when that happened.
I know. And then comparing him to Danny Brink or Philip Lyson, who are champions that, the man on the street, with the greatest respect, never heard of. But these guys are more qualified to race in this type of race because the way it is run, the way it is governed, and the way that the clear-up process is carried out as well. In a Grand Prix, you have to go at least safety car if you've got big HGVs on the track. Here...
And we're talking Unimog flatbeds.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, yeah.
Here, just carry on racing.
That's why we've got no fuel in the UK. All the HGVs are over in Germany.
Picking up all the road race cars.
So we'll get
I think we've cracked it.
Okay, all right, Kerry, we'll get fuel tomorrow. It's fine.
Just because there's an NLS race on, that's the reason why there's a rush on around the country.
Well, to be honest, drive home or watch an NLS race. I know where I'm staying.
It's Saturday.
Exactly.
Who needs to go anywhere on a Saturday?
Exactly. Yeah. Well, I need to be at church in the morning, but...
Well, it's Sunday, that's all right. There'll be fuel in time for that. 51 Porsche.
That's just the fastest corner at Thruxton.
Hey! There was a church there somewhere, surely.
There is. It's in the village there. That's the problem.
That's why everyone leaves the track at that point to try and get there, you see, for morning prayers. Anyway.
I'd always wondered.
The 51 Porsche is the 992 iteration of the Cup car, heading into the cut through, and I wonder whether this is still Uwe Autzer at the wheel, or has he handed over to Marco Holzer? No, it's still Uwe, running second in SPX, but that's really a way of getting the cars into the race rather than a category that these cars are fighting for trophy-wise. The other car in SPX, which means it's an SP car, but an exception to the rule, if you like, a special car within a special class. And these are cars that will be homologated properly for next year's running of the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series. And that means that the BMW M4 of Augusto Farfus is slightly better placed than this Porsche, but it's like comparing apples with oranges, really. Just a means of getting them into the race for some all-important running. The 23 car now with one of the Kolbs at the wheel, not Vincent, though, because it's Patrick Kolb, isn't it, in the 23? And that car is leading the race for Lion Speed by Car Collection Motorsport after Patrick Kolb took over from Nico Müller, and what a stint it was for the Swiss driver, overtaking two cars in one movement on the Dottinger Ruhr. This is RS1 on the Radio Show Limited network of channels with NLS 8.
Zwei Familien, 40 30 Jahre Firmengeschichte. Unsere Produkte entstehen zu 100% in Deutschland. Mit Herzblut und Hingabe. Wir schaffen den Technologietransfer von der Rennstrecke auf die Straße. Handwerkskunst, Erfahrung für diesen einen Moment. Das ist die Nürburgring Langstrecken Serie. Das ist H&R. Performance made in Germany.
Sicher ans Ziel. Auf allen Straßen, bei jedem Wetter. Mit den zuverlässigen Sommerreifen von Falken. Jetzt Falkenreifen kaufen und Tankgutschein sichern. Weitere Informationen auf tankgutschein.falkenreifen.de. Falkenreifen.
The run into Tiergarten is about to take place for the Porsche in the white colours that is motoring on, having just got by the 9 und 11 Racing Porsche Cup car from SP7. But leading the way is, intriguingly, Nick Foster, the silver-rated Australian driver who has had experience in the past of competition as high up as the World Endurance Championship. He's run at Bathurst in the past before, and also in the what was formerly known as the Blancpain series with Attempto Racing. So lots of various places. In fact, he's gold rated now. Beg pardon, I thought I might have called him silver, but it was silver in the days that he was running in the World Endurance Championship. But having recently won a title, that's bumped him back up to gold. So certainly no slouch. And runs in the number 39 Ferrari. That is a Pro-Am car. So Jules Szymkowiak, Christian Kohlhaas and Nick Foster, the trio in that car. And for the lead of the race then, the blue Ferrari being caught by Max Hesse in the BMW Junior Team car. That machine, those two cars are heading now towards the lower portion of the circuit, and now to the really fast stuff at Exmuller. Well, they'll run down towards Exmuller, and then it becomes very fast once they've negotiated Bergwerk and the run back up the hill. But it is absolutely nose to tail here, Snowy, for the lead of the race, and I think the BMW will be fast enough to get ahead. Just a question of where Max Hesse chooses to make the pass.
Well, he can afford to wait, can't he, until the Dottinger. I've got a suspicion, I've got a notion he's not going to. Two totally different vehicle dynamics there. We've got a Ferrari that's mid-engined and the big front-engined BMW, and both older generation cars. Of course, the 488 Ferrari now, there's an Evo version of that car, so this is an older generation. The BMW getting a toe there, pulling out from the inside, but is he going to get through the end? He is going to do it. It looks like he's completely alongside. He's now placed on the wrong side of the circuit, and the Ferrari just backing out a bit and letting the BMW through. That was just, no point. He's got a pit stop owing to us anyway, isn't that? The Ferrari, certainly. Foster just backing out a bit and letting the BMW all the way through.
Well, yeah, you would expect a pit stop pretty soon because, well, mind you, they did 8 laps on the first stint. So Jules Shinkowiak forced 8 laps out of stint number 1, bearing in mind there's an additional lap for the formation lap. So they are obviously confident that they can reach 9 laps in, as you say, the older version of the Ferrari 488. I still consider the 488 to be quite a new car after it replaced the 458, but it must be a good 7-8 years into its run now.
I'm still on a 246 Dino. That's my level.
Fair enough.
What are these these what things? Newfangled things. Yes.
Car in engine in the middle. Yes. Where's the engine in the Dino? Surely
exactly.
in the front.
Yeah, 365 Daytona. Let's go proper.
Well, indeed, so.
Proper GT cars.
Like it. If you wanted to run one of these at NLS, I'm sure they would find you a class to run
I'm sure they would.
Run it in.
Yes.
It'd be an instant crowd favourite. By the way, I never did look for the Manta, which is also
never seen it, haven't seen it. It's normally gets some kind of coverage, doesn't it?
Not in the race.
The Foxtail,
unfortunately.
So, no.
Certainly didn't qualify this morning.
Maybe come out for the last round.
Yeah, the Foxtail Manta, which has been running for so many years, particularly the 24 hours. They try and do as many NLS races with it as well, where they can. And there was a time when I think it was written into the regulations that you couldn't legally put a VLN race on without the Opel Manta in the entry list. But obviously those days have altered slightly. So the current standings slightly out of date now because the Ferrari has slipped to second position. Max Hesse's BMW leads the race, having pulled off a neat overtake, running up the hill through Kesselchen and Klostertal, and got it done sort of on the run into Klostertal. That left-hander with certainly a helping hand from Nick Foster. He wasn't going to force the issue because bear in mind the Ferrari is a Pro-Am entrant and they're fascinatingly able to get a bit more time out or a completely additional lap on the stint to stretch it to 9 rather than 8. And I wonder whether they can make that work for them come the end of the race. Meanwhile, the Fricadelli Porsche has behind it a Mercedes. That's the number 6 car, isn't it? So Stippler's already got through for Phoenix Racing. And now Klaus Abelin will be running in 4th position, ahead of Hubert Haupt in car number 6, running 5th, and ahead of the Aston Martin of Maxime Martin, which must have got ahead of Patrick Kolb, because Kolb in the red and black Audi is now being shown, or now is definitely behind the Aston Martin, despite them being the other way around at the start of the lap.
Slow run for Klaus Abelin onto the onto the Dottinger there, which allowed Haupt to get alongside him. But of course, Nicky Thiem took it. Sorry, it's not Thiem, isn't it? It's Martin in the Aston Martin. Takes advantage of that. Kolb in turn gets tucked up behind. We've got another one of these 3-way side-by-side drafts. Klaus Abelin pulls back out again. That Porsche just getting a mega drag down the Dottinger, just leaving the Mercedes and the Audi to go through the left-hand kink. Who's going to get there first? Well, it's going to be the Aston Martin GT3 car advantage, turning up at the Tiergarten first, taking great advantage of that. Saw that opportunity arriving, coming through Schwalbenschwanz, just saw it lined up, stayed completely over to the right-hand side of the track. The door just opened, parting of the waters, and was straight through. But I'm absolutely stunned at Klaus Abelin there, that lost out completely. Looked like he was slow onto there, and onto the Dottinger, but still came back at the end of it. Almost lost 1, 2, 3 places out of that. Pulled both of them back again. Now they're onto the GP circuit. Maxime Martin, it's up into 3rd overall now with that manoeuvre down the Dottinger through the Tiergarten, keeping it all. And the 23 Audi, now the Ferrari, it's in the pits and it looks like it's run out of fuel. We said it was close. They managed to get it out. They did 8 laps at the beginning. Were on the GT4 Mercedes going past it, and the Ferrari ignorantly having to be pushed by its driver into the pit lane. Everybody else scribbling alongside it as they pull up for the 60k line. You don't want to be pushing that car there. It's embarrassing enough having to push a Ferrari out of fuel, but with other cars coming down the pit lane there. But that's going to absolutely drop that car down the order. What a great shame there that Ferrari was. We knew it owed us the pit stop, but it was great to see it up at the front. We knew it was not going to be there. It wasn't quite representative, but unfortunately there. So Foster in the 39 there, he's already down to 10th already.
Yeah, that's Nick Foster, the 29-year-old Brisbaneite, who's having to get out of the car and push it the remaining distance, and that'll be fine initially, but he's going to run out of puff fairly soon after the... I mean, I'm not even sure he's made the timing line. Does the car now show in the pits? Yes, it does. So at least that's one hurdle that he's managed to get over. And it might be that some of the team can rush down to the start of the pit lane now to help nick out the remaining distance. I'm not sure where that car is based along the pit lane, whether it's got one of the early boxes or much further down. But I did think that was quite a risky game to be playing. However, of course, they had managed to get 8 laps out of it, plus a formation lap. They were going for 9 racing laps, and clearly that's just been the thing that's taken it slightly over. You can't do 9 racing laps. You can do 8 racing laps and a formation lap where you're burning far less fuel.
Mercifully, it's in box 6, which is one of the early ones. So
okay.
They haven't got to push it all the way down the pit lane.
And 3 of the members of the Helipagid Racing 1 team have now helped Nick out. In fact, Nick's got in the car to do the steering, and the guys are on the rear wing helping it the remaining distance. That's on Goodyear tyres, interestingly, whereas the cars that we were talking about earlier on, mainly on Michelins, although the exception is the Valkenhorst Motorsport BMWs with their continued loyalty to Yokohama. So Goodyear Eagle tyres about to be replaced. Porsche in the background, the Black Falcon car is also on the Michelin tyres. So a very tired, I'm sure, Nick Foster, not least because he's just done 9 laps at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, but also because he's had to push it the remaining distance down the pit lane. Will go for a well-deserved lie down, no doubt. Certainly a big slurp of water. And let's hope that they plan to do a driver change at this point to hand over to Christian Kohlhaas. The car has already had, driving it from the start, Jules Szymkowiak, who's racing on a Swiss licence, with Christian Kohlhaas potentially about to take over, but more news on that to come. Meanwhile, right in the middle of a load of traffic is the 911 numbered Porsche now of Michael Christensen, with up ahead of him, looks like one of the car collection Audis, which is being forced up over the curb there by another GT3 Porsche. Can't recognise which one that is, actually. Is that Avalon?
I was going to say, it's Avalon.
It might be Avalon.
I think it is, the Ficcadelli car.
But the angle I've got it at almost displays the back of the car pink rather than red.
Yeah, I think it's just the angle and light at the moment. I'm sure that is the Ficcadelli car. Indeed it is. We've also got a code 60 on the exit of Carousel, which is for the Müller and Stellbring BMW 125i that's gone off there. So that's literally a little bit after the Carousel. It's listed as a Carousel, it's actually a bit lit further on. But it's a code 60 leading up to Hoak, the highest part of the circuit there. So it's another one of the code 60s back out again, unfortunately. I'm still convinced that was the Ficcadelli Porsche.
Yes, no, agreed. And Ficcadelli now in the hands of the bronze-rated Klaus Aberlin, not quite as quick as Michael Christensen, who's looking for a way by, and also in that queue is the number 6 Mercedes of Hubert Haupt. So Christensen has got ahead of Haupt. They were the other way around at the start of the lap, but making ground, the Manthey Racing Porsche in the Grello colours, now ahead of the Bilstein yellow and blue of Hubert Haupt in the number 6 car. There's still another driver to come from there. So a couple of moments ago, the 23 of Patrick Kolb around the outside, and that was the moment that Kolb decided to take the place away from Klaus Aberlin, who defended to within an inch of his life, in fact, and really put the Porsche in a clever place, but gave Kolb just about enough racing room. And this is the difference. As small as it is, you know, Aberlin just doesn't quite have the pace of those cars behind. They're heading in through the carousel, the main carousel now, the Caracciola version of it, rather than the Kleiner carousel that comes later on in the lap. And Michael Christensen and Hubert Haupt are just able to turn through these corners, get the power down more readily than Klaus Aberlan up ahead. And the gap's going to come down again because they're heading into a slow zone now. There's a car in the barrier off to their right on the approach to Uhr RACE, which is the incident you were describing, Snowy. Did you mention which car it was? Do we know which car it was that is affected? There isn't one stopped on the tracker.
Yeah, it was 483.
Okay.
VT2 class, BMW 125i of Müller and Stelbrink.
Yes. Thank you for that. So that's the car that's almost looked like it was turned around with the nose in the barrier. Back to racing speed now. Aberlan, Christensen and Hubert Haupt. This might be the chance for Christensen to get the overlap. They're heading for Brunchen, that well-known spectator point where you watch all of the videos on that well-known streaming service of road cars going rather too hot into Brunchen and slapping the barrier. They seem to be very popular on the streaming service that I've used in the past, as in hundreds of thousands of views. But it is a well-known place for spectators, and thankfully we're welcoming back spectators at Brunchen and Flansgotten for the first time in the best part of a year and a half. Back into more traffic. Aberlan's doing a good job though here of shading back Christensen, because again that was a chance for Michael to get through, but he had to get out of the throttle.
Yeah, that was a difficult call for him, because it looked like the back marker was going to go one way. It didn't. Of course, the Grello in the middle of this is the sandwich as well. It's got the Porsche in front of the Fricadelli car. Klaus Aberlan doing a sterling job there of trying to hold this back. It's got an air of inevitability about it. Unfortunately, that's no disrespect to him, but he is doing a great job of trying to use that traffic. At least he's thinking to have a look ahead and see where he can do it, but it just depends where that traffic moves. And what you want in this situation is for the traffic to stay where it is, but it looks like coming through Schwalbenspans yet again, the Grello got the job done, lined up on the inside. But remember what happened on the previous lap. We've got the Mercedes now getting alongside the Porsche, so the order's changed. We've got the Grello Porsche 911 at the front. Klaus Aberlan drops back to third of this group. He came onto the Dottinger Hohe in the lead of this group. But as they get into that draft, that Porsche seems to have something a little bit extra. They're going to come up to the fast left-hand king. The Porsche and the Mercedes, they've pulled apart. Now they've got back to close together again. They're trading door handles. Aberlan it's on the inside. Can he squeeze the Mercedes out? Somebody's going to have to give, and it's Aberlan that's discretion the better part of valor to go up into the Tiergarten there. So he's gone from the leading car of this group to third place, but that's benefited Grello that comes out. I wouldn't be surprised if Aberlan just drops back a little bit now, has a bit of a regroup. But onto the GP circuit, you never know to get it all back together again. But Grello, it is that benefited from that positioning and that draft down there. The Mercedes, it's a complete change of order, actually. In fact,
yeah,
Fricadelli car right to the back of three of those, that is.
Really good racing though, and you know, it doesn't matter what your ability is in terms of controlling a GT3 car. Everyone's the same on the straights, because everyone can, well, generally, if you've got the bravery, put the right pedal down to the floor. And Aberlan was doing that to perfection, almost not allowing the 6-car by. So that tells me that one of the reasons why the Porsche is so strong this weekend, it's got perhaps the best straight line speed of all the GT3 cars. And that was demonstrated perfectly by Klaus on the previous lap, when he was able to certainly keep 2 GT3 cars behind when they almost went 4 abreast a lap ago down the Dottinger Hohe. That would have been a real spectacle. But on 2 separate occasions, we've had 3 side-by-side cars. And Aberlan eventually, I think, thinking, well, it's better for me to just break that little bit earlier, allow Hubert Haupt through, because that car is looking to try and take the Pro-Am victory in the Klaus Aberlan and Julian Andlauer combination. Andlauer gold and Aberlan bronze rated, and they're looking to be on the top step of the podium in Pro-Am. Their nearest rival is the 25 car, and 25 with Tyson currently driving, Achim Tyson, who shares that car with Mikko Menzel. And they are far enough back, I would say, still, for the Fricadelli machine to maintain that advantage. A couple of seconds ago on the Dottinger Hohe, the number 1 BMW was heading down the Dottinger Hohe and being caught, and the Porsche getting by. So that's the 25 car that I was talking about. Car 25, the Tyson machine from Uber Motorsport, second in Pro-Am, and therefore the nearest car to the Fricadelli machine in terms of its class. And I don't think, have we had any of Nico Menzel yet in the number 25? Menzel, from memory, was one of those drivers that was on double duty this weekend.
Yeah, he started the car.
He started.
Yeah,
okay.
seven laps.
No, I'm confusing matters. Menzel is only in one car, the 25, and he was in from the start. So Achim Tyson now putting in his drive time, which is all important when you're running a Pro-Am entry. And out of the first corner goes car number 1, which is the defending champion car, and they're also nicely positioned in the championship this time around as well. Danny Brink, who is driving 2 cars this weekend. He's driving the 396 V6 Porsche Cayman S, but also back in his old mount, being the Adrenaline Motorsport Team Automotive 325i that he shared with Christopher Rink and Philip Lyson for a good couple of seasons now. They run in the V4 category, scoring good points. I'm sure this car is close to the front again. Danny Brink, is leading V4, so they are on course again for maximum points in their 325i, Snowy.
You were talking earlier, Johnny, of mixing up your rules of ACO and ELMS and NLS and etc. etc. And of course, one of the things that's absolutely given is no working on the cars in the pit lane and that kind of stuff. And we have a fast lane of the pits. I'm just looking at the 39 Ferrari. That's obviously it hasn't had outside assistance as such, but vehicles can only be in the fast lane with the driver in. This is reading from the rules. Is complete racing equipment seated in a normal position with the seat belts fastened. Yeah. Now, any stopping in the fast lane without compelling reason is prohibited. I would say running out of fuel and leaving a car stuck in the fast lane is a very compelling reason to get it out of the way for safety reasons. So I would imagine, whilst the rules say that, and that is the letter of the rule, quite literally I'm reading it out, I would suggest that getting it out of the way, vacating the car, and undoing your belts and getting out would be, which is probably why he got back straight into it again. When the mechanics arrived, he got back into the car, not just to steer it, but to comply with the rules and put his belts back on, etc. So he was conforming as much as possible. I'd say a little bit of force majeure there. I'd be very surprised if the 39 car received a penalty there for trying to push himself out of the way. And he's got to get it, he's got to get it over the line before the mechanics and team can come to him.
Yeah.
Because they can't go onto physically the racetrack.
That's right. So they can't go beyond the timing line, the white line, which is the start of the speed limit. It's going to be interesting to follow that one. And in a sense, it's self-policing because they've already copped a penalty as the car ran out of fuel. But I do realise that there's a rule book as well, specifically written, and therefore must be adhered to make it fair for all. So potentially a tricky decision for race control to make. 745 car is another BMW, and it is an entry into V4 for Hoffer Racing. And makes sense of the Hoffer colours now, black, white and red. And Hoffer with great experience and championships, in fact, in the 24-hour series. Not any names that I mentioned that I recognise from Hoffer Racing within that championship, though, because we've got Michael Fleemer, Zoran Rodulovic and Rolf Derscheid in the 3-driver lineup then for 745.
Definitely worth a point, that.
Thanks. What, for the pronunciation?
Correct.
I'm not sure whether any
clear,
of them.
loud,
okay,
deliberate. Very impressive.
Radulovic is running second in V4 and behind the Danny Brink car. So, they're close to the potential champions again this year, but still can't quite get the right side of them and therefore lead their class. And that's the continuity, the consistency of the 3 champions really coming to the fore. They talk about cream rising to the top. Well, there's a reason why this trio have won a couple of championships already and might even be making a clean sweep of 3 on the bounce in 2021. 44 BMW nearing the end of another lap, and this car is well placed, having been up and down. It's actually leading the race at this stage, but all things are not quite equal, because Dan Harper did he did a shorter stint than I was expecting as the middle of the 3 stints that this car has done so far. We had 7 laps from Neil Verhagen to kick things off, 6 laps from Dan Harper, and that was surely to enable a quicker pit stop to get Max Hesse in. And remember that Harper, of course, was caught in all of that traffic as well, so they might have been thinking, we want some clearer air, let's pit the car 2 laps earlier, we can take a shorter stop because of that, and we can get rid of these pesky Audis as well and rejoin the racetrack where it's slightly a cooler environment, a calmer environment. And Max Hesse's doing a good job actually on the average lap times as well. So Max, that's the end of 6 laps for him on this stint, and happy to continue on for 7 and probably 8 laps. So this is an unconventional way of doing it, but they've got their BMW to the sharp end. And I think because all 3 drivers are very capable, all recently out of their teens, as you worked out earlier on, not quite any of them teenagers any longer, but this all of a sudden has become a very strong package. When they qualified in, was it 5th, or were running early on in 5th, and I wouldn't say I'd overlooked this car, but they didn't look like the kind of standout favourites after 5 or 10 minutes.
No, but they've proven this before in previous rounds of the NLS Series this year, Johnny. It's not the first time they've put themselves in this. They've won a couple of rounds as well, and you just know what they're going to be doing. They're going to be going to Uncle Crack after this and saying, doing the Oliver thing, not more so, but can we have an M4? If we can do that with an M6, can we ever run in the M4?
Yeah, well, and
they've
got the results to stack that up as well, that claim to, because as you say, 2 wins already when they took a win in NLS 4 and NLS 5. So if they could do it again, it wouldn't be 3 in a row, but it would be three wins from 7 races, because remember the first race of the year didn't happen. So this is round 8, but actually only race 7 of the year. And all of the other events have run to the full quota, 4 hours with the exception of the last one, NLS 7, which was the 6-hour, the annual 6-hour race. On to Hats and back goes the 911 car. Still at the wheel of this is Michael Christensen, and not too far away from him, as in half a second behind Patrick Kolb in the Lion Speed by Car Collection Audi. Then it is Hubert Haupt in the number 6 Mercedes in the Bilstein colours, and Klaus Aberlan, as expected, not able to punch out the same sort of lap times as the 3 gentlemen in front of him. He's the gentleman driver, I suppose. I should be referring to him as such, actually, Klaus Aberlan. Still a mean racer, and kind of typically in the past we have had 2 Fricadelli racing cars, one an all-out pro entry and one a pro-am. Well, it is just the one car from the German team this time, and Klaus present as the AM part of the lineup, but he's way better than an amateur driver with his knowledge and experience of the ring, and on course as things stand for victory in pro-am.
Hugely impressive. You say it's that experience, isn't it, and knowledge of the place. They've not had the additional layer of weather thrown at them.
No.
This race so far. We've got an hour and 15 to go, but I've got no reason to believe it's going to change at all. But it's that knowledge, and that's where a pro-am lineup can be so good. You're quite right. So you said the 3 gentlemen ahead of him. Well, that's about the gentlemen not being expected to match the times of the 3 pros ahead of him, is the way of putting it.
Yes.
However, you're quite right. He said he's much more than just a gentleman driver.
I don't like the term amateur.
No, I don't. That's what I'm trying to get at. I don't like gentlemen. That they are gentlemen that do it mostly. It's kind of an old term, isn't it? Of saying people, gentlemen, sort of indicative of a financial position that could afford to go racing is what they really meant. So quite a few of them, I've met a few over the years, very few of them were gentlemen. In reality, they just had money. It's a different thing altogether. But Klaus Aberlan there, it's kind of that sort of halfway house, isn't it?
Whereas his team,
exactly, he's not
owns the team.
He's not quite a pro. It's probably the way of putting it, isn't it?
Yeah. But he's you get player managers in football. He's like a driver manager or driver owner, if you like. So a lot of duties when he's not in the car, and certainly he knows the lap time that he can produce regularly and safely, and just drives to that delta. And I think, on course at least for a podium in Pro-Am and potentially the race win.
It's that phrase they often use in endurance racing, is it? A safe pair of hands, but in this case, a quick one as well. You don't want, safe pair of hands can also just cost you a lot of time. You don't want that, but it's it's those rules of the ever present rule of endurance racing, and this is endurance race, although it's a 4-hour race. It's stay out of the pits, stay out of trouble. Yeah, that's what you need to do, and he can do that in spadefuls. We saw that in the traffic a few minutes ago of thinking it through. If you do lose out, don't take a risk at all costs to lose a position. It's better to acquiesce, back out of it. Discretion, better part of valor. Let's use as many cliches as we can. But and a great job. And it's his team, as you say. He knows what he's doing. He's been around. I was going to say he's been around the block. He's been around the ring a few times, hasn't he?
That's right. Chopped his way through a fair few fricadellis as well, you would think. As the 899 BMW M2 CS racing car comes into the pits, that is for Thomas Leher, sharing that car with Lars Poiker, and the BMW is in Cup 5, so came in from 4th position in its class. Cup 5 is currently led by the FK Performance Motorsport M2, number 875, and they were actually, I remember the start of their race from the very sharp end of Group 3 was real door handle to door handle stuff initially, and now the 875 has got slightly more of a lead with Nico Otto at the wheel of that car. Turning left with the instantly recognisable rumble of the Mercedes V8 from AMG is the 27 car of Thomas Jaeger in the HWA AG AMG, thundering its way onto Hatson back, and now completely flat out is the number 19 Black Falcon Porsche of Naumann, the Porsche Falcon, the Black Falcon Team Identica car. We've got Black Falcon back into GT3 running for something like the first time in 2 years. Great to have. Snowy.
Nothing to do with the driver in the car, unfortunately. It's not a name check for the reason. It will be in a moment. But more importantly, the number 24 Lion Speed by Car Collection Audi has stopped on the outside of the correct shoulder carousel, causing code 60. That car was currently running in, it's 13th now. I think it was just inside the top 10. And I have to say it because it's there, but it is, unfortunately, our friend Lorenzo Rocco de Torrepadula at the wheel of that Audi that's parked on the outside there.
Very good. Not very good about the incident, but very good pronunciation, nevertheless.
What part of that is very good, apart from my pronunciation?
No.
Did I get a point back?
No, because I knew you could say that. So,
okay. Fair.
Otherwise, you'll just keep saying it and you can rack up the points that way. Doesn't seem fair.
No.
And would be quite boring commentary as well. Let's face it. Might be worth a try. If you're having to catch up something like a 10-point deficit, just do it all at the end. Although it would be slightly more of a tongue twister than red lorry, yellow lorry, you would think. Anyway.
A tongue twister.
Tongue twister, yes. Down towards the Vidal chicane goes now Porsche number, that might be the 19 that I was just talking about, or is it the 80 car? It is the 19 from Black Falcon. So I wonder what plans they have for 2022. Maybe a full-time return to GT3 racing for Black Falcon, who have brought a good lineup of drivers with them. Of course, you would expect that with a team of their history. They've got actually 3 cars in the race, but Noah Nagelsteig, Florian Naumann and Hendrik von Danwitz representing the new injection of youth into GT3 racing. Exciting times for those 3 guys. Paul Harkemmer and Tobias Müller running SP Pro in a Black Falcon Team Techstar 911 GT3 Cup MR car, number 350. And another Team Techstar entry is in the Cup 3 class for Porsche 970. It's a Cayman GT4 CS for Alexander Akimenkov, the man simply known as Iceman, which is very cool because I got Snowy next to me. Iceman is in the race, and Vasily Selivanov, who is another Russian driver, along with Akimenkov, who's part of the Black Falcon lineup. But I don't know much about Mr. Iceman. not his real name, I'm going to suggest.
I think you're talking about these people just to rack up your point score.
Maybe.
I can see a pattern here. I'm not allowed to repeat a Torapaggi there.
No.
But you're bringing in new names.
Because you know, that's more talent, surely, to be able to pronounce different names. No? Otherwise, I'll just keep saying...
It's official now.
I'll just keep saying Vincent Cole, because I can say that one. Down towards the cut-through goes the 808 car that rejoins. That is the TCR AM entry, which is a straight Cupra. So we've got Seat Cupras in the race, but this is a Cupra TCR car for Jens Wolf and Alexander Schmidt and Mirk Uch. Sorry, I'm doing it again. But I like to try and name as many different people in the race where possible. Purely because, you know, they've dedicated their day with a bit of cash and a bit of time and some fuel as well, wherever they may have found it. So at least they need a name check, and they are leading the TCR AM class, in fact. So just threading its way through the Vidal chicane now and up towards the turn left, which will take them over the bridge, and then the very challenging part of the lap through Hatzenbach, almost 3 abreast down the Dottinger Hohe for the red car, the blue car, the green car, all having a race. And the green Porsche is just ahead of the Mühlner Motorsport Porsche, I'm going to say, from this distance, but it's tricky to tell. It certainly looks like a Mühlner livery. And the green car, will be Tracy Krohn and Nick Johnson, of course. So I was asking myself the question whether the Tracy Krohn car would be in all green. Of course it is, with the Krohn Racing branding stamped on the front. Tracy Krohn and Nick Johnson been racing together for about 40 years. I'm exaggerating slightly, but it's got to be easily 20. And that is a partnership that's been going for so long, with much success along the way.
The point you're making there is that they've got a greater race experience than the collection of the BMW Junior team
yes.
put together.
Yes.
Drivers. Yeah. So we are approaching to the BMW Junior team. Hess at the wheel, that's 7 laps completed. This is the car at the front of the field. Max Hess at the moment, 20 laps in total of the race completed. 7, 6 and 7 so far. The Hagen, Harbour, Hess in that order. 7:58 is the best lap of that car. At the beginning of the first end by Neil Verhagen, actually. Dan Harper did an 8-minute dead and Max Hess an 8:01. So pretty closely matched there, allowing for traffic, etc. Hess is on 7 laps at the moment. Stippler in the number 5 Phoenix Racing Audi, currently in 2nd place. He is on 6 laps, so nothing to worry about that one. The 21 Aston Martin in 3rd place with Maxime Martin at the wheel is only 5 laps. Herbert Haupt in the Mercedes number 6, which is in equally 6th place, 6 and 6. Metzger started that car, did a 5-lap stint followed by an 8-lap stint, so Haupt is now on his 7th lap. So again, he's going to be owing us a pit stop fairly soon. And the BMW M4, the SPX category car, as in the experimental car, if you like, or not pre-homologated, if you like. Number 55, Eng had 2 stints in that, 6 and 8 laps, and Augustus Farfus is also done on 6 laps now. Klaus Aberlin in the Fricadelli number 30 is on a 7 laps into his stint. So fairly shortly we're going to see quite a little bit of shaking up of the order. We're just approaching in 5 minutes time the final hour of this NLS 8, the 7th race of the year, but the 8th round. The first round was scheduled but didn't take place, just called off in the morning, unable to do qualifying and too much fog. We had a little bit of fog this morning, which was a bit surprising given the brightness and the sunshine we got this afternoon at the Nordschleife, but we did have a little bit of fog this morning that didn't really think it would delay, but I think it was a 30-minute delay we had in the end, so qualifying all got pushed back and race start. But it's been a bright sunny day in the Eifel Mountains. We are approaching the last quarter of the race, and it's hard to imagine that a quarter of the race is another hour to go yet.
Yeah, and so therefore extending slightly further into the afternoon than was originally planned, but a 4:30 start, or a 4:30 finish rather, all being well. I was joking about the partnership between Tracy Krohn and Nick Johnson, but I reckon I've tracked it back to 2004 when they both raced at Portland as part of the American Le Mans Series, as it was then, in a Lamborghini Murcielago RGT, and Tracy sharing that car with Nick Johnson for the first time in 2004. So it's not far off a 20-year partnership now. And they've had other drivers along the way, but they've also entered Le Mans a number of times, and always in all green, Krone Racing green machinery. So that Porsche going well, and Tracy Krone, not sure whether it's Krone or Johnson driving it currently. Let's just check. It must be Nick Johnson. Yes, it is. 7th place in car 78 in the SP5, SP6, SP7 division. Meanwhile, over the rise at Flugplatz and down now towards Schwedenkreuz goes the Schnitzelarm entered Team Avia's Zorgrennsport prepared car, and that is the Mercedes, I reckon, or unless it was, well, both of them are Mercedes actually. The 150 car is in the pits of Peter Pozovac, and the one that you could hear in the background was the 165 Mercedes-AMG, which leads SP10, in fact. So Snowy and I described the moment where the 165 got ahead of the 181 BMW to take the SP10 lead. That's got to be about an hour ago, and actually the 165 has stayed in front ever since. So that was proved to be a crucial overtake for Mercedes 165, and well done so far, at least, to Marcel Johannes, Marsha Weitz, Marek Bockman, who made the move, and Tim Neuser, who is now doing the driving. Is this our race leader coming into the pits?
Yes, indeed. This is Hess into the pits. I think we're going to go a flurry of activity now with pit stops. The Phoenix Racing Audi is right behind, with the Aston Martin of Maxime Martin tucked behind there. I think the Aston, I thought he was going to go and pit there. So the two, the Audi and the Aston stay out. The Aston tucked under the rear wing of the Audi R8. It's the race leader, the junior team BMW, has pitted already. I think that'll be a driver change. The Audi flicking down to the right-hand side of the pit wall to get the tighter line through, but the Aston undercuts. Martin gets around the inside, can't quite do it. He's going for the switch back to the left-hand side. Can he get through there? These two duking it out. The Aston's got down the inside. The Aston Martin looks like he's almost going to take the lead. Not quite done. The Audi hasn't given away yet. The Aston takes the actual lead on the racetrack at the moment, only because they haven't pitted yet, but they've got another 8 odd minutes of race to go. So on its debut, we can actually say, you heard it here first on RSL, a new Aston Martin GT3 is leading an NLS round.
Yeah, and taking the lead through the first sequence of corners on this lap. So a legitimate overtake. These
on
two,
merit, yeah,
these two become the race leaders because Max Hesse made the stop. Max had done 8 laps, whereas Frank Stippler's only done 7, and Maxime Martin's only done 6. So this could be great strategy from Aston Martin Racing. They have excelled in that in the past, of course, and now heading through the Vidal chicane, look to be in a very good position. They will need to pit later on in the race than everybody else they're up against, theoretically. So that means their final stop can be shorter as well, because they're going to be going further into their final stint, and therefore can buy back a bit of time, all things being equal, in the final call to the pit stop. So I'm going to expect Maxime Martin in at the end of not this lap but the next one. Stippler, who's now in his draft, will have to come in at the end of lap 22, this current lap.
Yeah, Klaus Abelin brings in the number 30 Fricadella Porsche, a car that's led. That's from 8th position at the moment. In 6th position is also, that's his 5th position now, is Hubert Haupt in the Mercedes. That's also into the pit. So Hesse, Haupt and Abelin into the pits out of our top 10. Stippler, Martin, Kolb staying out at the moment. Augustus Farfus in the new M4, number 55, stays out. And of course, Muller in the 70. SP9 Pro, and if that's still out there for the moment, but it all going to change in this next lap. But of course it takes a while to shake out here, because as we said time and time again, over the next lap, well, that's going to be 8, 9, 10 minutes away by the time you do a pit stop as well. We could be talking 10 minutes for it to go around. Of course, our timing scheme's got to update. another 8 minutes later. So we're not just slow. Johnny certainly isn't, I am, but the reason it takes a while to update sometimes is because with another lap and a pit stop and another lap to go by, we can be talking 15, 18 minutes before the screen actually updates.
That's right.
And gives us a properly indicative look at it. Now, is that Porsche 911 going really slowly?
Yes.
It is. That's the Manthey car going really slowly. That's Christensen at the wheel of that in 9th at the moment. And I don't think that's a code reason. I think that's just at the turn of the final hour. I think we've got drama for the Manthey Porsche.
Was running in 9th place, but it hasn't actually reached the end of lap 21 yet, whereas the top 8 cars have done.
Yeah, it's got a problem. Other cars streaming past it, so it's not a code or any flags I can't see. So the Manthey Porsche usually just does exactly what it says on the tin, these Porsches, does what it says on the box, goes round and round and round. Some kind of issue there. Now, is it a puncture? We saw that for one of the Valkenhorst cars, the 34 car, I think it was, earlier on.
That's right, yeah, it was.
No more punches, though. No, you did say at the time, Johnny, that the Valkenhorst car possibly picked up a piece of debris. It was an odd tyre to go, the least loaded tyre. There are a lot of different corners on this circuit compared to an ordinary circuit, where it's usually clockwise, but it was still an odd tyre to go. That car still circulating. That dropped right down to about the 50s, didn't it? 59th or something. But we've got drama just starting into the final hour with the Grello Porsche dropping down the order. It's going to be, I would say it's 10th now, but it's. I'm wondering if it's got a puncture.
It looks like Christensen's happy to continue on, and I think if he got damage on the car, he wouldn't be so happy to do that. So yeah, that would be my guess as well, that one of the Michelin tyres has let go, or maybe he's been using the curbs a bit too readily. Perhaps he's picked up some debris from one of the incidents that has happened around the track already. Very tricky to tell, but the net result is that Michael Christensen has already lost places, and he is somewhere in that 3-minute 4th sector around the lap, and losing places now hand over fist, unfortunately. So that will take the 911 Manthey Racing Porsche out of contention. May still be on for a race finish, but a long way back from where it would want to be finishing. And Max Hesse, having lost the lead now because that car came into the pits, is, well, fed back in, I think still somewhere in the top 5, but we'll have to confirm that at the end of the next lap. We're waiting now for the leaders to appear at the start of the Dottinger Hohe, and we should, in a moment or two, be able to get an exact order between the top 2. Maxime Martin having taken the lead from Frank Stippler, despite Stippler's efforts to hold back the Aston Martin. Martin was able to get by and now potentially stretch its legs out front. And crucially, that Aston can go one further lap than the Audi behind. Patrick Kolb in a second Audi R8 LMS. The Audis are sort of waiting in the wings here for their first victory of the season in NLS. It's been a long time coming, if indeed today is the day. Patrick Assenheimer, the addition to the Mercedes-AMG team and Haupt Racing Team Bilstein, running in 5th position.
Just the Grello 911 is crawling its way back, as you said, with Christensen at the wheel of that. It's only just, it was coming through Brunchen when we first, it's only just made its way in the time we've been talking, Johnny, to Flansgarden. It's now got to keep out of the way, coming up to the right and then double left of Schwalbenschwanz, the really fast part of the circuit. They will fast approach down onto the Dottinger Hohe, so once it gets to that, it can keep out of the way, stay on the right-hand side, but still got a fair track to go. It's going to cost him heaps and heaps of time. It's just dropping down the order. Say it was well inside the top 10, but what a I'm convinced that's going to be a puncture. Of course, it'll be a wire that drops off the fuel pump now, won't it? It's not going to be completely wrong. As soon as you say it's one thing, it'll be something else.
Yeah, and I'm not sure whether we'll ever get to the bottom of it, because the teams sometimes tell you, sometimes they prefer to keep it to themselves. But as I say, the result is very much the same, which is the 911, having won 2 races already this year with different driver lineups, admittedly, is not going to win today. I'm sticking my neck out there, but it certainly isn't, because there are far better scenarios and strategies being utilised, with cars absolutely not missing a mark so far. And still, it is between 5 different cars to take this victory. Very tricky to read, as now, how close do you like it between Maxime Martin, who just about leads, and Frank Stippler, who's following his every move. Martin weaved to the left, he weaved to the right, but the Audi does not want to give up any of the draft that it is gaining from the Aston. So it's like a cat playing with a little bit of ribbon. The cat moves, and then the ribbon likewise moves in sympathy. Jumping to the left, jumping to the right, and now into Tiergarten. The Aston Martin is not going to be overtaken, but Frank Stippler's priority is sticking with the Vantage, and now it will come into the pits as expected, because Stippler was always going to pit one lap before the Aston Martin, which has a little more fuel in the belly. This fuel stop will have to be, are we in a phase now where we're timing to the end of the race? Yes. So this pit stop minimum time is timed to the end of the race now, and the Aston will have the advantage because it's going to pit closer to the end of the race, Noah.
So a shorter pit stop. Exactly. Yeah. So you say that they might just have played a blinder. We've got 53 minutes to go, so let's not over-egg it, as it were. And I have to, as an Aston fan, keep very calm here and be wise and a cool head. Don't need you egging me on either. So well, I know what you're saying. I know your game. I've met your type before.
One Aston in the race up against all of the might of the German machinery, of BMW, of Audi, of Mercedes, of Porsche. And the Aston at the moment looks to be in the box seat because it's got fuel enough for another lap. And then when it comes in with a lead, and we shouldn't necessarily discount the BMW of Max Hesse either, by the way.
I was going to say, yeah, the junior car, yeah.
The junior car, which, did that have a driver change? No, Hesse stayed at the wheel.
Augustus Farfus just pitted in the 55, the M4, the new car as well. I know it's SPX category, but it's a portent to the future. So our two future cars here, 2022 customer cars from Aston Martin and BMW, sitting pretty at the moment. We said at the beginning, both cars, all they got to do was show us what they can do. I think Grello has pulled off at the side of the circuit completely now. Look, it didn't get much further than Pflanzgarten.
Yeah.
I think it might not have made it as far as Schwalbenschwanz, actually. I'll have a quick look where that is on the tracker for us.
It'll probably show up on your tracker and probably not on the track anymore, because it has found its way to the spectator area, either under its own steam or having been towed there. And there's quite a crowd gathering around the 911 Manthey Racing Porsche now for some nice up-close shots that no doubt will be being put on social media and Facebook pages.
It didn't get as far as Pflanzgarten. It's halfway between Brunchen and Pflanzgarten. It's just parked there.
Right. So in front of...
souvenir hunters are there.
Right in front of all the major fan area as well. We've got fans on the main straight. We've also got effectively the campsites open, although not in use because this is just a one-day event. But the fans can take a close view of Brunchen and Pflanzgarten, and even closer than they might have expected in the case of the 911 numbered Porsche from Manthey Racing.
We've still got a code 160 at Schwalbenschwanz, Johnny, and I'm not quite sure why, because it can't be for the Grello car, because it didn't quite get that far. So there's another reason, and I can't see a car listed on our GPS. So I will monitor that and try and come back to why we've got it's actually on the, and that's going to compromise anybody trying to get that run onto the Dottinger Höhe, because that's key at Schwalbenschwanz to get that run through there and get it lined up. We've seen that 2 or 3 times today. Given the way the cars can draft on the Dottinger Höhe, at the end of it at the Tiergarten, you've got to acquiesce and say, somebody just can't go into this bit and land at this plateau together. But the other end of that Dottinger Höhe, you've got the chance coming out of the Schwalbenschwanz to get a really good run and stick down to the inside and get a draft. But almost don't want to do it too early. You want to kind of get into the draft and be there kind of a third halfway along. And then it's basically between that kink on the left-hand side of the Dottinger and the dip up to the Tiergarten. It's basically where you've positioned yourself and who's got the biggest kahunas. Yeah. Really.
Antonius Bucher is what you're talking about, that little kink underneath the bridge. So get a point for that as well.
Absolutely. I just exemplary.
I like that name. I don't know where it comes from, but Antonius Bucher is the correct term for the very high speed. I mean, you're not even thinking about fainting out of the throttle there. Easily flat in a GT3 car. And when you're 3 abreast, it's a delicate manoeuvre to go through. Normally favours the car on the inside, but actually in some cases today we found the outside line is better because that's faster, of course, a shallower turn of the wheel. The sixth car heading into the Mercedes arena is Patrick Assenheimer for Haupt Racing Team Bilstein. 8th position, although three of the cars ahead of it have just made a stop, so that will unwind to be 5th once the cars stream across the line again. Aston Martin leading from Phoenix Racing and Vincent Kolb. Patrick Kolb for Lion Speed by Car Collection running in 3rd now in the 23 car, and that's a good reward for all those involved with Car Collection, because I've spotted through the course of the afternoon that the 23 car has been at lightning speed. It's an all-pro entry. Patrick Niederhauser, Nico Muller and Patrick Kolb, and always embroiled in a close battle. For instance, it was involved in, I think, both of the 3 abreast moments down the Dottinger Hohe, and it also had to do an overtake around the outside of Klaus Abelin at Arenberg, which saw the 23 car up onto the curb. As now there's an issue for the number 75 Cayman, also with a puncture. This is right at the end of the lap for the Schmickler Performance Cayman into Tiergarten itself. So I don't know how long this car's been suffering with the rear left tyre, almost off the rim now. And who is at the wheel? Riemer. First name, bear with me, Kai Riemer, who shares with Moritz Wieskirchen and Horst Baumann, and a Cup 3 runner. I have a feeling this car had been not far from the front, actually. Riemer now labelled as 7th, but for much of this lap it's been tumbling down the order. It is just about going to make the pit lane, with or without that rear tyre carcass, but there's not much left on the rear left corner. When you consider that's one of the driving wheels as well, Kai's done an incredible job.
I would say from the damage on that it hasn't been that long. I don't think it could have gone much. It's really, really distorted that. It's not just a neat shred, it's completely warped. It would have taken a lot of bodywork out, and most of the bodywork is intact there. So a great job for Kai Riemer there. And again, the discipline of this license we talked about so many times, you can get through here. The way he drove that car, absolutely vulnerable, completely sitting duck through Tiergarten. A very, very fast part at the end of the circuit. They come through Dottinger Hohe, the fastest part of the circuit, and suddenly you arrive at Tiergarten. We've seen people try and take advantage of that there, and he kept out of the way, but could see move. And then he came across into the pit lane entrance when it was safe to do so in a very decisive way. Didn't sort of dilly-dally in the middle of the track and got a job done there. So a great job. So the Aston Martin sitting behind the Clio at the moment, that's the 499 with the number 21 car behind it. And if ever there was a demonstration of the differences in sizes of cars, like the Clio's like the Clio Cup road car. And now what we've got parked off at the side of the track there, the Aston just came through. There was something where that was. I'm just going to have a very quick look where the Aston is on track at the moment. It's car number 21, so just bear with me while we look at that.
It's the exit of Schwabenstrasse,
it is,
potentially.
Yeah.
And on to the Dottinger Hohe. Whilst you work that out, I will just remind everybody that this is RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. You're tuned to Peter Snowden and Johnny Palmer, bringing you live coverage of NLS. That's the first time I've made that error today. NLS 8, the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series, with a really unusual result, potentially in the offering here. We'll get to Peter Snowden's thoughts in just a tick, but the Aston Martin now on an in-lap, remember. Not a lot of fuel left in the tank there. Back to full speed with Maxime Martin, surely for a pit stop to take on board Nicky Team fuel to the finish.
Unsere Produkte entstehen zu 100% in Deutschland. Mit Herzblut und Hingabe. Wir schaffen den Technologietransfer von der Rennstrecke auf die Straße. Handwerkskunst, Erfahrung für diesen einen Moment. Das ist die Nürburgring Langstrecken Serie. Das ist H&R. Performance made in Germany.
Sicher ans Ziel. Auf allen Straßen, bei jedem Wetter. Mit den zuverlässigen Sommerreifen von Falken. Jetzt Falkenreifen kaufen und Tankgutschein sichern. Weitere Informationen auf tankgutschein.falkenreifen.de. Falkenreifen.
This is RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. It's Peter Snowden and Johnny Palmer taking you through NLS 8. So just this final 41 minutes to go to decide it, and potentially to decide some championships as well. There's one more race to come then at the end of the season, as we will end the year on the 9th of October. So what's that? 2 weeks away for another Saturday race to complete NLS 9, although it will have been only 8 races throughout the course of the year after the difficulties back in March when the race had to be cancelled. We didn't come that close to today's event being called off. It was just a delay because of the typical fog that you get in this part of Germany, which eventually cleared and has left a beautiful day, actually, particularly if you're an Aston Martin fan, Peter Snowden. You're the first one I'm thinking of, but there are many out there. And Sarah Rigby will be absolutely loving this, who's, I think, Radio Show Limited's official Aston Martin fan. Even David King recognises that fact.
Exactly.
And yeah,
that's enough for me.
Well, precisely. Turn up for one race and potentially win it. That is quite a statement from the Aston Martin factory team when they're trying to drum up interest around their Vantage GT3.
It's certainly a way to do it. Nicky Team staying in that car at the pit stop, the second place car, number 23 of the Lion Speed Audi, or to give it its full name, by Lion Speed by Car Collection Motorsport. They swapped from Patrick Kolb to Patrick Niederhauser, taking that car over. This is the full pro lineup. 3-driver entry on that one, to Patrick Kolb, Nico Muller and Patrick Niederhauser. 2 drivers in currently the leading car, Nicky Team and Maxime Martin. 23 laps completed. The best lap of the race for that car was a credible, this is the Aston Martin that's leading, number 21, an 8:01 8.348. Niederhauser behind has done that car has done an 8-minute dead. But you've got to look at the relative times to the last few laps. Nicky Thiem's last lap was an 8:39, and the 23 was an 8:48.
Nothing between the Aston and a Mercedes that it's trying to lap. Is that the 70-man filter Mercedes that will be a bit further down the order? Was certainly in the mixture in the opening half an hour. The 70 car, though, running in 7th. So that's quite some statement if that is the case. Now, the Aston Martin shouldn't be on the same part of the circuit, actually. Anyway, it's wriggled free of that back marker and now has a clear road in front. Nicky Thiem, then, this is the lap beyond the outlap, is it not? How many laps has... No, Nicky Thiem's not actually completed a lap of this stint. He did 8 earlier on.
Correct.
And he took over from Maxime Martin during the last stop. So it will be, what do we think, 28, maybe 29 laps, 23 completed now. So another 5 or 6 laps over the next 37 and a bit minutes. And the Aston Martin, well, we'll get a true idea of the gap that it will have at the sharp end of the field at the end of this lap. But it was able to do its pit stop quicker than the Phoenix racing car because it was closer to the end. And remember, your minimum pit stop reference time, the shorter the stop, the better, clearly. But the shorter the stop, if it's nearer the end of the race, and it's done on a sliding scale by a minute-by-minute basis as well. If you're pitting with, let's say, 2 minutes of the race to go, you can be lightning fast compared to pitting an hour away from the checkered flag. And the pit stops are done like that from 70 minutes out from the finish. So
I think it's a 3-to-1 ratio off the top of my head.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's an easy way of remembering it.
Yeah.
Yes. So now, really, the Phoenix Racing Audi has got to go hell for leather to try and retrieve some of that ground back again. But unfortunately...
Well, he heard you.
Well, indeed, right at the inside there of the day-glow yellow Mercedes, wasting absolutely no time at all.
Yeah. Johnny Palmer said, so I did it.
Oh dear, the power is worrying. But let's see what else we can make the Phoenix Audi do. Into the right-hander at Brunch, and it will go. Stay out of the gravel. Turn left next. Yes. So it's following my instruction. Perfect.
I've got a vision of you there with this radio control car, with this transmitter sitting there steering this car around.
The problem is, whenever it comes to radio control cars, I can't control them when they're facing me. So all of us, when it's coming right at you, right becomes left and left becomes right. I can't make the brain switch for that.
That's why we need Nick Damon for that, don't we?
Yeah. Although Nick maintains, once you've kind of done a few laps, it just becomes second nature, and it then just really isn't an issue. I've never got to that point when it comes to RC racing, but he has a little more experience than me, as now the 5 car's going to have to thread the eye of the needle, is it? There's a Golf to its right, there was a slower car to its left, and right around the outside of the VW Golf it will go. Is this back to Vincent Kolb? Yes. So Stippler did the opening stint, Kolb did stint number 2, then Stippler, now back to Kolb. So they are alternating their drivers, just as Aston Martin have done. And unlike what the 55 BMW M4 GT3 has been doing, they did a double stint for Philipp Eng and now a double stint for Augusto Farfus. So the only driver change they need to worry about is roughly at half distance, whereas a lot of teams that are doing better than them, and admittedly that's in an unhomologated car, the teams that are ahead of them have been doing literally one driver per stint and then switching it. The junior team from BMW, Neil Verhagen for the first, Daniel Harper for the second, and then Max Hesse did an 8-lap stint, followed by the remainder of the race. So they're keeping Max at the wheel of that car to the finish.
Well, slightly more detail, but not quite enough yet, as in not a car yet. But the reason for the Code 60 at Schwalbenschwanz, on the latter part of it, the key element coming onto the Dottingher is that on the right-hand side of the track there is IV intervention vehicles and track marshals working away, soaking up fluids of some form, whether it be coolant or oil or a mixture of whatever, but something's gone on. I still can't find the car or trace the car that's caused that, but there's a long trail to the point now that there might well be barrier damage, as you suggested, Johnny, because they've got cones down the middle of the space. It's like being on the motorway, it's on the Autobahn. Let's do it country appropriate. They're having to keep to the left-hand side of the circuit whilst the workers there are sorting that out. So it's a bit more than just the materials, cement, I'm going to say, but whatever absorbent materials they use these to soak up fluids, have been deployed onto the track. They're there, but I'm thinking they've still got work to do. But I'm still convinced that there's a car parked there that I haven't yet identified that's been the root cause of that work. But it doesn't look like that's going to clear in any particular hurry. We are 3 minutes off the final half hour. It seemed 2 minutes ago I was saying we'd done the first sixth of this, the first half, and now we've got a bit in between done. So we've got 5 hours done. That and the final half hour to go. It is Aston Martin. I can't believe I'm going to say this. Aston Martin currently leading, and the reason I say I can't believe it is it's on its debut. Nothing else. Just take away all the bias and prejudice, whatever, which I know I have, but I'm trying to be professional, put that to one side. On its debut, the Aston Martin is leading. And let's just remember that also the 5th place car, Augustus Farfus, in the M4, that's not quite its debut, but it's only its second race in this category. That's in running in the X category, SBX, because it's not homologated yet. The Aston, hugely impressive, but I think Finn might just have a little bit of a run on this yet. We'll wait till these have settled down a little bit. And I still think you've got to keep an eye on that 44. You can't discount that 44 M6 BMW Junior team. Max Hess at the wheel of that car at the moment. It's on for a provisional podium at the moment. But as you say, it is a German series. It used to be called VLN. Don't call it that. It's now called NLS. It's really the playground of BMW, Audi, Mercedes, Porsche.
Yep.
And they're all up there. Apart from somebody at the front's gone, well, I've got an Aston Martin, let's give it a go and see what it's doing. And it's there at the moment. I'm loving this, absolutely loving this.
You didn't need to add that bit at the end. I'd already read that through the lines.
I exaggerate for clarity.
But the other thing is, I mean, Vincent Kolb, great driver. Max Hesse, fabulous driver, but they're silver rated on pace, whereas they're trying to catch a platinum former world endurance champion, Nicky T, with a 10, nearly 11-second advantage. And yes, the traffic might go against the Aston Martin at times, and that's the one kind of little fillip that Kolb and Hesse might be hanging on to, is that will a slow zone go their way rather than the Aston's way? But otherwise, this is almost a done deal for me. I don't want to speak too soon for people like you and people like Sarah Rigby, but half an hour to go. Nicky Team is not going to give up an 11-second lead.
He's not, and as you say, he's got form, hasn't he, Nicky Team? What I think is more interesting for me at the moment is you're quite right, 10.7, call it 11 seconds, first to second. It's the gap from second to third, with Max Hesse just 3 seconds off Kolb in that aging, I'm going to say, BMW. It's very unfair. It's clearly a very handy piece of kit still, and they're making the most of it. And I bet those boys are sitting there thinking, if we can do this, they're going to go to Mike Cracken. If we can do this with the M6, you've got to field a new M4 for us, surely.
No disrespect,
disrespect to Farfus driving, but that would be just extraordinary to see them in that car. What could they do? The future of GT racing is looking very, very bright on the basis of this race alone. Well, do we have to have a winter break? Can't we let's have an NLS Winter Series. NLS Winter Series. You heard it first here on RSL.
The only danger of that is you wouldn't run a single race because it'd all be snowed off. But it's worth a go.
The harbinger of doom strikes again.
I'm sorry. I just know about the weather in this part of the world.
I hate it when you're so practical.
You talk about the BMW M6 being an old car. It is actually older, or came about at the same time as the 488 Ferrari. So it was, because the FIA number the GT3 chassis as they come out. So car number 1, for instance, was the Maserati Coupe Grand Sport Light, which I don't think had much competition, much action at all. Dodge Viper car number 2 and an Aston Martin DBR S9 was car number 3. Well, the M6 is up to car 43, I think it was, yes. So chassis GT3 43 is the M6. 44 was the Ferrari 488, and then it was the Callaway C7. So that sort of puts it in the order and the kind of time that it was coming out. At the same time, Mercedes-AMG was replacing the SLS, and the Porsche 911 GT3R was coming out, the sort of previous version to the one we've got now. So we're already up to 52 chassis, and the 51st is the Aston Martin Vantage AMR GT3, the second generation Vantage, and this car trying to create customer interest in readiness for next year, certainly around for the NLS races around the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and this is the way to do it, by winning the race. Let's see whether this car can continue with its advantage and quite possibly increase it, because on the sector times, Nicky Team was a full second faster through sector 1 on this lap. He was virtually a full second quicker on sector 2, but then through sector 3, that slightly favoured Vincent Kolb. So Nicky must have been catching some traffic and lost about half a second. But when you add all of those sectors together, it should be that the Aston has extended its gap again at the head of the order.
So the junior team drivers in the BMW were age 15 when that car they're driving now came out.
Wow, that's a good start. Yeah.
That's one way of looking at it, isn't it? They were 15. They hadn't done their GCSEs and no levels and things.
And wouldn't be able to start car racing. Well, actually, genetics you can.
Genetics
14,
that,
yes.
But only just, exactly.
Certainly not.
They were still at school.
Yes, it certainly wouldn't be. I mean, you don't get many 15-year-olds driving GT3s. So, yeah, that the car that feels like it didn't come out that long ago. It's actually a quarter of the 3 drivers' lives that it takes account for. And now Max Hesse is really pushing hard to catch up with Vincent Kolb, and he's going to be close enough, I would say, onto the Dottinger Hur, as they both have to dive past, well, 2 intervention vehicles. There was a truck with a trailer there, for goodness sake. Into the Kleiner carousel they will go. Double waved yellows now, and this is Max Hesse's opportunity. He can't overtake the Audi, but he can catch up the time, and it was already down to about 2 car lengths. Now just a car length between Vincent Kolb for Phoenix Racing in second and Max Hesse in the BMW Junior Team M6. The car that's 6 years old has caught up with the Audi, and there's been a significant spillage there, so that's the reason why all of those cones are out, as Snowy was mentioning, a bit like an autobahn clear-up process, and lots of sand, quick dry quite possibly, has been laid down there in order to deal with that. They're still not quite out of the speed limited area, and now they are. Vincent Kolb hits the loud pedal. Max Hesse tries to react. The BMW had been catching the Audi anyway. I think they both got away at about the same time there, Snowy.
Yeah, I think the Audi got the slight advantage. He jinked immediately to the right, not only to get the advantage of a nanosecond on the throttle, but it'll try and break the toe. But the BMW, it's got the toe, it's got into behind it. It's going to start closing that gap down now. It could be on this. He might well just take this position. The Audi goes across to the right-hand side of the track, blends back for the left-hand side. The BMW sitting in the draft. Can he do it? Can he close it down? It's getting up towards Tiergarten. This is where, when he comes in, it's going to be all difficult. He can't quite do it this time, but he's closed the gap all the way down. That's just under braking there. It's going to have to be on the GP circuit, but he's got a good run out coming onto the GP circuit. The two of them there. Back marker out of the way into the pits. The BMW has got an opportunity. Can he get a drop? Can he go down the inside into turn 1? He's going to have a look. Surely he's going to put his nose down there. This could get the job. Indeed, the Audi has to jink across to the right-hand side, make the BMW go around the long way. He does it to stage right, does the cutback, takes the tighter line down the inside, which sets him up for the left-hand side to switch back again. Can't quite do it. Front-engined BMW. Can he get? He's got a good traction out of the corner. He's trying to go around the long way, but he really is being sent the hugely long way, long and wrong way round. He can't quite do it. He's doing the switchback again. He's doing absolutely. The Audi runs a little bit wide. This is the BMW's chance. Surely he's going to get it done now. No, again, the Audi just takes the inside. Perfect placement. What superb racing between these two. Nothing between them, absolute skill and second guessing all the time. The Audi having to second guess where the BMW is, and the BMW second guessing where the Audi is going to place himself without hitting him.
So Vincent Kolb is 6 years older than the guy chasing him, Max Hesse, and has been racing in the 24 hours at the Nürburgring since 2014. So a little while ago, certainly when you think about Max Hesse's 20 years on this planet, but when you put them both behind similar race cars, although the BMW front-engined, the Audi very much mid-engined with the 5.2 litre V10, so it is going to be faster in different parts of the circuit compared to the BMW. And the Beamer, I thought, was looking slightly stronger today on the straight line sections, but even though it had the toe from the Audi, wasn't able to get quite close enough. Although it's a big car, as we've said before about the M6, it does look quite manoeuvrable. A decision to be made here by Vincent Kolb, who has to go up the inside of the VW Golf ahead of it. No, I'm not sure that was a Golf. Anyway, it was certainly one of the back markers through Hatson back, and now around the outside across the nose of another slower BMW. You don't want to be hitting traffic on Hatson back because there's really only one racing line through there, but they've got through and now heading to Flugplatz.
It might not have been a Golf, but it was certainly a handicap to Vincent Kolb there. Let the BMW get right on the tail again. But again, there was one, just again, another car in front that it gave back it again. It's that old phrase, we keep using it giveth and it taketh. I really thought the BMW had an opportunity then, and 20, 30 metres down the track, it's taken away again. BMW just dropped a little bit, 4 or 5 car lengths at the moment. It's anything between these two at the moment. This is for second place, remember. 25 laps completed. They've got 0.1 second across the line between them, but it's a 12-second lead to our man Nicky Thiem and Maxime Martin, teammate in the number 21 Aston Martin at the front. They just need to keep that going round metronomically. 7:58 was the fastest lap for these two cars. They've done a 7:58.3 and a 7:58.5, so they're 2/10 apart over the race distance. That's their fastest lap of the race distance. An 8:32 and an 8:29 on the last lap, so 3 seconds quicker for Hess over the last lap. Johnny, you just said about the cars being different types, front engine, rear engine, mid-engine really, in the Audi. In theory, the Audi should have better traction because of the weight over the rear wheels, but equally the BMW is going to struggle into some of the corners, and there's lots of twists and turns on this because it's going to be heavy with that big engine over the front of it, the front-wheel drive, front engine BMW. That's just played into the game. They've now got 4 or 5 bits of traffic to get through, 3 in the line there. The BMW closes once again, the big Shell logo on the roof, making us identifying that as the junior team car, very easy to spot. Thank you, Jody Fannin, had that explained to me yesterday at Goodwood as to which one's way round it is.
Excellent.
These drivers that know these things. Yes. How does he know what's on the roof of the car that he used to drive? Not this particular one.
That's a very good point, actually.
Yeah. Should be looking at the dashboard and the dials anyway.
Well, of course, because you're sharing a car, I suppose you're spectating for 2/3 of the race, and with lots of helicopter footage, then you get a chance.
He's run wide.
He did. He clobbered the curb at Exmuller.
He did.
Just ran a touch wide through the left-hander, and that has now put Max Hesse right underneath the rear wing of Vincent Kolb, but he actually weathered the storm really well. Realised he was on the back foot, realised that was the best opportunity for the BMW to get through, and that Audi, which has been doing lots of blocking through the course of today, whether it's Frank Stippler or whether it's Vincent Kolb, holds the M6 back again. Had that been the Grand Prix circuit, which is wider, might not have been so lucky in that instance.
For an instant, I thought the job was done then. If anything, I think it's worked against him because he had to get out of it, get onto the brakes and miss the back of that Audi, which is cost him time. So he's got to reset, and this is what he's got to do. We say this time and time again with this circuit and how it delivers the traffic at you. You've got to reset all the time, recalibrate, rethink what you think is just about to be done. It so looked there like the BMW got the opportunity, who did have the opportunity, he was going to get the job done, he couldn't quite, then he had to miss the back of the Audi. That resets the whole thing again. Yeah. Still game on, bright sunshine, 20 minutes left to go, Johnny, and this is the battle that we're infusing and raging about for second place.
Well, that is because the Aston Martin is leading by north of 12 seconds currently, and every credit to all involved from Aston Martin Racing. The job is not done yet, but they will not be tasting that champagne quite yet either. They've had so much experience around here, some of it bad, and they know that a race at the Nürburgring Nordschleife is not won until you cross the line. And likewise, for this second place battle, will either of these cars finish on the podium, the Phoenix Racing Audi number 5 or the BMW Junior Team 44? Let's hope they both do, otherwise one might be in the wall somewhere. But the question is, what order will they finish in? Because Max Hesse looks to have a slightly faster car. He's got to find the opportunity there, and this might be it, in amongst the traffic. heading now towards some of the real fast parts of the lap. They've gone, that's Brunchen they've just negotiated, or approaching it. Yeah, turning right now. The ice curver approaching as well, where you have to hustle your car over the curb, which they both do, the BMW in fact, straddling that red and white curving. So a little bit of dust on the right side tyres, you must think, for the next few corners. Flansgarten, where the cars briefly leave the ground, and now heading towards the approach, the fast approach to the Schwabenschwanz. More traffic, one of the Seat Cupras to dive to the left of, but both cars will do that, and the difference between them alters not one jot. Braking zone crucial here for Schwabenschwanz, the Kleiner Carousel, as the Audi darts to the inside of a turquoise and white BMW. And I think the BMW M6 of Max Hesse gained just a small amount of ground through there, over the concrete, rattling that part of the Kleiner Carousel.
Double
and
yellows.
The BMW, I was just about to say, the BMW is close enough now, well and truly in the tow for the Audi. But as you say, because of the mopping up that's going on, because of the spillage earlier, this section is coned down to effectively one lane, one racing line. And then we're now using the other side of the cones, I noticed. So the left side of the cones is now blocked off for barrier repair, the Armco being replaced.
Contraflow.
Yes, I did expect maybe some traffic coming in the opposite direction there.
Now, this has got to be Hesse's chance with the BMW, surely.
Yeah.
He's got to pounce if he can.
And he's a bit late on the throttle. Missed the opportunity.
Yeah.
And that was down to Vincent Kolb knowing when he could go in relation to the car in front. And Hesse just needed to be glued to the rear wing, to those as close to the real tailpipes as that mechanic was with those weird old scoop things. But he just wasn't close enough. If you don't know what I'm talking about, pay attention to the early part of the race, which will be available on the archive once we're done with this. But this is live racing as we go, and Audi second, BMW third. Are they going to finish in that order? Vincent Kolb with a very slight break now on the Beamer behind.
Well, end of Tiergarten, that's going to just give them, there's two back markers there. I think he'll just get away. Vincent Kolb just got through the inside, the Clio keeping out of the way. And the one that's actually put him into the BMW, back into contention again. I was going to say that hesitation by Hesse on the Schwabenschwanz exit, it's cost him 4 or 5 car lengths. It's put him straight back into contention because 2 Clios, quite right if you get to the end of their laps. Porsche just coming out of the pits, that's the green, I think it's a 61, is it Porsche? Coming out of the 111s, I think it's a GT3 car as well. But Hesse's back in control again. He's trying to go around the outside again, gets the door shut on him. Once again, he jinks to the inside. It's this Grand Prix loop again. You can afford to take a few more liberties here, only because there's runoff. That's all you need. You can run a little bit wide. If you don't get it right, you can afford the space to recover it and not lose much time.
Audi was wide coming out of Mercedes arena, dropped the rear left tyre onto the grass, but it didn't cost Vincent Kolb too much. Able to brake or slow the car down at the same point, so the BMW was not able to get level. And I think really Max Hesse was only going to be shown the outside line into the cut-through hairpin. Head through the Michael Schumacher S now, and down the hill towards the kink at the right-hander towards the approach of the Vidal chicane. And Audi still just about in front. We're using the faster iteration of the chicane, by the way, and the lights frantically being flashed by Vincent Kolb, but he wasn't given the space by the 212 Porsche that he was hoping for. Of course, that Porsche Cayman has to turn through the left-hander at some point, and now the BMW is right on its tail. That was the SP3T Schmickler Performance powered by Ravenol Cayman GT4. Thankfully, contact was avoided for 212. I think just about Achim Bauer was well aware that there was a frantic GT3 battle that needed to get through. Elsewhere in the top 10, nowhere near as close as this. Patrick Assenheimer is possibly close to Augusto Farfus at times, but that wouldn't be a change in class. And actually, as they cross the line, let's just see whether that's altered at all. No, it's still 6.4 seconds that separates the Haupt Racing Team Bilstein Mercedes of Patrick Assenheimer and Augusto Farfus's brand new BMW M4 GT3. It's now, incidentally, for the race lead, a 14-second advantage for Nicky Thiem and his Aston Martin Vantage GT3. We're on to lap 27. We will get to the end of this lap, so force it onto one more, and that should be just about it. So a 28 lap race we are looking at, as down into the Vauxhall now goes the Kolb versus Hesse battle. The swing left and right. The trees really close in on this part of the circuit when you're down at road level. And it feels like you are disappearing into the foxhole, as is indicated by the name. Then, all of a sudden, the span of trees left and right opens up to reveal Adenauer Forest, this swing of chicanes left and right, and you're really hoping you're not catching any slower-moving traffic like from the H2 class and Renault Clios or similar. And thankfully, for the second-place GT3 battle, there is not open road in front, but a relatively quick Porsche Cup car with a large rear wing on that. So Kolb and Hesse, 0.3 of a second, way less than that though on the braking, as now they turn right, and that will be the run through Kallenhard after Metzgersfeld. It's a tight right-hander at Kallenhard, another one to come at Versifen, and Hesse desperately trying to fashion the inside line that Vincent Kolb just will not give to him.
It's just relentless, isn't it? He's almost into the back. In fact, he almost did collect the back of the Audi there. He had to brake in a little jink to the right. I didn't see any smoke, but it did look like he almost locked up. He certainly did an ABS test on that BMW, and it works very efficiently, very well. I bet Max is very relieved to hear that he didn't collect the back of the Audi R8 directly in front of him. He won't have seen much of it. He might have just about to see the rear wing. That was about it. But that would have been a heart-stopping moment where he felt like he was going to collect the back of the number 5 Audi. It didn't quite happen on that occasion. It's reset again. More traffic as they deal through. Hesse's back on the job. He's really got to get this job done sooner rather than later. We've got 12 minutes to go, so we're going to get this and one more lap after it, aren't we? Basically, by the time we get to the end of this, it'll be another lap.
I reckon so.
Yeah. To go.
20. We're working lap 27, and therefore 28 will take us to the finish. And Nicky Team will be absolutely oblivious to this cracking battle that we've got for second place. I'm sure the team aren't telling him anything about it, only just giving him a gap back to Vincent Kolb. But Kolb, because he's having to defend, is not going as fast as he might have done earlier this morning in qualifying. 0.3 of a second, that is the big distraction. And he's having to put the car in all the awkward positions so that the BMW can't get to the racing line. For instance, on the approach to the Caracciolo Carousel, Audi well and truly in the middle of the road there, so that the BMW couldn't take the outside or the inside run. And unless Max Hesse is incredibly brave, he will take to the concrete at the Carousel rather than the higher line, because that's the fastest, the inner groove, and just concentrating on getting good drive up what is a very steep hill, in actual fact, to Hohe at the highest point on the circuit. And then we get into some really quick stuff, difficult to overtake. The name of the game here is for Max Hesse to just stick with the Audi for as long as possible, hope that maybe the Armco barrier repair work has been completed at the run onto the Dottinger Höhe, but I can unfortunately say for Max Hesse's benefit that it has not. There's still a 60 kph speed limit in place there, and that really ruins your best opportunity to overtake. You're looking for good drive out of the right-hander and onto the long straight so that you can pick up the draft. And I do think that opportunity for Hesse is going to be compromised for at least one more lap.
Well, we say that, but of course he's had the opportunity to sit there and pounce. And he didn't capitalise on the last opportunity, so he's got another get out of jail card to have a go at that. Now he might well still be able to do it. He's just got to stay in touch. Have we got that code 160 there? We have
still in place, isn't it?
Code 160, code 60 becomes a 120 the other way around. I know what I meant. Code 60. So he can afford to sit there for a little bit now. He's got sitting behind one of the GT4 cars. I think it is one of the Porsches sitting at the moment. Audi to the right-hand side, BMW, and just going to be approaching this code 60. Shortly, I'm on a different part of the circuit in my head.
That's
you're
bang on.
Yeah,
yellow
flags there.
Double wave yellows, and then into a speed limit.
So this is it. This is Max Hesse. This is what he's got to do now. He's got to learn from those two occasions before where he didn't. That one, he had a really good go at it.
Kolb was playing games there because he leapt on the. He was already at 60k, and I think he leapt on the brakes again just to allow the BMW, well, a brake test effectively, but within a speed limit. Unless he just thought, I'm going a bit too fast in the 60 kph, I'm not quite down to the required speed and I need to slow again. But no, that was very interesting for me. The Aston Martin, well clear of those shenanigans, and what I'd like to see is whether the BMW has got a better run out of the slow zone, out of the code 60, than the Audi, as the Aston Martin nears the end of the lap, but not quite the end of the race, because there's still 8 minutes and 57 seconds to go. Is there the possibility that we might get round again?
No, I don't think so. Not with 8 minute 50 though. It's best lap there. It's doing an 8:34 last time. Oh, this could be 10 seconds in it. You could be right. You know, it's crossing the line with 8:40 on the clock. So
they'll tell him to slow down.
They'll tell him to slow down and make this the last lap. It's not come up on our screen as a final lap.
No, well, we don't know that.
We don't know that yet, of course, but he needs to just pace that a bit. He's got a 12-second advantage.
It's going to be more than 14 now, because, as I said, Kolb and Hesse aren't lapping as quickly as they can go. By the way, Kolb still ahead of Hesse. They both produced 8:35s. In fact, an 8:36 in the case of Max Hesse, whereas a race leader has done an 8:30.9. So that's the best part of 5 seconds again, increased as far as the lead margin is concerned for Nicky Team, who gets underneath a couple of slower cars, one a Porsche Cayman, the other a BMW from one of the production divisions, and the Aston clears those two cars in time for the swing left and the swing right on the Grand Prix circuit. So yeah, there was about 8 minutes and 35 seconds left on the clock as Nicky crossed the line, and surely with nearly 20 seconds in the back pocket, AMR will say, right, Nicky, as you're heading to Tiergarten, just ease off, lift and coast a little bit into the final sequence of corners and cross the line when the checkered flag is presented. And, you know, that will be probably 4 hours and 1 second by the time he does it. But it will save another 25 kilometres and potentially, you know, the car breaking down on those 13, 14 miles.
It's just risk management, isn't it? That's what they need to do.
I think when you've got 20 seconds, you know,
and you're leading
as the cushion, and you're leading
in a brand new car you're trying to sell, you're debuting,
it's really not
showcasing it to potential buyers. Yeah.
It's really not a big
picture time, isn't it?
Yeah, but even if you lose a quarter of that amount, it's not a drama, really, is it?
Exactly.
You know, so lose 5 seconds, 10 seconds if you really want to. You'll still have 10 seconds at the end of it, and all
lose
should be
5
fine.
seconds, gain the win. That's
Precisely.
the point, isn't it?
Yeah.
So Kolb and Hesse, Audi and BMW, still the same order, 0.498, so just a fraction under half a second across the line. He didn't quite get the job done. Max said this is his last opportunity. Surely we're not going to get another lap out of this. As we've just said, the Aston Martin team have got to be telling Nicky Team just to stroke it home, just enough to just take those few seconds out and just make sure this is the last lap, because it will be the winning lap. Yeah. And that's what he needs to do. I can't believe we're saying this. I didn't think that car could be. I said it'd be at the pointy end because I just thought it would be, but there was also a chance it might break, or something unreliable, whatever. It wouldn't be, at all surprising. It's a new product, but this is an extraordinary debut for Aston Martin at this point. I'm going to stop talking about it because I'm going to leave that to you. Yeah, exactly. Leave that bit to you, Johnny. Then it's your fault.
All right. Thanks very much.
Broad shoulders, my friend, broad shoulders.
Fabulous to have Nicky and Maxime back at the wheel of an Aston Martin after the factory project came to an end at the end of last season's championship winning, remember, teams championship winning World Endurance Championship campaign. And that's the reason why it then became a slightly peculiar decision, but I do understand the monetary situation at Aston Martin, but it became a slightly peculiar decision to step away. But I suppose it is also a prime time to leave a championship on a winning note, having taken the victory at Le Mans and also winning the World Endurance Championship. But, Nicky Team, who's been racing Audis this year, Maxime Martin, who's famous for racing BMWs in the past, before moving across to Aston, they are still, masters in their field, both of the Platinum variety. Nicky Team, a current World Endurance champion, we mustn't forget as well, with Marco Sorensen. So they've lost none of their charge and none of their pace when it comes to driving these British cars. Is this Max Hesse's opportunity as they head down the hill towards Bergwerk on potentially the final lap? Vincent Kolb caught a bit of curb that unsettled his Audi, and I wonder whether the BMW might go the other side of the Cayman there, but that might have been an awkward place to put the M6.
He had a look, didn't he?
He did, and maybe, I mean, that's the scenario that will get the place for Max Hesse, is for the Audi to go one side of one of these slower cars and the BMW to go the other. But it could go one or two ways. It might just wave the Audi into even more of a lead in second position. So Hesse is running out of opportunities now. He's running out of ideas, possibly, and would love for that code 60 to disappear on the approach to Dottinger-Hur, because I think if they're in clear air and can go as fast as they possibly can, the BMW then will get the slingshot and maybe be able to run the Audi close down the long straight. But at the moment, that is still a caution area immediately after Schwabenschwanz. So he'll have to do it before he gets there, or maybe get the run off the corner from a almost standing start. Well, it's 60 kph actually, and Max Hesse has shown that he hasn't quite got the reaction speeds or indeed the road position compared to the Audi up ahead. And no doubt about it, Vincent Kolb is in the better place because he's got full line of sight and he's got those crucial extra few meters coming off the right-hander and onto the Dottinger-Hur. The climb up to the carousel is the next segment of circuit. Meantime, Nicky Thiem showing no sign of letting up. He was 2 seconds faster than this pair through the third sector of this lap.
No, he's done that before in these races. He's gone and set the fastest lap of the race on the last lap. This is the one time he probably doesn't need to do it, as long as if it doesn't trigger the clock and it goes on to yet another lap. Of course, he's then got to do another fastest lap, hasn't he? But
that's true.
That's not what he needs here. But this is spellbinding stuff. Unbelievable between these two cars, Audi and BMW in second place. Kolb and Hesse still duking it out. He's been doing this lap after lap now. 2.5 minutes left to go on the clock coming up. It is Nicky Thiem in the number 21 Aston Martin, number one position at the moment. And 27 laps completed. Fastest lap of the race is a 8:01 for that car. It's an 8:30, but great to see there's some spectators there at the side of the track as well. There's a lovely aerial shot from our helicopter there, looking at the traffic. Spectators on the side track. Now the BMW, he's got right onto the back of the Audi once again. He's really monitoring the curbs. He absolutely straddles the curb of that BMW. Max Hesse doing everything he possibly can in the dying, not minutes, but the dying seconds, hopefully, of this race. There's a back mark in the way. That's cost the Audi some time. It's given Hesse the opportunity. He squeezed it through there. I'm not quite sure how he got through that gap, but he did. And that's a big car to get through that gap.
Yes,
there.
It is.
A great job to Max Hesse. A very, very big footprint on this M6 Audi. The job is not done yet. And again, absolute credit as well to Kolb in the Audi for resisting all this pressure, because as you said a few minutes ago, he's still got to position the car. He's defending all the time. Max Hesse, he can pick and choose what he's doing.
Yeah.
So he's unhindered. They're into that double wave zone again. This has got to be his opportunity. We're just coming up to the final minute left on the clock. Where's the Aston Martin? He's slowing right down. So, yeah, he's slowed right down onto, well, he would at the moment, of course, that's in the exit of this slow zone area. What he needs to do is now not put his foot down. He's surely not going to get to Tiergarten in less than a minute now. So this must surely be for the win.
I don't know. I mean, he will need to receive an instruction from AMR to say, time to back off. I mean, there's no issue with fuel because he's only done, this will be 5 laps on the stint for Nicky Thiem, and this car can comfortably do 8. But for me, you're just risking
the risk,
encountering a bit more traffic here and there. So, depending on what the clock says, 25 seconds to go, gets to the side of the Cayman then, heading into Tiergarten now. I suppose he can just ease back on the acceleration point, or just leap on the anchors. 15 seconds, 14 seconds, now he's going to slow down, surely. Where's the checker? Waiting for it. Is it there? Going to cross the line? No checker flag. We're going to go again. One more lap of 25 kilometres. What a strange decision from Aston Martin, unless I'm missing something huge here. But he could pick up a puncture. He could encounter an incident not of his own making. We're going round again. What I have forgotten, of course, is that this is Nicky Thiem. and you're denying him another lap around the Nordschleife. So they're probably going, Nicky, slow down, slow down. He goes, no, I need to drive this car a bit more.
Never mind that. The plus point of this is this gives us the battle for second place still, with number 5 Vincent Kolb in the Audi, still being hunted down by young Max Hesse in the BMW. So we get another lap of this, and it's not just a 2-minute lap; it's another 8.5 minutes of it.
Well, Hesse, has he crossed the line yet, Max Hesse?
Yes. They're on the
fine. Okay. No, I was bothered about the fact that he's already done 7 laps. And if he hadn't crossed the line, that would now be 8 laps. He'd have to come in for a pit stop. But he's got enough fuel to get to the end as well. Vincent Kolb was fine because he pitted a lap later than Max Hesse. So all 3 cars have enough fuel on board for this unexpected extra lap. A little bit of bonus coverage here on RS1 and the Radio Show Limited network of channels then, because I don't know the exact amount of time on the clock when Nicky crossed the line. It can only have been about 3 seconds.
I think it was less than 5, so we'll take 3 and we'll have that, yeah.
But the clock disappeared in the corner of my screen, so I don't know, but it was 15 seconds coming out of Tiergarten. And I just don't know why he didn't fade on the throttle a little bit down the Dottinger Hohe, and come out of Tiergarten, hit the gas later than he'd been doing.
You do know why, and you've explained it.
Well, yeah.
Because it's Nicky Team.
That's right, yeah. And you can't tell him to go slowly. Now there's been an incident right at the end of the lap. Now, is this going to affect things? 653.
Bonnet's come over.
The bonnet clips. Yes. Yeah. Now, I remember a few years ago where we had this scenario with the BMW and the bonnet was rippled right over the windscreen. And in attempting to get the car into the pit lane, said driver hit the end of the tyre wall. Bang! Because he had not got a clue where he was going. That was one of the more comedic moments at the Nürburgring 24 Hours. 2019, I seem to recall that was. I witnessed it live, looking out of the window of our commentary position in the Aston Martin lounge. Yeah, one of those more bizarre moments. Let's hope that BMW is not going to do the same thing. What was the number again? Do you remember? 953, was it? Anyway, I'll try and identify that in a moment or two, because I don't think that's the last time we'll need to talk about that BMW, which is stranded right at the end of the lap, and of course now stands in Nicky Team's way. It was 653, stands in Nicky Team's way between his car and the checkered flag. It is the car of Sindre Setsas, the Norwegian, who is driving his BMW M240i. Second in class, no less. And he's going to easily lose third to the 660 car, which was 4.5 seconds further back. The second place fight arrives at Adenauer Forst now. Still in the same order, Audi ahead of BMW. And for Aston Martin fans, made to sweat for this extra 29th lap, Nicky Team is showing no sign of easing back the pace. He's gone quicker through sectors 1 and 2 than the cars that are duking it out for second place. And all those from Gaydon, all those from Banbury and ProDrive will be keeping their fingers crossed. You know, oh, the Audi getting caught there by a back marker. Is this the BMW's opportunity at Bergwerk? No, they're heading down the hill towards Bergwerk now. Up the inside of Porsche Cayman. Oh, and well, they're truly sideways. This really could be the chance for Max Hesse, as Vincent Kolb had so much opposite lock on there to keep the Audi R8 on the straight and narrow. Had that been a Porsche, it would have been gone, because the rear, the engine is right over the rear axle, and the weight favoured the Audi, I would say, because it's a mid-engine car. He was able to hang on to that and get enough drive off the corner. But are the tyres starting to cry enough a little bit on this R8 as well? Whereas the BMW, with its bigger silhouette, a larger footprint, is slightly easier on its tyres.
I don't think it was anything to do with the tyres. I think it was just got on the gas too soon. They're a little bit eager and just got a little bit too much of a throttle input there, and that would have caught him. By surprise, to say the very least. But that was the opportunity.
The other thing I've just spotted, Snowy, is that at Hohenrhein, which is the right-hander onto the Dottinger Hohe, the track is clear. So all of a sudden, we've yet to have that confirmation on the tracker, but Hohenrhein, beg your pardon, Hohenrhein is the final sequence of corners, so the BMW 653 that had the bonnet across the windscreen has been quickly cleared. So no longer a yellow flag on the run to the finish line. but the right-hander onto Dottinger Hoor is still at 60 kph. Approaching the carousel, Audi versus BMW, still inseparable. Vincent Kolb, Max Hesse gains a lot of time on the brakes there as they hit the concrete for the final time. We can definitely say that now at the Caracciola carousel. And the Aston Martin doing a 2 minutes third sector is right on the money. So Nicky Team still on the straight and narrow, enough fuel to get to the finish. And this is doing it in style, isn't it? You know, you could have done it after 28 laps, but Aston Martin wanting to make the point that it was the full quota of 29.
Absolutely. Why not just stress us all a bit more? Yeah, well, do it this way. Nah, let's go another lap.
Let's do it the hard way.
I like this car. I'm enjoying it. Why do I want to stop driving it? It's leading. It's winning.
Yeah, precisely. Well, that will have been Nicky Team's attitude. Probably David King's attitude, although maybe through gritted teeth slightly. But once Nicky Team's got an idea in his mind, it's very hard to shake that. Through the right-hander at Brunchen goes the 5 Audi of Vincent Kolb. And that R8 LMS, whether it's had Frank Stifler at the wheel or Vincent Kolb, has been driven as the widest R8 I think I've witnessed in history to try and keep. We had Manuel Metzger and Hubert Haupt trying to get by it. And now, latterly, Max Hesse, who maybe if he'd had a bit more experience around this place, he would have unlocked a few more of the secrets, but just hasn't been able to fox a guy who's been racing here 6 years more than the chaser, unless Max Hesse has learnt a little trick from the failed attempts getting by on the Dottinger Hoor on the previous few occasions, and maybe he can jet away from this code 60, which is still there, and there are yellow flags out now, which means that Vincent Kolb can't even overtake the all-white Porsche Cayman that sits in front. Now, of course, Kolb, a bit like sitting on the grid at the start of the race, will have the advantage of a car and a half in order to react, and he'll see exactly where the green flag is, whereas with Max Hesse, he's tucked in right behind the blue Audi, which is obstructing his view to an extent. All the cones have been removed now from where they were addressing the circuit and repairing the barrier. So if there was actually to be a 30th lap in this, it might be green by that point, but we're never going to know, because it is all about this final run to the line now for Nicky Team, who has taken this victory, let's say precautionary victory, because we've still got Antonius Bucher and the run through Tiergarten and Hohenrhein to go. But the Aston Martin with over a 20-second lead. This was only meant to be a one-off appearance. Maybe they're going to have their hand forced now and turn out for NLS 9 as well. But in an effort to try and drum up customer interest for next year, the project was organised fairly late on to get Nicky Team and Maxime Martin back at the wheel of a factory Aston Martin Racing Vantage GT3, and they will take the victory despite the fact that they might have been able to do it a full 8 minutes ago. They've gone around again, and after 29 laps in NLS 8, it is Aston Martin Racing who break the German stranglehold of this series from the rest of the races this year. Audi finished second ahead of BMW because Max Hesse could not take the advantage despite many corners of trying. He has to make do with third step on the podium and behind Vincent Kolb, who not only deserves a second place trophy but also perhaps an extra medal for the art of defence.
Right, so many layers there, as you say. You mentioned earlier at the beginning of the show, Johnny, that Audi just hadn't really been up at the pointy end of the rate of these series this year. Well, the backup there again, no question about it. The junior team, BMW, as you said, 30 years racing between all three of them. Giving Kolb grief all the way to the end, the last 45 minutes of that race? But the new boy on the block, Aston Martin at the top again. I never would have said that at the beginning of this event. No matter where it qualified, was it 8th it started on the grid?
Yeah.
It was respectable. I said it wouldn't need to do, it was finishing in the top 10. Well, it did. at the top of the top 10. Unbelievable. I would not have expected that, and I'm going to have to do a Murray and stop because I think I'm going to get too emotional.
I was going to say, I think the eyes are moistening for Peter Snowden. Yeah, and a fantastic result for a one-off appearance. David King in a similar emotional state, actually. I just caught sight of him in the garage, COVID mask on, but a grin from ear to ear. I don't even need to see the mask removed to know that that's going on underneath, and he doesn't really know what to say next, because this has gone well beyond their expectations, I'm sure. But when you put the caliber of driver like Niki Thiem and Maxime Martin into a virtually brand new car, these things can happen. But the beautiful thing is, it's in the back garden of BMW, of Audi, of Porsche, and of Mercedes, and it might well have been a break of 3 years since a GT3 car from Aston has been turned out by the factory. But welcome back, Aston Martin, and you have certainly done the victory in style.
He doesn't know what to say. Here's the link to the order.
well, yeah, form an orderly queue.
Exactly.
I think is probably the expression now.
Yeah.
Because that car, which
no pushing and shoving, just form an orderly queue. Yeah.
That car that looks as resplendent as it did 4 hours ago on the starting grid, albeit in 8th place, has not got a dinged panel on it, as you would expect. A Ferrari running out of fuel again. Who would have thought that?
It'd be the same Ferrari running out of fuel.
It has to be. There's only one in the race. And the 39 car looks like it's right on the cusp of maybe its fuel window, or was it just allowing the pit lane entry to the Aston Martin, which will now enter the victory area of the pit lane, which has been barriered off, and a jubilant Maxime Martin will congratulate Danish driver Niki Thiem. So it's a Belgian and Denmark combination. Little discussion between the two, probably about the extra lap.
Guarantee. Yes.
Why didn't you just ease off? No, I'm Niki Thiem. I need to go around again. I'm having too much fun. There you go. So I'm sure sent the blood pressure of 1 or 2 at AMR sky high, but it was all in hand. That's a very smart helmet design for Niki this weekend as well, with hints of the Danish flag around the lower section, which surround his mouth. A quick fist pump for the camera as well, which is a cool thing to do. And now he can celebrate with the team. A lot of them still with World Endurance Championship overalls on, which is a nice touch.
You notice that with ADAC badges sort of oversewn.
Velcroed or oversewn
exactly. Yes.
on the top. That's right. So maybe gives you an idea of how
last minute it was. Exactly. Yeah.
Well, it took a lot of the motorsport press by surprise. You needed to be paying attention to the entry list when it was released, just shy of a week ago. Because there it was, as clear as day, but there'd not been really much of an announcement from AMR to say that they were going to be doing it. And then, lots of journalists rushed to call David King up to get some reaction. Kurt Thiem, very happy with his son's work as well. Kurt Thiem, of course, a mean DTM, German touring car racer back in his day. And the hats with Denmark are adorned on the side, about to be switched. But more cars, of course, pouring across the line, because the finish to these races will take another 8 minutes.
Exactly. I was looking at Niki Thiem there. He's got his helmet off, his mask on, and his baseball cap on, provided by his father. He's still got his driving gloves on. So, can I do another lap? Can I climb it to the track?
Well, I noticed Patrick Simon just closing in to interview Niki and get his thoughts about whether it ever entered his mind to ease off and make it a 28-lap race, but probably not. And why not? Because the road was relatively open. I mean, give me the sector times on that closing lap. He did an 8:44, which was probably the lap time that he was looking for on the previous lap. Well, that's what Aston Martin were looking for on the previous lap, because that would have meant that the race would have been 28. But he did a 106.3 through the first sector. That was faster than the duo behind. He did a 103.8 through the next sector, about the same speed as those chasing Vincent Kolb and Max Hesse cars. Slightly slower through sector 3, and 337.7 through the affected area with the code 60, and then he did a 55.9. So again, slower, but that would have been partly down to him slowing up for the checkered flag when he was zigzagging across the track to received the applause of not only the assembled crowd, the first crowd we've had at an NLS race for the first time in a year and a half, but also
First full crowd. We've had them on the Grandstand pit straight. First time we've had them back on the Nordschleife.
Gotcha. Thank you for that clarification. So Flansgarten and Brunchen campsite areas now welcoming back fans for the first time in a long time. And so celebrating with them, we would have been celebrating with the AMR mechanics as well. And a very a very heads-up part sort of way to end the race with it all in control. Nicky team, has a reputation for being slightly kind of a wayward character at times, but Aston Martin Racing will have had full confidence in how important this victory is. I mean, there's the potential, of course, for more drives to come. With success today, we may well see Maxime and Nicky in a customer car next year if it's a Pro-Am lineup. So it gives them more opportunity in the new year and beyond for more afternoons like this. The Mulder Motorsport Porsche Cayman heading into pit lane as well. We should probably deal with the class victories at various points. I'm impressed by the SPX BMW M4 getting up as high as 5th overall, by the way. SP9 Pro-Am was won by Julian Anlauer and Klaus Aberland. As I said at the time, I expected the number 30 Fricadelli Racing Porsche to drop back down the field, but really their priority was winning Pro-Am. How close was that, though, at the line? 0.151 of a second for the class victory between Klaus Aberland and Nico Menzel in the 25 Uber Motorsport Porsche. We were obviously concentrating on the top three in SP9 Pro, and that rather had escaped my judgment, but less than 0.2 of a second at the line to decide Pro-Am as more and more cars continue to flood across the line. The Cup X top three top two separated by just over a minute, and it was the Teichmann racing car of Konstantin Scholl, number 920, that took victory from the Reinhard Koffler car. For a long time in the race they were running in the reverse order, but 920 outpaced 910 by 65 seconds, and SP9 AM was won by the twin Busch Audi R8, car number 50, and their full lineup, Michael Heimrich and Arno Klassen, who was at the wheel as the SP9 AM winner crossed the line. In the combined class of SP5, SP6 and SP7, it was a win for Huber Motorsport and their lineup. Now there are 4 Huber Motorsport cars in the order, so it was the one with Alex Mies as part of the driver lineup. Alexander Mies and Hans Wehrmann win SP5, SP6, SP7 with their SP7 Uber Motorsport Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car. In SP10, the 165 Mercedes is the winner, with Marcel Johannes Marschewitz, Marek Bockmann and Tim Neuser, and that suggests that the overtake that you and I witnessed, where the Mercedes overtook the BMW on the Mercedes arena, I think that was the crucial bit of their race, which put the 165 Mercedes in front, and at that point it never looked back. The Cup 3 960 Porsche takes the class victory there, with Tim Scheerbart the final driver in the race. He was joined by Daniel Blickel and Max Kronberg, and they are well and truly in the mix as far as the championship is concerned, so really needed to score maximum points, which they have done. Another combined class to form one is the SP4T and SP8T division, and that was a victory for car number 150, the Schnitzel Arm Racing Mercedes-AMG for Peter Pozovac, Alexander Kolb and Reinhard Renger. So car 150 winning SP4T and SP8T. Confirmation now of the top 10 overall. Aston Martin, one race entered, one race won after 4 hours, 8 minutes and 38 seconds. So there's your extra lap. It was an 8:44. So he must have crossed the line with 6 seconds left on the clock. Vincent Kolb, the Audi number 5, after a kind of hour-long duel, really, with Max Hesse, comes off better off by just 0.2 of a second, or 1.5 tenths to be more accurate. Vincent Kolb's Audi that he shares with Frank Stippler, second ahead of the Hesse Harper Verhagen BMW. Then it was in fourth position another Audi, this time from Car Collection, and again, this is their first entry this year, but Car 23 gets a top 4. Then the 55, the SPX race winner for Augusto Farfus and Philipp Eng. They were 5th, ahead of the number 6 Mercedes of Patrick Assenheimer, Manuel Metzger and Hubert Haupt. 7th position for the number 70 Mercedes of Muller and Treffs. Avalon and Andlauer combine to be the Pro-Am winners in car number 30 by, again, a 1/10.5 winning margin over the Uber Motorsport Porsche number 25, also in Pro-Am, and in 10th position, the SP9 Black Falcon Team Identica Porsche. So welcome back to SP9 Pro running for Black Falcon, and they get a top 10 finish with Von Danwitz at the wheel as the checkered flag flew. 11th position for the Mercedes-AMG of Thomas Jaeger, Patrick Assenheimer and Marshevitz that I've mentioned. KTM Crossbow winning its class number 920 with Konstantin Scholl put in for the final stint. I have to admit, I missed the Jeroen Bleekemolen stint, but I'm sure he did at least one. They won from Reinhard Koffler. A little bit further down the order, there are the SP10 winners, 22nd overall for car 165, the Mercedes. Names of which I've given you already: Marcel Johannes Marshevitz, Marek Bachmann, Tim Neuser. Cup 3 was won by Blickel, Scheerbart and Kronberg with their Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 Club Sport car number 960. And then the Pozovac, Kolb and Renger trio in car number 150 win the SP40 and SP8T class. Other class winners, further down the other, Cup 5 was won by number 875, which is the BMW M2 CS Racing from FK Performance Motorsport for Mark Ehret, Moritz Oberheim and Nico Otto. So congratulations to them. And 3T, SP3T, was won by the 310 VW Golf for Max Cruiser Racing of Marius Rauer and Marek Schaller. And then whip through the rest of the order. TC Pro was won by the 810 Cupra Leon. I remember talking about that a couple of times, from Bonk Motorsport, Herman Bock and Alex Prins. SP Pro, I think there was only one car in that class. Yes, there was, but that was Paul Harkemer and Tobias Muller in their Black Falcon Team Techstar Porsche 911 GT3 Cup MR. They were 50th overall. TCR AM was the 808 Cupra TCR of Jens Wolf, Alexander Schmidt and Maik Uch. Great names. VT2 was the 481 of Philipp Stahlschmidt, Christopher Rink and Daniel Zills. So that's an Adrenaline Motorsport Team Altsner Automotive VT2 BMW 330i. So no doubt the resplendent in the orange and the blue colours. 700 was a class winner as well. And that's the winner of the BMW 240i Racing Cup class for Michael Schrei, Michael Fischer and Marcus Fischer. And the 474 was a class winner, being for VT3, the Porsche 718 Cayman S of Wolfgang Weber, Alex Fielenbach and Yusuf Ovega. Who else have we got? In V5, the 456 was a win for Kaj Schubert and Lucas Daugard, the two Danish drivers for Team Young KRS Danes. They had a Porsche Cayman. H2 was won by the 685 Renault Clio Cup for MSC Adenauer of Gerrit Holthaus, Mark Weilach and Michael Bora. And 633 is another class winner from the alternatively fueled Porsche Cayman. Some big names in this one. Simona Di Silvestra, Jackson Evans and Marco Timbal get their Porsche Cayman GT4 as the winning car in the AT class. V4 was won by the championship leaders in their number 1 car. So that is the classic trio of Chris Rink and Danny Brink and Philip Lyson. SP3 and SP4 combined a win for the 270 Toyota GT86 from the pit lane team, pit lane AMC Sankt Vit, and it is Jacques Derain, the driver simply known as Brody, and Bruno Barbaro. Well, Barbaro as the winner of the Barbarossapreis. It's perfect, isn't it? Bruno Barbaro, the Italian.
And it was the Italians that gave him the Barbarossa name.
Yes. Oh,
Yeah,
you've been reading up on your history.
Yeah.
He was a Roman emperor, quite possibly, yes, in the 12th century. Yusuf Ovega and Franz Zivok. Oh, I've got all my pronunciations all right so far, but the Polish has thrown me slightly off. Franz Zvivok, I'm going to say, for Team Matol Racing and the Porsche Cayman S. And I missed the rest of them because I was trying to pronounce France's surname, but I think we got there in the end. And the principal runners have hopefully all been name-checked. The podium presentations will take place very shortly as well, certainly for the overall finishers, the overall winners and top 3, and then we'll see how far we get through the rest of the field as well. But this, for me, I know it's been my only NLS of the year so far, but it's one of those results that will live long in the memory, Snowy, especially for you.
Well, they're pretty, yeah, they're pretty well all like this, you know. This is what happens. Welcome to our NLS world.
Yes,
but I mean, there's so many layers and so many things you could talk about there, and it's not always the most obvious. I think the winner in all of this is not just us spectators, listeners, viewers, etc. It's the organisation, ADAC, the different clubs that get to do this. They've proven yet again that the formula works. You get so many things. You get a junior team, you get the BMW, the 44 car, having that battle all the way through to the end that really deserved second place, but also did the Audi in front of it. You get the new BMW that finished 10th last time out. We know it did its fuel thing. We get all that, but it's finished 5th now, so that's good.
Yep.
You've got Falcon back in again in the top 10, and then you've got Aston Martin come back with a car and win it as well. And that's just some of it. Never mind some of the other classes.
Well, true.
It's just that's just in our top 10 are going on. And yet again, the Nürburgring delivers this NLS series. It just gets better and better. And I think a lot of it is, or all of it really, is down to the way it is organised and controlled. This license, the ring license, how the drivers behave. We've seen it. I mean, the only instance we've had really today have just been, a few cars honestly breaking down.
Yes. Yeah, no really significant contact, thankfully. And, that generally is the way that people want to go racing around here. There are big budgets around on the grid, but otherwise, people are definitely driving within their means. They don't want damaged race cars at the end of the day. They want a fun day of track action, everyone looking out for one another. We've had the odd breakdown. We have, unfortunately, seen some cars in the barrier, but hopefully they can be repaired without any substantial damage. The big fuel spillage or something spillage coming out of Schwabenschwanz, and that's been the longest issue, really, mopping all that up and then attending to the barrier repairs on the other side of the circuit.
But the fact that works teams, drivers can mix with amateurs, I know the phrase that we didn't like before, but relatively, i.e. Clios and things further down the field, and all get on the same piece of racetrack. There's lots of other series. This is absolute testimony to this series, and lots of other series could take a look at this and say, this is a template, this is how to go motor racing. And they don't just pick a little circuit, they pick the most daunting circuit in the world, and they can still all get along and not have to fight over the same bits of track. Absolutely, I take my hat off to it. It's extraordinary. All the levels, all the classes, all the way through. 123 cars started.
Right, yeah. And
go for 4 hours.
Precisely.
And keep out of each other's way.
And I think, 123, well, certainly at the end for the result, 115 are labelled, but one or two of those, I think, did not make the finish, unfortunately.
So we lost 8 to 10 cars.
Yeah.
It's a very high attrition rate.
Through the course of 4 hours.
Exactly. 4 hours of racing on the most daunting circuit in the world, bar none, uncontestable.
Yeah. Well, the podium we're hearing is going to be slightly delayed. I just wonder whether there were one or two things to clear up from race control. For instance, there was a late penalty for car 51, which is the other SPX entry of Marco Holzer and Uwe Altzen, who were here in a brand new Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car, the 992 iteration, and they have been given a post-race stop-and-go penalty. Let's just have a look. Stop-and-go penalty. In exchange, it's a time penalty of 36 seconds after they fell below the minimum pit stop time. So one of their stops happened too quickly, basically, and they were given a stop-go penalty to readdress that. And because they didn't serve that in the race, they're going to be given an extra 36 seconds to their race time. But that doesn't really alter where they finished within their class, only overall. And we are now getting word of the order, at least, for the podium, which is set for the 53rd edition of the ADAC Barbarossapreis, or Barbarossa Prize in English, and some big trophies for a significant race in the NLS season, as you can probably judge by the fact that it's been going for over half a century. So, first of all, the SP9 Pro-Am car drivers will be heading out. Now, I think this is presumably for the overall as well. We'll do Pro-Am after the main podium. So to the third step, there are the three BMW drivers, Max Hesse, Daniel Harper and Neil Verhagen. Just the two drivers required for the number 5 Audi of Vincent Kolb and Frank Stippler in their very smart green and white Phoenix Racing race overalls this time. But to much whooping and hollering from down at ground level to the top step of the podium, it will be Maxime Martin of Belgium, Nicky Thiem of Denmark and David King, very much of the UK, who is behind the project from Aston Martin Racing. And we should be able to hear the national anthem as the trophy, or rather the garlands, are presented. Before we get to that point, let's welcome the Pro-Am winners, I believe, as well. So these... No, that's not the Pro-Am, is it? Or is that Julian Andlauer? These are additional members to the podium. So, yes, that was Pro-Am, beg your pardon. Thank you to Michael Werner, who is keeping me updated. David King, to give him his official title, the Motorsport Director of Aston Martin, who takes the top step of the podium along with Nicky Thiem and Maxime Martin. So Klaus Abelin and Julian Andlauer are represented as the Pro-Am winners. Also there, the SP9 Am victors, who were in the number 50 car. I gave you their names. Arno Klassen is one. Car 50, Arno Klassen and Michael Heinrich being the duo. And here's the national anthem. So a much-deserved round of applause, much of that applause actually coming from Aston Martin Racing mechanics, and you can understand the reasons why it's being done that enthusiastically, therefore. And from beneath the COVID masks, still lots of cheering taking place on the podium. Oh, that's a sneaky move from Frank Stippler to grab the champagne ahead of time and hands one of the bottles to Vincent Kolb. Now everybody else moving forward to the neatly arranged champagne at the foot of the podium.
Maxime Martin was shaking his finger at me, like putting that naughty boy. He spotted at the same time as you, Johnny. Like, yeah, one ahead of them.
Well,
yeah, but we're on the top step of the podium.
Not to rub it into Julian Andlauer, but I would suggest that Frank Schnippler rather jumped the start there as well, as far as the champagne is concerned. I mean, all things that end well, as it turns out, for Andlauer and for Klaus Aberland, because they still won their class, even though Julian had to soak up a stop-go penalty before the end of his first stint. And it's easy to forget that as well. The drama started very early here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife for NLS 8. Cup H is next to be represented on the podium. So this is H2, and winning this, the 685. I think the field was all Clios when I remember checking that earlier on in the race. So 685 was indeed a Renault Clio Cup car for Gerrit Holthaus, Mark Weilack and Michael Bora. So they will head to the near side of the podium, close to second place for Cup H or H2. Next up on the podium should be the best finishes in the V class. And the V class was topped by, now there's lots of different classes within V, so it could be VT2 or it could be V5. Still trying to work out exactly, and of course the process is made even more difficult with the COVID masks on, so it's limited my recognition ears of drivers in the lower order classes. It's made slightly more difficult now with COVID masks, but of course that's the only way we can legally and legitimately do a podium like this if everyone wears one. The TCR division is next, and winning TCR was TCR Pro, that is, the 810 car, and 810 had at the wheel, he says, fumbling through his paperwork, well, certainly Herman Bock was one, and Alex Prince the other in the 810 TCR Pro category. Cup 3 is the Porsche Cayman class, and Cup 3 was a win for 960 to keep their championship very much on track. Daniel Blickel, Tim Scheerbart and Max Kronberg. And that will complete our podium for NLS 8, the 53rd edition of the ADAC Barbarossapreis. And after a really hot afternoon's work, hotter than expected, I have to say, in September, despite the fog this morning, and with the day running much later than planned, now a well-deserved dousing of champagne, Peter Snowden.
Well, I was just watching the body language of some of the people there, particularly one Nicky Thiem, just saying, what's he going to do? He was up to something, you could see he was looking around kind of mischievously, and it's hardly surprising. What's he done? They've managed to, he and Maxime Martin have managed to corner David King, get him against the podium backdrop, and got that champagne down the collar. It's not a question of getting a bit on the shirt. He is absolutely drenched. And it's like, thank you very much for such a nice car. Have a drink on us.
Yeah, like you say, they wedged him into that corner, which was crucial. And very like a good racing driver, really, in terms of boxing people in to traffic. Well, you can also box in your team manager as well. And, well, David King, a decision to make now, whether he decides to do the same thing for NLS 9, which will be the final race of the season. He's the motorsport director of Aston Martin Racing, so it's his call.
My gut reaction? No. Leave them wanting more.
Well, yes.
You know what it does.
And the risk
You know what it does. Go and buy it.
The risk is that race won't be anywhere near as good as this one. And when you've got a win, you've turned up for one race all season, that's the better statement to make.
That's the most fabulous piece of marketing and publicity possible today for a brand. Forget that who it is. You can't do any better than that. You're absolutely right.
So on a beautiful day here in Germany, the cars assembled a little later than planned on the starting grid, and it was a rather over-exuberant start for Julian Andlauer, who was subsequently pinged for not for a COVID test, but for a jump start, unfortunately. He got away a little too well and was not level with the Vincent Kolb-driven Audi. Straight away, though, the close fought racing got underway with a real nip and tuck affair with the Hella Padgett Racing 1 Ferrari and one of the BMWs. The 34 BMW was taken out of the mixture far too early on. That had qualified so well, but sadly fell down the order with a rear right puncture. Then Julian Andlauer, having served his stop-and-go penalty, came in for the first scheduled pit stop, and Fricadelli Racing turned that Porsche around very swiftly indeed. One of the key moments of the race was 3 abreast. The BMW that subsequently finished in 3rd position, sandwiched between the Phoenix Racing Audi and the Lion Speed by Car Collection Audi to its left. So 3 cars absolutely hammer and tong down the Dottinger Hoor. And it happened again when the Aston Martin scythed its way by 2 runners. And then the 23 of Nico Müller decided to thread the eye of the needle with the Fricadelli Porsche to its left and the Bilstein-sponsored Hubert Haug Racing Mercedes, the yellow and blue car, to its right. And thankfully, for all Aston Martin fans, that Vantage GT3 was clear of the mayhem behind. Virtually contact coming out of Arenberg and down into the... Well, no, this was further around the lap, beg pardon, through a tricky right-hander. And the Audi forced up the curb there by the Fricadelli Racing Porsche. Nice, neat overtake for Nicky Team on the Mercedes arena that would eventually unfold to be the race lead. And great to witness that overtake on the track at the start of the Grand Prix lap to put the Audi down to 2nd position, and then a defensive masterclass to keep the Audi behind, the BMW behind and the Audi in front of Vincent Kolb and the BMW tucked in behind. So that was the 53rd edition of the ADAC Barbarossapreis. My thanks to Peter Snowden. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage here on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. And we will have full coverage of the next VLN, the next NLS race meeting during the 9th of October. So that's 2 weeks' time, really not too long to wait. Live here again on RS1. From Peter Snowden and Johnny Palmer, bye-bye for now.
Der Livestream der Nürburgring Langstreckenserie wurde Ihnen präsentiert von Falkenreifen.